Section 67 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 20, Henry IV of France, by Stanley Leathes, Part 1. Upon the death of Henry of Valois, Henry of Bourbon succeeded to a dubious heritage and distracted kingdom. His ancestral right to the temporal throne was clear, but before a Calvinist could be accepted as most Christian king and eldest son of the Church, a new definition of Church and Christian would be required. As a party leader, he inherited all the difficulties which beset Henry III, as well as those of his own position. His opponents commanded the sympathy of the great majority in France. The organization of their league was effective and all-pervading. The great towns, with few exceptions, were on their side. The family interest of Guise, though it alarmed and alienated a considerable part of the French nobility, had grown by 50 years of active political work to rival the monarchy itself. The Parlement, during which the troubles had arrogated to themselves an extensive political control, had been captured by the League, and the royalist minorities had been compelled to secede. The Sorbonne contributed the prestige of theological authority to combat the claims of a heretic relapsed. The lower clergy threw their considerable influence and damaging activity on the same side. The most experienced administrators added the weight of their support, and the rank and file of office holders shared the views of the majority. Outside the kingdom, the Pope might be expected to give moral, if not material, assistance. The Leaguers were secure of aid from the most powerful European monarch, and had recognized claims upon his treasury. Among Henry's possible allies, Elizabeth was cautious and chary, the United Provinces were embarrassed and exhausted, the German princes disorganized, divided, and for the most part poor. The King of Spain had all his resources at his own command, and it was not his habit to let expenditure wait upon revenue. But chance had granted one signal opportunity to Henry. In the camps at Meudon and St. Cloud were assembled all that was left of the faithful royalist nobility, all that royal promises and prestige had availed to collective foreign assistance, and all that the name of Henry of Navarre and the credit of the reformed religion had been able to contribute to this singular alliance. By the exercise of conspicuous tact, the new king contrived to propitiate the Catholic nobility, some, like Biron, by material concessions, others by holding out hopes of conversion, without alienating the bulk of his Protestant followers. The army which Henry led into Normandy, though weakened by important defections on both the Protestant and on the Catholic side, was still the army of a king, not that of a mere party leader or pretender. The victories of Arques and Ivry were extorted from fortune by the valor and resource and energy of Henry IV. They gave time for certain favorable influences to sway the balance. The strong royalist feeling, which still prevailed among the French nobility, was fostered and strengthened by Henry's personal exploits. The wars of religion and the disgraces and disorders and incompetence of the Valois government had indeed done much to break down the tradition which the Capet dynasty had painfully and slowly built up during 6 centuries. The example of resistance to the royal authority had been set by the Protestants, but the formation and development of the League had called forth opinions destructive to the monarchy more abundantly, if anything, upon the Catholic side. The deposition of an unworthy king, the elective character of the monarchy, the control of the king by the estates, the duty of resistance to tyranny, the justification, in certain circumstances, of tyrannicide, the doctrine of a contract between king and people that might be voided by non-fulfillment of implicit conditions, or abrogated by the People's Act, the need of constitutional checks and balances. All these were topics which lent themselves more easily to the champions of the League than to the Protestants, who were themselves in a minority. Again, the League, with its democratic organization in the great cities, where so much of its power lay, brought the practice of popular control and popular government into the political arena, while the Calvinists, in spite of the democratic aspect of their consistories and synods, were really more conservative both in theory and in practice than the extremists of the League, and were ready to rally to a monarchy that offered them tolerable prospects of efficient protection. Moreover, the subversive doctrines which inspired the abundant political literature of the time appealed rather to the bourgeois than to the nobles, who were in fact disgusted and alarmed at the license of the citizens, and such views found little sympathy among the higher ranks of the clergy. Everywhere attachment to the king, though dormant, only awaited a favorable occasion to reassert its power. Thus the monarchical tradition, though shaken by the years of disorder, still retained its vitality, and came to the support of a king who showed himself worthy of royalist devotion. The nobility, although their military service was interrupted and precarious, fought brilliantly and successfully on Henry's side. Again, the Gallican sentiment, chartered but not created by the pragmatic sanction of Bourges, had encouraged in a less attractive form by the Concordat of Francis I, was a force that had hitherto exercised little influence in the struggle, but the situation was such that a conflict between national and ultramontane could hardly be avoided. A cardinal point in the Gallican creed was that the Pope could exercise no temporal authority in France, and papal excommunication, papal deposition of a heretic king, were probable if not inevitable, and carried vital consequences in the temporal sphere. The Parlements were the home of Gallicanism, and, if any question arose of the papacy dictating the choice or the exclusion of a king, were likely to rise in opposition. Moreover, since the Concordat of Francis I, the king had controlled all the higher patronage of the church, and the prelates, though depending on the royal favor, had become a royalist body. Very few bishops ever joined the League, and at the crucial time of his conversion, episcopal aid and countenance proved of incalculable value to Henry. So long as Sixtus lived, his cautious policy avoided anything resembling a rupture. But the violent policy of Gregory XIV, which appeared to be dictated by Spanish proclivities, tended to enlist all Gallican sympathies on the royalist side. His monitorials of March 1, 1591, by which Henry was excommunicated and declared incapable of reigning, were rejected, not only by the dissident Parlement of Chalon and Tours, but by a weighty assembly of prelates at Chartres, September 21, 1591. Finally, there was in France a strong national feeling which contributed not a little to the ultimate result. The League, although in alliance with Spain and in receipt of Spanish subsidies, had before Ivry not shown itself decisively anti-national. The Guises were regarded by many as foreigners, in spite of their long settlement in France, and the intention of Henry of Guise may have been to substitute himself for Henry of Valois. But such designs, if they existed, were prudently masked. In reliance upon foreign aid up to the Battle of Ivry, there was not much to choose between the two sides. Both sides employed foreign contingents and relied on foreign subsidies. But after that battle it became more and more apparent that the cause of the League depended upon the armed and official intervention of Spain. The blockade of Paris must have ended in the surrender of the capital, but for the march of the Duke of Parma, and similar action frustrated the siege of Rouen. In the sittings of the Estates of 1593, the designs of Spain were clearly exposed. Encouraged by the overtures of the Sees, the King of Spain put forward the claims of his daughter to the throne of France. But the Estates, purely partisan as were the interests represented among them, would not tolerate the proposal in any form. The hopes that Mayenne or the young Duke of Guise would have entertained were defeated in part by the division of the family interest, but the Salic law proved the final and insuperable bar to all the candidates. The Parlement declared the Salic law fundamental and vital to the interests of the nation. The Estates followed their lead. Had the Cardinal of Bourbon, only 1 degree further removed from the direct succession than Henry himself, lived to secure the adhesion of the national party, the result might have been different. But as it was, the dreams of League theory, that a system of election might be substituted for the rules of succession under which France had grown to be a nation, were conclusively relegated to the limbo of the impracticable. For the second time in history, the Salic law, for all its frame of legal pedantry, proved itself the safeguard of French national existence, the formula of French independence. Again, the support of Spain, which kept Henry at a standstill for more than 2 years after the Battle of Ivry, brought about by an inevitable chain of causation the solution of another problem. Both before and after his accession, Henry had professed his willingness to be instructed, and had held out hopes that instruction might lead to conversion. There are some reasons for believing that on the vital question of the real presence, his personal leanings were towards the Catholic position. At St. Cloud he had opposed to demands for immediate conversion considerations of honor. He could not, as for King of France, abandon his religious profession in response to force. The successes of Arques and Ivry seem to have indefinitely postponed the prospect of his change of faith. Had he been successful before Rouen and Paris, no conversion might have ensued. But in 1593, 4 years' experience seemed to show that the choice lay between the indefinite prolongation of civil war and the fulfillment of his pledge. In what proportions ambition, true patriotism, and genuine conviction contributed to Henry's decision, no man can say. But his subsequent history shows him a true friend, not only to religious toleration, but also to the religion which he adopted. Motives of patriotism were fully sufficient to justify some sacrifice of personal predilection. The reunion of France under a Protestant king had proved to be impossible. It had been proved that no king other than Henry could hope to satisfy the national desire for a natural king. The conversion of Henry was thus the only hope of France. But Henry's conversion, though indispensable, was not in itself sufficient to produce a settlement. doubt still existed of his sincerity. The absolution granted to him by the French prelates was only provisional. An absolution by the Pope was necessary to complete his reconciliation with the Church. Clement VIII, though his attitude was encouraging, was determined that the king should knock at the door more than once before he was admitted to the Church. Meanwhile, France had to live, and daily life gave daily opportunities for the application of minor sanitives. The military situation remained unchanged. Henry's authority extended little further than the area dominated by his troops and his allies. In Dauphiné, his lieutenant, Le de Guerre, held the field in the Protestant interest. In Provence, the Duke of Épernon, nominally governing under royal authority, was building up against local opposition a power neither leaguer nor royalist, but private. In Languedoc, the politique governor, Montmorency, maintained his position, though the League was still formidable and controlled the Parlement of Toulouse. Montmorency's own attitude was doubtful, and there was reason to believe that he aimed at establishing independent power. His loyalty was eventually secured by the gift of the office of constable. In the country between Loire and Pyrenees lay Henry's ancestral domains, the land of Navarre, Béarn, Foix, Armagnac, Bourbon, and Albret. But the League was strong even here. Bordeaux and the Bordeaux Parlement were for the League. Poitou, in particular, was very evenly divided. North of the Loire, Brittany was held by the Duke of Mercoeur with Spanish aid, not without opposition, but with commanding superiority. Normandy was shared between the parties. Rival parlements sat at Caen and Rouen. Picardy was for the League and subject to Spanish influence. In the east and center of France, the League had scarcely been attacked. Burgundy especially was the stronghold of Mayenne's power. Champagne, under the government of the young Duke of Guise, acknowledged the League. At Lyon, through the Guisard governor, Nemours, was on bad terms with the civic community, League influence was hitherto unimpaired. The work of reconstruction was still to be done. In long years of warfare, men had almost ceased to desire peace. Some, like Biron, were inclined to prolong the war in order that they themselves might be indispensable. Others, like the Sizes, feared that peace would bring retribution. It was first of all necessary that men should be brought to desire security and repose. For this purpose, Henry succeeded in negotiating a truce, which was concluded on July 31st, 1593, for 3 months, and afterwards prolonged till the end of December. During this interval, the League began to dissolve. Individuals opened negotiations with the king, and some minor surrenders actually took place. Lyon rose against Nemours, September 18th, and threw him into prison. One vein of contemporary thought is represented by the Satyr Menipée, part of which is circulated in this year, and which in the following was published in its complete form. Though a partisan production, its exposition of the selfish aims of prominent Leaguers carried conviction. The line adopted hit the temper of the time, and the opinion began to spread that the League was now only perpetuated for personal and political objects. Meanwhile, the king made known his desire for peace, and when hostilities were renewed with the new year, it was felt that the fault lay elsewhere, with Spain, with the Sizes, and with Mayenne. Before the truce was ended, Villeroy, the most experienced administrator on the side of the Leaguers, had declared his defection, and on every side adhesions to the royal cause were in contemplation. With the new year, similar occurrences became more frequent. Aix and its Parlement, hostile to Épernon, submitted to the king and carried with them the part of Provence. A fresh revolution took place in Lyon, and the city accepted terms in February. The condition that the exercise of no religion other than the Catholic should be permitted in the city showed how far the king was prepared to go. What better terms could any Catholic city desire? Villeroy and his son finally came over, and brought with them the town of Pontoise, and d'Estormel began to negotiate for the surrender of Péronne, Roye, Montdidier, frontier towns of Picardy, which was completed in April. La Chaste brought Orléans to the royal obedience. Bourges and the remainder of Berry and the Orléanais soon followed the example. The royal prestige was considerably enhanced by Henry's coronation with all due forms at Chartres, February 27, 1594. Rheims was still in the possession of the League, and precedents existed for the alternative place of consecration, while the chrism employed was drawn from the Saint-Ampoule of St. Martin, scarcely less holy than that of Saint-Remy. But Paris was not to be regained at the price of a mass. The new positions acquired by the king enabled him to establish an effective blockade, and the city soon began to feel the pinch of hunger once more. The politique party began to raise its head. Mayenne began to feel insecure. He was forced to abandon himself more and more to the Sizes, and to rely upon Spanish troops. The governor, Bain, was deposed, and Cossé-Brissac set up in his place. The Parlement began to lean to reconciliation, and its meetings were prohibited. But agitation and conspiracy continued, and on March 6th, Mayenne left the town. Freed from his supervision, the king's friends moved forward more boldly. José Brissac was gained and succeeded in hoodwinking the Spaniards. On the morning of March 22nd, the king entered his city and occupied it almost without resistance. The Spanish garrisons were cut off from each other and were fain to accept the conditions offered, that they should depart with bag and baggage. Great skill was shown in all the arrangements, but matters could not have passed off so quietly had not a considerable revulsion of feeling taken place. Even in the disorderly and enthusiastic quarter of the university, no serious opposition was met, though the regular force by which the king was supported on his entry did not exceed the members of the Spanish garrison. A universal amnesty was granted, even to the leaders of the Sais, though it afterwards became necessary to banish some 130 of the most irreconcilable Leaguers. On the reoccupation of the capital, it became possible to begin the work of reconstruction. During the months of April and May, the sovereign courts, the Parlement, the Chambre des Comptes, and the Cour des Aides were restored to their lawful constitution and authority. The dissentient members of these bodies had retired in 1589 to Tours and Chalon, where rival courts had been set up. The members of these royalist courts were now recalled and took their places peacefully side by side with those magistrates who had issued their decrees in the service of the League. The Parlement annulled the office of lieutenant general, irregularly conferred upon the Duke of Mayenne. The Sorbonne, and the university as a whole, made their submission to the king, took the oath of allegiance, and issued a declaration recognizing Henry as the lawful sovereign of France. Elsewhere, the king began to enter into his heritage. In Normandy, Villars, the governor of Rouen, who had successfully resisted the king in arms, now consented to treat, and agreed on March 27th to hand over Rouen, Havre, Harfleur, and the other places under his control. The entire province shortly passed into the king's hands, and the dissentient Parlement of Caen united with that of Rouen. In Picardy, Abbeville and Montreuil made their submission. Many smaller places in the center and southwest came over before the end of May. But military successes were needed to expedite the process of reduction. The king moved against Laon, and, after a siege, forced it to capitulate on July 22nd. This important evidence of material strength hastened events. Amiens, Dourlens, Beauvais, Noyon were surrendered to persuasion or force, and thus the reconquest of Picardy was nearly completed, and the northeastern frontier of France was protected, though in compensation the King of Spain succeeded in attracting the League captains, de Rosne and the Duke of Aumale, to his service, and in placing a strong Spanish garrison in La Fère. Poitiers, and almost all the principal places which remained to the League in Poitou, Anjou, and Maine, were recovered. Most significant of all, the family of Guise began to treat. Elbeuf asked and received the government of Poitiers, which he had previously held for the League. The young Duke of Guise surrendered Champagne, and accepted in its place the government of Provence, which it was understood he would have to recover by arms from Épernon. The Duke of Lorraine himself made a treaty with Henry and left the coalition. Even in Mayenne's particular stronghold of Burgundy, a movement for peace and submission began, and several towns made separate terms with the king. Only in Brittany the Duke of Mercoeur still held up the banner of rebellion, assisted by Spanish reinforcements, but opposed with some success by the royal forces and an English auxiliary contingent. But the breakdown of authority in France had left the peasants without protection. The troops of both parties, ill-paid and ill-disciplined, had lived upon the country, and the local lords, to meet their expenses in the war, had often resorted to illegal exactions. Many castles were little better than caves of brigands. The peasants were frequently subjected to double taxation on behalf of the king and on behalf of the League. These manifold misfortunes had led to local insurrections of the country folk in many places, both before and after the accession of Henry, and now in 1594, throughout the districts of Limousin, Périgord, Saintonge, Quercy, and Agenois, the armed rising of the peasants reached a dangerous height, and threatened to spread into neighboring provinces. It is said that 50,000 men were under arms. Henry endeavored to pacify the rebels, known as croquants, by offering conciliatory terms and promising to redress their grievances, but force and skill were necessary in addition, and the insurrection was not finally put down until 1595. The revolt was the more dangerous, because in the southwest it appears to have received some secret encouragement from certain dissatisfied Calvinist leaders. Toward the end of 1594, an enthusiast, Jean Chastel, a pupil of the Jesuits, made an attempt upon the king's life and succeeded in wounding him, though not dangerously. This incident brought to head an agitation which had long been growing against the Jesuit order. It was the popular belief that the Jesuits taught the lawfulness of tyrannicide to the pupils in their schools and colleges. The university was jealous of their influence. It was asserted that the society took its instructions from the King of Spain. The parish clergy added their complaints, and already in April 1594 a movement had been set on foot for their expulsion. The attempt on the king's life renewed the attack. Enquiries and searches were made, and evidence was found tending to incriminate, to some extent, 3 Jesuit fathers. The Parlement of Paris took up the matter, and passed a decision to exclude the order from their jurisdiction. The Parlement of Rouen and Dijon followed the lead, but in the jurisdictions of Toulouse and Bordeaux no action was taken. These events tended to some extent to damage Henry in the eyes of the Catholics and of the Pope, and to delay the date of Henry's final absolution. While on the one hand the king found it impossible to maintain friendly relations with every section of the Catholic clergy, on the other hand it was equally difficult to satisfy his Calvinist friends. The Declaration of St. Cloud had promised to reserve to Catholics for a period of 6 months all offices which might become vacant, and to confer upon Catholics exclusively the government of all towns that might be recovered from the League. Policy required that until his position was secure, Henry should show, if anything, a preference for the Catholics. The Catholics were the prodigal son, the Protestants learnt the feelings of the elder brother. Devoted servants, such as Rosny and Laforce, saw their claims to recognition indefinitely postponed. The Declaration of St. Cloud promised to the Calvinists private liberty of conscience, the public exercise of their worship in places which they actually held, in one town of each bailliage and sénéchaussée, in the army, and wherever the king might be. In 1591, in response to pressure from the Calvinists, and after consulting with the Catholic prelates, Henry formally revoked the Edict of July 1588 and restored the Edict of Poitiers with its explanatory agreements of Nérac and Fleix. But the compacts made with Paris, Lyon, Rouen, and other important Catholic towns, he was forced to concede the exclusion of Calvinist worship from the urban precincts. The more moderate of the Protestant leaders understood that these terms were the best they could expect for the present, but extremists, like La Trémouille and Turenne, who, in 1591, obtained by marriage the dukedom of Bouillon, did not conceal their dissatisfaction. Short of open hostility, they made their opposition and discontent felt in every opportunity, and it was only by the most constant exercise of vigilance and conciliation that an open rupture with the Protestants was avoided. Amid all these difficulties, Henry steered his course with unfailing accuracy of judgment, undaunted courage, inexhaustible geniality, and buoyancy of spirits. By the end of 1594, he had recovered the greater part of his kingdom. The means adopted show his practical sagacity and disregard of conventional reasoning. He did not hesitate to pay the price which his opponents asked, and the price demanded was proportionate to his needs. Paris was bought comparatively cheap for 1,695,400 livres. Rouen, on the other hand, and places which Villars surrendered, cost 3,477,800 livres. The Duke of Guise received 3,888,830 for himself and his immediate subordinates, the Duke of Lorraine a similar sum. La Chastre had 898,900 livres, Villeroy 476,594. These figures do not include the value of the offices and dignities which were conferred upon the principal persons, for which indeed, for the most part, they rendered an equivalent and honorable service. When Rosny hesitated to accept Villars' terms, the king told him not to look too closely at the figures. "We shall pay these men," he said, "with the revenues which they bring to us, and to recover the places by force would cost us more in money alone, to say nothing of time and men." The sums asked may appear exorbitant, but it must be pointed out that all the leaders had drawn heavily upon their private fortunes, and had incurred enormous debts to defray their expenses in the field. With practical common sense, the king stood neither upon honor nor upon precedent. He paid what was asked, often with a jest, and got full value for his money. First and last, he disbursed to the leaders of the League more than 32 millions of livres, far more, that is, than a year's revenue of France at the time. But by doing so, he antedated perhaps by many years the time when he should enter into the full receipt of his income, and in addition he saved his subjects from all the waste of war, and secured further the profits of peace. That rebellion should be recompensed seemed to many a dangerous example, but the king saw that the needs and the circumstances were exceptional, and he did not intend that they should recur. Not less extensive were the concessions which Henry was forced to allow to the towns. Meaux was exempted from taille for 9 years. Orléans was to have no royal garrison or castle, Rouen no garrison, impost, or taille for 6 years. To Troyes, arrears of taxation for 3 years were remitted. Sens, Amiens, and Lyon were to receive no garrison. But one danger the king avoided. He created no great hereditary governments. Such conditions were pressed upon him with dangerous pertinacity in 1592, when fortune had long been adverse. They were urged not only from the Catholic, but also from the Protestant side. He rejected them consistently, and thus saved the unity of France and excluded the restoration of feudalism. Of money he was lavish, though he could hardly have known whence he was to procure it, but every form of permanent heritable authority he disallowed. By one means and another, at the end of 1594, Henry might consider that he had established his position as King of France. He proceeded to emphasize this fact in the eyes of Europe by declaring war upon the King of Spain. Ever since his accession, he had in fact been at war with Philip, but he had hitherto been fighting rather as a party chief than as king. He now showed that as king he was not afraid to enter into the lists with the most powerful of European monarchs, nor was he without allies. The United Provinces, though unable to spare their own needs any considerable assistance, by their own war continued to lighten the pressure upon France. Elizabeth, with whom he had informally concluded in 1593 an alliance of offense and defense, occasionally furnished small sums of money or a few thousand troops. The princes of Germany advanced loans and allowed recruiting, and their assistance was not without importance. The Grand Duke of Tuscany also granted loans. It was hoped that the Swiss would join in the conquest of Franche-Comté in consideration of a share in the territory acquired. This province had hitherto been guaranteed from attack by Swiss protection. The King of France, then, determined to take the offensive. His plans were laid for a simultaneous invasion of Artois, Luxembourg, and Franche-Comté, while Montmorency, recently elevated to the dignity of constable, was to defend the frontiers of Dauphiné and the Lyonnais. A fifth army was to attack Mayenne at his Burgundian base. The opening of the campaign found Spain unprepared. Raids were made on Artois, Luxembourg, Franche-Comté. But before long the invaders were rolled back. Elizabeth withdrew her troops from Brittany, and provision had to be made for the defense of this province against Mercoeur and the Spaniards. A force of Dutch auxiliaries which had been serving in Luxembourg was recalled. The Duke of Nemours was threatening Lyon, and Montmorency called for additional aid, but Henry decided to make his first effort in Burgundy. The estates of this province had already urged upon Mayenne their desire for peace, and successes in this quarter might mean the recovery of their district. By the early days of June 1595, Beaune, Dijon, Autun, and other places had revolted and opened their doors to Biron, son of the old marshal. Velasco, the constable of Castile, who had been busy expelling the Lorrainers from Franche-Comté, united his forces with Mayenne and advanced into the Duchy of Burgundy. After disposing of such forces as he could command for the defense of the other frontiers, Henry hurried eastward and arrived at Dijon on June 4, 1595. He at once set out reconnaissances to ascertain the position and forces of the advancing enemy, and moved forward himself with a portion of his cavalry to Fontaine-Française. In consequence of inaccurate and insufficient information, Biron was entangled in an encounter with a superior force of hostile cavalry. The king hurried to his aid and found himself engaged with the vanguard of the main opposing force, while the remainder was close at hand. A dashing cavalry skirmish followed, in which the king displayed all the best qualities of a soldier, and, aided by the excessive caution of the Constable of Castile, succeeded in retrieving the error. The engagement, such as it was not in any way decisive, but in its results it was equivalent to a victory. The constable, whose instructions were only to secure the Franche-Comté, declined to advance further, and retired to his own province. The reduction of such citadels as still held out against the king soon followed, and the whole of Burgundy, except Chalon and Seur, came into the king's hands before the end of June. The Parlement of Dijon was reunited and re-established. Henry even advanced into Franche-Comté, but retired at the request of the Swiss, who disclaimed any desire for the conquest of the country. Mayenne, who considered himself absolved from any further obligation to his allies, now concluded a truce with the king and retired to Chalon, to await the final reconciliation of the Pope with the king, which appeared to be at hand. End of section 67. Section 68 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 20, Henry IV of France by Stanley Leathes, Part 2. In allowing a reasonable time to elapse before Henry's conversion was accepted as genuine, Clement was acting in conformity with the circumstances of the case. Political exigencies may not have only suggested the delay, but prescribed the moment for removing the bar. All the influence of Spain was exercised in opposition to Henry, and Spanish ambassadors allowed themselves a singular freedom of language in dealing with independent popes. So long as Henry's fortunes were uncertain, the threats of Spain required consideration. In the autumn of 1595, Henry appeared to have gained the upper hand of his enemies in France, and to be holding his own in opposition to Spain. He was on friendly terms with the Grand Duke of Tuscany, and the Venetians from the first had shown him conspicuous favor. These facts may, indeed they must, have suggested to Clement that the period of penance and probation had been sufficiently prolonged, and the southward advance of Henry with his successful army was another element affecting the calculation. After the most serious debate in private and among the assembled cardinals, terms were concluded with the king, and on September 17, 1595, the solemn decree of absolution was pronounced. The conditions were not unduly severe. Besides the indispensable obligation to restore the Catholic religion and grant free exercise for its worship in all other parts of his kingdom, even in Béarn, the only points that require notice are the provisions: that the Prince of Condé, the heir apparent, should be brought up in the Catholic religion, that the decrees of the Council of Trent should be published and observed in France, with the exception of those articles which might endanger the order and peace of the realm, a proviso which in effect nullified the concession, and that a monastery should be built in every province of France, including Béarn. Nothing was said about the suppression of heresy, and although a preference was to be given to Catholics in appointments to offices, that preference did not imply the exclusion of Protestants. While this important negotiation was drawing to its close, the king was moving south to Lyon, where the Duke of Nemours had recently died. He made his solemn entry into the city on September 4th, and the places occupied by the late duke were rapidly reduced. The new duke began to treat, and his submission was solemnly ratified early in the new year. The Duke of Joyeuse, who had hitherto maintained his power in western Languedoc in the interests of the League, had been weakened by many defections, and notably by the secession of the majority of the Parlement of Toulouse. While he was attempting to coerce the Parlement, Narbonne and Carcassonne revolted. The bases of his strength were crumbling under him, and he also made his peace before the end of the year. Preliminary terms were accepted by Mayenne on September 23rd. The government of the Ile-de-France was conceded to his son. 3 strong places, Soissons, Chalons, and Seurs, were allotted to him for his security, and he was allowed to treat in the quality of chief of his party. His monetary compensation exceeded 3.5 million livres, but the price was not excessive, for Mayenne abode loyally by his compact and proved a faithful and valuable servant to his king. The decrees of Folembray, January 31st, 1596, which covered the cases of Mayenne, Nemours, and Joyeuse, marked a further stage in the general restoration. Shortly afterwards, February 17th, the young Duke of Guise entered Marseille by agreement with some of the principal inhabitants, just in time to defeat a plan of Philip to seize this important harbor. The galleys of Doria were already in the port. Since the previous November, Guise had taken seriously in hand the reconquest of his province, and, in spite of an alliance which he concluded with Spain, Épernon had seen the area of his authorities steadily diminishing. On March 24th he had made his agreement with the king, and the reduction of the southeast was completed. Other and less conspicuous surrenders had meanwhile taken place elsewhere. Even the Duke of Mercoeur in Brittany had concluded a truce. But these important advantages were not to be attained without a considerable display of military force, which was sorely needed elsewhere, and the time spent by Henry in Burgundy and at Lyon, although most profitably employed, coincided with the critical period of the northern campaign. The Spanish army, commanded by Fuentes, after failing to seize the castle of Ham, which had been held by the Duke of Aumale for the League, but now fell into the hands of the king's troops, proceeded to besiege Dourlon. The command of the French forces was divided between Bouillon, Saint-Paul, and Villars, with the results that might have been expected. The plan adopted for the relief of Dourlon led to a general engagement, and Villars, in covering the retreat, was defeated, captured, and put to death, July 24th. The losses of the French were estimated at 3,000, but Nevers had meanwhile come up with the troops under his command, and the towns on the Somme were put in a state of defense. Fuentes turned aside and laid siege to Cambrai, August 11, 1595. At this moment Henry had to choose between his expedition to Lyon and a northward march to take command in Picardy. Results seemed to prove that his decision was wise, but a heavy price was paid for the pacification of the southeast, and the funds dispersed by agreement to the Leaguers reduced the royal treasury to complete destitution. The position of Cambrai was peculiar. The Duke of Anjou had seized this independent bishopric on his way to the Low Countries in the year 1581, and in the opening year of Henry's reign it was held by the Sieur de Balagny for the League. Balagny, first among the leaders of the League, had made his terms with the King of France. The governor of Cambrai now acknowledged the royal authority. The city was held in the king's name, and had been prepared for defense with royal assistance and by royal advice. The force, which now beleaguered the city, was contributed and equipped by the Spanish Netherlands, whose territory was flanked and threatened by this hostile fortress. De Vic was sent by Henry to take charge of the defense. After vainly endeavoring to collect an army for its relief, he threw himself into the town with a small force, September 2nd. His arrival imparted fresh vigor to the garrison, and gave Henry time to complete his work at Lyon, and to issue orders for the assembling of a relieving army. But while the king was still on his way, having left Lyon on September 25th, the inhabitants of Cambrai, with whom Balligny had always been unpopular, taking offense at the issue of a copper token currency to defray the expenses of the garrison, rose against their governor, seized a gate, and on October 2nd delivered the city to the Spaniards. The citadel remained, but for want of provisions that also was surrendered on October 9th. Spanish rule was established, and the authority of the archbishop reduced to insignificance. To compensate for these losses, the king now undertook the siege of the Spanish stronghold of La Fère. His mission to Elizabeth requesting assistance failed because he was not willing to purchase her aid by the surrender of Calais. But, by threatening to conclude a truce with Spain, he persuaded the Dutch to send a small auxiliary force of 2,000 men. With such troops as he could spare from the defense of his own fortresses, and with the bain and arrière-bain which assembled in response to his appeal, he sat down before La Fère, November 1595. The state of the finances, and in consequence the provision for the army, were deplorable. The king had to intervene almost weekly to obtain such small sums as could keep his army together. Meanwhile, the Archduke Albert assumed the government of the Low Countries, and, although he was unable to relieve La Fère, by the advice of de Rosne, he planned a sudden attack upon Calais, surprised the positions which commanded the approaches to the walls, and took the city before Henry could come to the rescue, 17th April. The fall of Calais was soon followed by that of Ham, Guisnes, and Artres. The Protestants, discontented with the delay interposed by some of the Parlement in registration of the new decrees, chose this time to press their demands upon the king. La Trémouille and Bouillon had left the camp at La Fère. Civil war was again in sight, but the mediation of Duplessis-Mornay averted the danger. Still the king held on, and on May 16th La Fère capitulated. But as soon as the siege was completed, the army broke up. For want of funds, it was impossible to keep the professional soldiers together, and the nobles felt that they had done their duty. With difficulty, the king retained sufficient men to secure his frontier towns. Fortunately, the Archduke found work to distract his attention and to divert his resources on the side of the United Provinces. At this moment, there was danger that the king might be left to carry on his work alone. The Dutch were inclined for peace, if peace could be obtained, and their foreign policy was dictated by Elizabeth. To Henry's urgent demands for assistance during the siege of La Fère, and while the fate of Calais hung in the balance, Elizabeth had returned no response. Until the fall of Calais, she had hoped to obtain this place as an equivalent for her aid. After its fall, she still hoped to obtain it from the King of Spain by exchange for Flushing and Brill, which she held as security for her loans to the Dutch. Boulogne was now to the price of her assistance, and Henry could hardly afford to pay this price. But a fresh embassy, dispatched in April, aided by reports of fresh designs on the part of Philip upon England, obtained more favorable terms. On May 26, 1596, an offensive and defensive league was concluded between England and France, and the adhesion of the United Provinces, though not immediately notified, was in principle settled. In order to secure this support, Henry was obliged to tie his hands and to promise that he would not make peace without the consent of his allies. But the proposition as to Boulogne was dropped, and the designs upon Calais came to nothing. The Dutch had been warned and kept an eye on Flushing and Brill. On the other hand, the great joint expedition to Cadiz, which followed at once upon the new alliance, was mismanaged and effected little of moment. The autumn of 1596 saw no important operations on the northern frontiers. A French attempt to surprise Arras failed, and raids into Artois did not affect the main issue. On the other hand, this autumn saw the beginning of financial reform, and of Rosny's activity in the Council of Finance, and the necessary foundations for the campaign of the following year were laid. The Assembly of Notables, which Henry summoned for October 1596, was intended to suggest and authorize new taxation, and to assist in the reorganization. Its members were drawn from the clergy, the nobility, the sovereign courts, the municipal magistrates, and the financial officers of the crown. Their deliberations threw light upon the financial position, but their suggestions did little to improve it. They discovered that the royal revenues amounted to 23 millions of livres, which 16 millions were appropriated to the first charges, leaving only 7 millions for war, the royal household, fortifications, roads, and public works. They agreed that the revenue ought to be raised to 30 millions, and for this purpose they proposed the pancarte or sou pour livre, a tax of 5% on all goods introduced for sale into towns and fairs, excepting corn. They reckoned that this tax would bring in 5 millions, while minor reforms would supply the other 2. In operation, this tax produced little more than 1 million and proved highly unpopular. The picturesque story told by Sully of the establishment of a council of reason, and of his own wise advice, whereby the council was utilized and circumvented and eventually suppressed, appears to be without historical foundation, an invention intended to exalt the author's own importance. In the early months of 1597, while Henry's ambassadors, Bongar and Ansel, were urging in vain the princes of Germany to combine in a final and joint attack upon the King of Spain, Clement was working for peace. But Henry, anxious as he was to secure for his exhausted kingdom an interval of repose and recuperation, could not consent to any peace or truce which involved the retention by the Spaniards of the captured places on his northern frontier. To this list, Amiens was added on March 11th, 1597. When this town made its terms with the king, it was stipulated that no royal garrison should be quartered in its precincts. Nevertheless, relying on the strength of the fortifications and on the loyalty of the inhabitants, the king had selected Amiens as the depot for war material collected in view of the coming campaign. The commander of Dorlon, learning of this great accumulation of valuable stores, and also that the civic guard, although duly watchful during the hours of the night, relaxed its vigilance by day, planned an attack for the early hours of morning, and effected his entry into the town. Resistance was overpowered, the town was sacked, the military chest, artillery, and provisions fell into the hands of the Spaniards. The king determined that the first object must be the recovery of Amiens. Expedients were immediately devised for the collection of funds: a forced loan, a sale of new offices, an increase in the gabelle of salt. Lesdiguières was dispatched to take charge of Dauphiné. Aid was sent to the king's lieutenants in Brittany. The garrisons of Picardy were strengthened, and a small force was at once collected to begin the blockade. Measures were taken for the manufacture of a new siege train and the necessary ammunition. The constable was left in Paris to see to the execution of these orders. On March 12th, the king left the capital. Marshal de Biron had already been dispatched to make preparations for the blockade. The king began by visiting his garrisons, where he found the troops ready to disband for lack of pay. Promises and urgent messages for the supply of funds enabled him to meet this danger and to put out the fortresses in a state of defense. Long before the month of March was out, Biron was established at Longpré beyond the Somme to close the approaches from Flanders.
Corbie and Péquigny were strongly occupied.
To divert attention, attacks were made upon Arras and Dorlon, of which much cannot have been expected. On April 5th, the king himself designed and ordered the siege works necessary to cut off all access from the north. He then returned to Paris to introduce the Parlement to register the edicts framed in view of the extraordinary financial exigencies. "I come to demand alms," he said, "for those whom I have left on the frontier of Picardy." But a lit de justice was needed, and was held on May 21st. With the Parlement of Rouen he had a similar difficulty. To them he wrote, "I think rather of the danger of an invasion than of the formalities of law and ordinances. There is nothing irremediable except the loss of the state." The Parlement held out for 2 months and then registered the edicts. The emergency was indeed dangerous, the king's prestige was shaken, seditious attempts were made to seize Poitiers, Rouen, Rheims, Saint-Quentin, and Archduke Albert had hopes of securing Metz. The Vicomte de Tavannes was arrested, and exceptional measures had to be taken to restrain the Comte d'Auvergne from open rebellion. Meanwhile, in spite of the bankruptcy which had been forced upon Philip in the autumn of 1596, the Archduke Albert was collecting an army of 28,000 men to relieve Amiens. Elizabeth was entreated to make a diversion by attacking Calais, but she confined her aid to 2,000 men for 6 months. The Dutch sent their stipulated contingent of 4,000 men, but refused to initiate offensive operations on their own part. But to propositions of peace from Spain the king replied, "I will speak of it further when I have recovered Amiens, Calais, and Ardres." Infantry was raised in the various provinces, the nobility were called up, and promised to remain in arms until Amiens had fallen. Rosny, who was now supreme in the financial council, was stimulated to the utmost exertions, and supported in every step which he thought necessary. The pay and provisions for the siege of Amiens were regularly supplied up to the end, and almost from the first. On June 7th, Henry reappeared in the camp of Amiens. The army of investment was not yet much larger than 6,000 foot, with a small force of cavalry. Nevertheless, Biron had done wonders. The work of circumvallation to the north was nearly completed. The forces were soon raised to 12,000 foot and 3,000 horse, and before the siege was ended there were 30,000 men about the town. The line of the Somme was now strengthened at every possible point of crossing to prevent relief from reaching the city by a circuit from the south. On July 17th a dangerous sortie was made, but was eventually beaten back. 45 cannon were now battering the walls. Saint-Luc showed conspicuous ability in the command of the artillery, and his death on September 5th was a great loss. Early in September the Archduke Albert left Douai with a relieving army of 18,000 men and 3,000 horse, 7,000 being left to guard his communications. The proposal to cross the Somme below Corbie was thought too dangerous, and a more direct advance upon the besiegers was substituted. On the 15th the Spanish army appeared upon the banks of the Somme, about 6 miles below Amiens. The enemy, while detaching a small force to attempt the passage of the Somme, advanced to Longpré, which had been fortified by the advice of the Duke of Mayenne. On the approach of the main army he sent forward trustworthy supports to strengthen this position. An attack upon it was repulsed, and the attempts to cross the Somme was frustrated by Henry's dispositions. and the troops which reached the southern bank being driven back with serious losses. On the 16th, the Archduke retired in good order, Henry having decided not to risk a general engagement. On September 25th, Amiens capitulated. After this, the town was held by a royal garrison. This success opened to Henry the prospect of an honorable peace. Philip II knew that his days were numbered. He was anxious to leave to his son a peaceful succession. He desired to make provision for his daughter, the Infanta Isabel Clara Eugenia. It was clear that nothing worth the sacrifices involved could be gained by prolonging the war with France, and he still cherished hopes of recovering the United Provinces. His ally, the Duke of Savoy, had been hard-pressed in the south. Lediguière had invaded his territory and occupied the whole territory of the Maurienne. The forces of Savoy had been defeated in several engagements. Prince Maurice had taken advantage of the expedition of Archduke Albert to carry his arms far and wide into Gelder, Overijssel, Frisia, and even into Westphalia, and the electorate of Cologne. The expedition which left Farel in October for Brittany and Cornwall was scattered by storms. In October, Philip opened negotiations with France. In November, he pushed them with more sincerity. Henry began to hope. His chief difficulty was with his allies. So recently as 1596, he had concluded an offensive and defensive alliance with England and the Dutch, and had promised not to make peace without their consent. In order to give some color to his defection, he pressed upon the Estates General in November the necessity of more ample and vigorous assistance in a joint and general war for the conquest of the Spanish Netherlands. To Elizabeth, de Mace was sent to make similar representations, but it would have been difficult to satisfy Henry. He was bent upon peace on the condition of recovering his lost towns. These diplomatic demonstrations were only intended to prepare his allies and to give some excuse for his desertion of them. The state of his kingdom required peace, and herein lay his real justification. The cool reception given by Elizabeth to his proposals was natural enough in the circumstances, and could not be considered to relieve him of his obligation. On January 12th, Henry authorized his representatives to negotiate with the Archduke at Vervins for peace. The chief difficulty was the condition on which the king thought it necessary to insist, that England and the United Provinces should be admitted to the peace if they desired. When this had been surmounted, the Peace of Vervins was concluded, May 2nd, 1598. The Treaty of Quetto-Cambrésis was put in force again. Henry recovered all his conquered places in Picardy, as well as the fort of Blavet in Brittany. The Duke of Savoy was included in the treaty, and the question of Saluzzo, which he had seized from France towards the end of the reign of Henry III, was to be decided by papal arbitration. The Swiss were comprised in the agreement with their allies, a term which by implication covered Geneva. Neither Elizabeth nor the United Provinces elected to join in the treaty, but Henry continued his unofficial assistance to the Dutch, first by repaying gradually the sums which they had advanced to him, and afterwards by subsidies, which ultimately amounted to 2 million livres a year. About the same time, the Grand Duke of Tuscany was persuaded to give up the Château d'If and other places commanding Marseille, which he held as security for his loan of 3.6 million livres. Meanwhile, the king had completed his preparations for the armed reduction of Brittany. His intervention on this side of France was the more necessary, since Protestants, headed by the Duke of Bouillon and La Trémouille, and leagued by the Duke of Montpensier and the Comte de Soissons, had long been threatening trouble in Poitou, Limousin, Berry, Auvergne, and neighboring provinces. The disturbed condition of these provinces, where League captains still retained some centers for their depredations, was the excuse, but the ambition working on religious disaffection for political ends inspired the movement. In February 1598, the king set out from Paris. On his way, he passed through Anjou and Touraine, and used the opportunity to extinguish remaining sparks of disorder due to the League, and to overawe the leaders of Protestant disaffection. For 10 years, the province of Brittany had been the arena not only of faction and party strife, but also of foreign armies, English and Spanish. Now that the king had been converted and received by the Pope, the peace party was strong among the Bretons, as was proved by spontaneous demonstrations in Dinant, Saint-Malo, and Morlaix. But Mercoeur still held the strong city of Nantes, inaccessible at certain seasons, and his strength was not contemptible. Besides 5,000 Spaniards at Blavet, he had 2,000 men under his own command. 12 places acknowledged him in Brittany and Poitou, each of which was said to be strong enough to stand a siege. The reasons, therefore, which induced Henry to compromise with Villars, Mayenne, Épernon, and others, existed here in greater force, and Mercoeur made a very profitable bargain. The Duke and his followers received a complete amnesty and more than 4 million livres in return for the surrender of the province, the cities, and the castles, and it was agreed that Mercoeur's daughter should be married to the natural son of Henry and Gabrielle d'Estrées, César, afterwards Duke of Vendôme. At the conclusion of this treaty at Pont-de-Sey, March 20th, the submission of the whole northwestern district and the extirpation of the last centers of disorder speedily followed, and the evacuation of Blavet by the Spaniards after the Treaty of Vervins completed the reunion of France under one king. Henry moved on to Nantes and held an assembly of the estates of the province of Brittany. All the irregular imposts of the unquiet time were abolished, and arrears of taxes remitted. In return for these benefits, the estates granted a special vote of 800,000 livres for the coming year. At Nantes, the moment seemed to have come to settle the status of the Protestants on a more satisfactory, if not on a permanent, basis. The famous edict, signed in April 1598, consolidated the privileges which the Calvinists already possessed by the various declarations and edicts previously passed.
The Declaration of Saint Cloud, 1589, the Edict of Mont, 1591, the Articles of Mont, 1593, and the Edict of Saint-Germain, 1594.
Although the registration of the Edict of Mont and the Edict of Saint-Germain had been delayed, it had been finally accorded. Complete liberty of conscience and of secret worship, local rights of public worship in 200 Protestant towns, and some 3,000 castles of Protestant seigneurs haute justiciers, and in one city, each bailliage and sénéchaussée of the kingdom, free access to all public offices. These rights the Calvinists already possessed, except in Provence and the bailliages of Rouen, Amiens, and Paris. At the Assembly of St. Foy, 1594, they had claimed far more. They had planned for the division of the kingdom into 10 circles, each with its separate council authorized to collect taxes, to maintain troops, and to accumulate war material. A central assembly of deputies, one from each of the 10 circles, was to combine and harmonize the common policy. There was also talk of a foreign protector to preside over this internal and independent state. The object of the edict, which bears the stamp of a temporary measure, was to extend religious liberty so far as was consistent with the temper of the time and with special conditions made with rebellious towns and districts, and to limit political independence so far as was compatible with the not unnatural fears and suspicions of the Protestants, who still remembered the day of St. Bartholomew and the ascendancy of the Guises. Liberty of public worship was extended to 2 places in every bailliage or sénéchaussée. A limited number of seigneurs, not haute justiciers, were allowed to establish public worship in their castles, and in all places where it already existed it was authorized. The king assigned a sum of money for Protestant schools and colleges, and authorized gifts and bequests for this purpose. Full civil rights and full civil protection were granted to all Protestants, and special chambers, chambres de l'édit, were established in the Parlement to try cases in which Protestants were interested. In Paris, this chamber was composed of specially selected Catholics with 1 Protestant councillor. In Bordeaux, Toulouse, Grenoble, 1/2 of the members were to be Protestant. The admissibility of Protestants to all public offices was confirmed, and even the Parlement of Paris admitted 6 Protestant councillors. The political privileges granted were of a liberal, even a dangerous character. The Calvinists were allowed to hold both religious synods and public assemblies on obtaining royal permission. The condition was at first omitted in the case of the synods, but was later seen to be necessary. They retained the complete control of 200 cities which they still held, including such powerful strongholds as La Rochelle, Montpellier, and Montauban. The king agreed to supply funds for the maintenance of the garrisons and the fortifications, hoping, it may be, in this manner to retain a hold upon them. The possession of these cities and towns was at first only guaranteed until 1607, but it was prolonged until 1612. If, as may be surmised, Henry looked forward to a time when this provisional guarantee should no longer be thought requisite, that hope, like many others, remained unfulfilled at his death. After considerable opposition on the part of the Parlement, the edict was finally registered in 1599 at Paris, and the other Parlements sooner or later accepted it with some restrictions. The edict, according to modern ideas, grants more and less than was desirable. Religious liberty was incomplete, while local political liberty was excessive and dangerous. The reasons for both defects are too obvious to require explanation, and, in spite of them all, the registration of the Edict of Nantes in 1599 worthily marks the completion of the first part of Henry's work in France. Union was now restored, the League was at an end, an honorable peace had been concluded with Spain, the frontiers of France had been recovered, order was established throughout the land, and a law securing adequate religious liberty was not only enrolled but respected. The remaining years of Henry's reign, in spite of some trifling wars and the menacing storm cloud that arose before his death, were years of peace and returning prosperity. The way was now clear for administrative reform, but before attempting an estimate of what was achieved in that direction, it will perhaps be well to conclude the narrative events which henceforth admit of more summary treatment. The controversy with the Duke of Savoy concerning the Marquisate of Saluzzo was left by the Peace of Vervins to the arbitration of the Pope. The Treaty of Quetto-Combercy assigned the disputed territory to France, so that the arbitration seemed to be an easy matter. But the Pope soon found that the parties were irreconcilable, and in 1599 he renounced his ungrateful task. Direct negotiation proved equally fruitless. It was plain that the Duke of Savoy relied upon arms to maintain his claim. Fuentes, the Spanish governor of Milan, encouraged him to hope for Spanish aid, and it is probable that he relied upon the help of friends in France. Henry offered to exchange Saluzzo for Bresse and certain neighboring territories. Abundant time was given for the consideration of this offer, but the Duke continued to temporize, and at length in August 1600 the king decided to resort to arms. Rosny, who was now not only surintendant of finance, but also Grand Master of the artillery, had raised the funds and constructed the finest siege train that had hitherto been seen. An army under Biron was directed to invade Bresse, another under Lesdiguières to invade Savoy. On the same day, August 13th, the towns of Bourg in Bresse and Montmélian in Savoy were taken by assault, and Chambéry opened its gates. In spite of understandings between Biron and the Duke of Savoy, and secret information supplied by the latter, the campaign resembled a military promenade. Castles reputed impregnable melted like wax under the fire of the new and powerful artillery. The king, after seeing all that was going well in Savoy, joined the army of Bresse, and under his eye any traitorous dispositions on the part of Biron were left little chance. The fall of the citadel of Montmélian, November 16th, completed the military occupation of Savoy and Bresse, with the exception of the citadel of Bourg. The fort of Sainte-Catherine, a constant menace to Geneva, was destroyed. On January 17, 1601, the Duke of Savoy was obliged to come to terms, and ceded in return for Saluzzo the lands of Bresse, Bugey, Gex, and Valromey, in lieu of an indemnity. The king rounded off his territory in France, and seemed to renounce the Italian ambitions of his predecessors. During this period, another urgent desire of the king had been fulfilled. He had long been separated from his wife, Margaret Valois, and the fear that Gabrielle d'Estrées might be her successor had alone prevented the queen from agreeing to a divorce. The death of Gabrielle, April 10, 1599, removed this obstacle. The papal court proved complacent, the queen agreed, and on December 17, 1599, the marriage was dissolved. A conditional promise of marriage to another mistress, Henriette de Balzac d'Entragues, threatened to interpose another difficulty, but the conditions were not fulfilled, and Henry was free to marry the princess of his choice, Maria de' Medici, who became his wife on October 5, 1600. On September 27, 1601, the queen gave an heir to France. Other children were afterwards born, and all fear as to the succession was now removed. End of section 68. Section 69 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20, Henry IV of France by Stanley Leathes, Part 3. The career of Henry IV is an unfinished career. The Peace of Vervins marks the end of the first period. By 1598, internal peace had been established, and external peace, until 1610, was only disturbed by the brief war with Savoy. The second period was a period of peace, but of peace as a preparation for war. The third period had just begun when the assassin's dagger cut short the execution of that policy, which, after all apocryphal details have been struck out, may still deserve to be termed his great design. The exact nature of the king's plans cannot now be ascertained. Of the fantastic and discredited imaginations of Sully, little use can be made, and that only with the greatest caution. More may be learnt from the confidential correspondence of the king, if care can be taken to distinguish between schemes entertained for a moment and indications of settled and continuous policy. But the safest guide to the ultimate aims of Henry is the study of his action as a whole, from the Peace of Vervins to the outbreak of the Clèves Juliche War. Reserve, restraint, economy, organization, silent and steadfast advance, the gradual addition of alliance to alliance, indicate that the purpose was so great as to require the employment of all available resources. The establishment of universal toleration may have been subsidiary to the main design, but religion was consistently postponed to politics. The real end was the political hegemony of Europe, which could only be obtained at the expense of the House of Habsburg as a whole. For a time, antagonism appears to be mainly directed against Spain, but as the combinations widen and mature, the Austrian house is seen to be also included, and against Austria, in fact, the first blow was actually directed. Some years were needed for the settlement of unsolved domestic problems. The final dissolution of the League, the peace with Spain, and the Edict of Mont did not free the realm of France from elements of disquiet, disunion, and intrigue, and the play of these forces was seldom unaffected by external influences. The conspiracies of the years 1598 to 1606 are compounded from the potent ingredients of personal ambition and religious discontent. They work upon a society not yet weaned from traditions of faction and disorder, and they rely upon the secret support of Spanish ambassadors and the Spanish court. In Biron, personal ambition predominates. In Bouillon, it is strengthened by the impulses of a party chief. In the Comte d'Auvergne and his sister, Henriette d'Entragues, a personal, almost dynastic motive prevails, but the several conspirators work together with each other and with Spain, though the diversity of their several ends facilitates the operations of defense. The old Marshal de Biron had been one of the first to adopt the cause of Henry after his accession. He had demanded a substantial price for his adhesion, but having received it, he did good work. His conduct on one or two occasions, notably at the siege of Rouen, gave cause for suspicion that he was prolonging the war in order to enhance the value of his own services. Such suspicions are, however, easier to conceive than to confirm, and he had given his life for the king. After his death, his son stood high in Henry's favor. He was a dashing soldier, and at Amiens he had shown himself before the king's arrival a good commander. After the king joined the besieging army, Biron's jealousy, vanity, and uncertain temper impaired his usefulness. He was already in communication with the Archduke. Later, it is said, he confessed that he purposefully left the important position of Longpre undefended, in order that the Archduke might throw succor into the city, and that the king might thus still be dependent upon himself. This omission was retrieved by Mayenne's foresight, and the purpose of the conspirator was defeated. The king loaded Biron with favors. He was made a marshal, a duke, and governor of Burgundy. But his ambition does not seem to have been satisfied. During the war with Savoy, he was in communication with Charles Emmanuel and with Fuentes, and several acts of treachery are laid to his charge. The Duke of Savoy had promised him his daughter in marriage, and this alliance, suspicious in itself, was rendered more suspicious by concealment. In 1601 he made a partial confession to the king, who freely pardoned him, but it seems that nevertheless he continued his secret intrigues. The scope of his designs was wide and vague. There can be no doubt that he was in communication with the Duke of Savoy, with the Viceroy of Milan, and with the King of Spain, and that he approached all who were supposed to be malcontent, the Duke of Bouillon, the Comte d'Auvergne, La Trémouille, the Comte de Soissons, the Duke of Montpensier, the Duke of Épernon, and endeavored to organize a rising, which, if successful, would have led to the dismemberment of France in the interests of private ambition, Protestant particularism, and Catholic exclusiveness. To reconcile these diverse interests would have been difficult, if not impossible. Even at the outset, this difficulty became apparent. The king's prestige was growing day by day, and the prospects of the conspirators seemed by no means hopeful. Bouillon and Auvergne, however, were certainly implicated in Biron's designs. Henry was well aware that Biron was engaged in dangerous intrigues. In September 1601, he sent him on a mission to Elizabeth, who gave him a very suggestive lecture on the fate of Essex. But the lesson did not avail, and in 1602 significant preparations abroad, which could not be concealed, seemed to indicate that the plot, whatever its nature, was nearly mature. At this stage it was discovered that Laughton, a discarded agent of Biron, was ready to make disclosures. Laughton was sent for, the king listened, and took the measures to defeat the plot. All the suspected personages found that the king required their presence on important business. Some gave satisfactory assurances, but Bouillon and La Trémouille kept away. By an ingenious device, all artillery was withdrawn from Biron's province of Burgundy, and troops were massed in every dangerous quarter. At length Biron consented to appear before the king at Fontainebleau, where he arrived on June 12, 1602. The king knew all, or nearly all, but he was still anxious to save the marshal, whom he seems to have dearly loved. A confession and complete submission would have saved him, but no confession or submission was forthcoming. The marshal was too proud or too suspicious. He protested his complete ignorance of any criminal intention other than those which he had previously admitted. There was no other way. Biron and Auvergne were arrested. Biron was sent to trial before the Parlement. The verbal pardon which he pleaded had no legal validity. It was more than doubtful whether the pardon covered all his offences up to its date. It could not cover subsequent proceedings. Among the documents put into court and acknowledged by the accused was a memorial of some length and considerable detail, supplying full information about the king's army to the Duke of Savoy. This and other autographed documents supplied by Laughton made the case clear, even without his verbal testimony, and justice took its course. On July 31st, the marshal suffered the death penalty. There is much that is doubtful, much that is unintelligible, in the case of Biron, but it can hardly be doubted that he was guilty, and that the king did his utmost to save him. After 4 months of imprisonment, Auvergne made a full confession and received his pardon. Many details were ascertained after Biron's death. Auvergne may have owed his safety to his half-sister, Henriette d'Entragues, Marquise de Verneuil, the king's mistress. But the family deserved little consideration. The promise of marriage, mentioned above, was the excuse for their discontent. It not only gave plausible ground for a grievance, It opened the way for vague claims to the succession on behalf of Henriette's children. In 1604, the king demanded and obtained its restitution. A little later, all the intrigues which the family had been carrying on with Spain and with Bouillon became known, and the father, the daughter, and Auvergne were arrested. Henriette was pardoned. Auvergne, who was indiscreet enough to quarrel with the still powerful mistress, was, however, kept a prisoner. But his plot, and the previous attempt of the Prince of Joinville, son of the Duke of Guise, served mainly to show how firmly the king's power was established. Even the Duke of Bouillon, though a prince of the empire, connected by widespread relations and alliances with the Protestant German princes, could do little more than advertise his discontent. The Protestant leaders of France rejected his treasonable overtures when these were laid before him. After the discovery of his share in Biron's plot, Bouillon took flight to Germany, where he endeavored to raise the Protestant princes against Henry, and, failing in this attempt, he retired to his capital of Sedan. When at length, in 1606, it seemed opportune to bring this troublesome intriguer to reason, Henry occupied his territory and capital almost without firing a shot. Sedan received a royal governor and a royal garrison, and Bouillon was completely reconciled to the king. La Trémouille had died in 1604, and the expedition of Sedan closed the last source of internal weakness. The effect is at once seen in the firmer action taken by Henry in the diplomatic questions which he had in hand. The disaffection of the Protestants throughout these years gave strength to every hostile maneuver. It must be remembered that the Edict of Mont, favorable as it was in many respects to the Protestants, did not put the two religions on a complete equality. While the exercise of the Catholic religion was introduced everywhere, even into Béarn, the Protestant worship was confined to a limited number of places. Complete freedom of speech could not be allowed to the Calvinists. The public identification of the Pope with the Antichrist could not be permitted in a Catholic country. Such latitude could not be allowed, even to Duplessis Mornay. But, when the king protested, he had some difficulty in preventing the Protestants from adopting this identification as a substantive part of their confession. In 1603, the king thought it desirable to conciliate the Jesuits, and allowed them to return to certain specified places in those parts of his kingdom from which they had been excluded since 1595. This act was ill received, not only by the Protestants, but also by the Gallican Parlement of Paris, and was only registered after the vigorous intervention of the king, 1604. In face of this apparent evidence of unfavorable intention, the Protestants held the more firmly to their privilege of political assemblage, which the king rightly felt to be so dangerous. The conflict of purpose came to a head at the Assembly of Châtel-Hérault in 1605, for which the king reluctantly gave his permission, on condition that his commissary was to attend the proceedings. Rosny was nominated as commissary, and the proceedings of the Assembly at first took a menacing direction. On July 26, the deputies of the Reformed renewed the oath to the Union of Evangelical Churches, promising to keep secret all resolutions which might be adopted, and to devote their lives and property to the maintenance of such resolutions against whosoever should attempt to frustrate them. This oath was not relieved of its factious and rebellious character by the reservation of humble obedience to the king, but Henry's protest, conveyed through Rosny, brought the Protestants to their senses. No further steps were taken for the execution of the designs implied in the oath, and the deputies were eventually contented with the permission to retain their fortified places until 1612. The assembly then broke up, and the king and his Protestant subjects were once more at peace. While Henry had ambitious subjects who were unsatisfied with the highest position attainable by them under the monarchy, and had to reckon with an organized Protestant community whose latent discontent might at any time lead to civil war, Spain had also a subject population whose grievances gave opportunity for external intrigue. The Moriscos, on whom the prosperity of Valencia and Granada chiefly rested, and who were powerful even in Aragon, had for more than a century suffered the most galling forms of religious, political, and national oppression. No means had been spared to stamp out their religions, their customs, their speech. The Moriscos rendered outward obedience to force, but inwardly they clung more obstinately to their religion and to their nationality. Their industry supported agriculture, the arts, commerce, and banking in the provinces where they settled. They were in relation with the Berbers of Africa and with the Turks. In 1602 they opened negotiations with Henry, who saw an opportunity to retaliate for Spanish intrigues among his own subjects. A general Moorish rising was planned to which Henry was to contribute arms and leaders. But the moment was not propitious for decisive action on the part of France. The negotiations were allowed to drag on until 1605, when everything became known. The Spaniards had agents in France, by whom the most secret designs of the French court were divulged. Lust, the confidential secretary of Villeroy, was in their pay, and was discovered in 1605. Thus the Moorish conspiracy came to light, and the negotiations only gave an excuse for the final expulsion of the Moriscos in 1609, which proved indeed almost as disastrous for Spain as a successful Moorish rising could have been. The only evidence that Henry could then give of his friendly disposition towards this unhappy people was to receive with kindness the fugitives who were driven across his boundaries, and to supply them with means of transport to the country of their choice. Thus the Peace of Vervins, though it brought to an end open hostilities between France and Spain, did not, indeed could not, terminate mutual animosity and rivalry between the two powers, the one still struggling to maintain a precarious hegemony, the other justly aspiring to equal influence, and ambitious of superiority. Neither power was prepared for open hostilities. Both were exhausted and desirous of repose. Each was, however, willing to use any means short of open war to secure an advantage. Each was willing to ignore an attack, provided it was decently disguised. Thus the Spanish attempts in 1601 to seize Marseille and Metz were allowed to pass unnoticed. Their disavowals in the cases of Biron and Auvergne were accepted. When Henry, in 1602, stopped the Neapolitan troops passing up the Rhine towards Flanders, his action led to altercations, but not to war. His schemes against Perpignan in 1603, though discovered, were not openly resented. The superiority of Henry's policy is seen in the more careful economy of his resources. The Spaniards continued the long struggle with the Netherlands long after it was evidently hopeless. Where Henry contented himself with diplomatic means, as in the questions of the Grisons and the dispute between Venice and the Pope, the Spanish power was drained by expensive armaments which were never brought into action. The internal management of France was prudent and sparing, that of Spain extravagant and corrupt. Thus, if it had come to an open conflict between the two powers, France would have been found complete in equipment and organization, able to bear the strain of long campaigns, and rich in reproductive vitality. Though the machinery was never put to the test, we may yet admire the plans. In the secret duel between the two powers, the advantage at first lay with the Spaniards. It was hope of Spanish support that drove Savoy into war with France. Similar expectations inspired the attack made by Savoy on Geneva in 1602. The failure of that attack, and the dissatisfaction of Charles Emmanuel with the material advantages gained by this close alliance with Spain, gradually alienated Savoy from the Spanish, and urged her to court the French connection. From 1603 onwards, negotiations between Charles Emmanuel and France were in constant progress. In return for his alliance, which opened the road to Italy, the Duke hoped to secure the restoration of the lands ceded by the Peace of Lyons, and in addition the right to conquer Geneva. Henry was determined to bring him over to his side without paying any such price, and by patience he eventually succeeded. The renewal of friendly relations with Savoy showed that the king was once more turning his eyes toward Italy, and in fact Henry began gradually to form connections with Italian powers. The Grand Duke of Tuscany, alienated from Spain by the fortification of Pont Longon in Elba, drew closer for a time the ties of friendship that from the first he had maintained with Henry. Modena and Mantua showed cautious leanings in the same direction. In the dispute between Venice and the Pope concerning the Venetian jurisdiction over the clergy, the relation of the religious orders and the state authority, the taxation of the clergy, and similar questions, both powers put out their utmost diplomatic resources, and Spain made serious preparations for war, 1606-7. But the credit of securing the final settlement remained with the French diplomats, Joyeuse, Duperron, and Defresne, and though the Pope might cherish rancor at his virtual defeat, the Venetians had expected more than diplomatic support, yet the matter was arranged according to the wishes of Henry, and his prestige was thus materially raised without the expenditure of men or money. The renewed interest of France in Italy was also seen in the affair of the Grisons. In 1602, the Spaniards had succeeded in preventing the Grey Leagues from renewing their alliance with France. But undeterred by this defeat, Henry aspired not only to friendship with the Leagues, but to predominant influence with them as controlling the Valtelline, and therewith the communications between Milan and the Spanish and Austrian dominions north of the Alps. In 1603 he succeeded in concluding an alliance between the Grisons and Venice. The Grisons were peculiarly susceptible to Spanish influence, because their country depended for its supplies upon the Duchy of Milan. The alliance with Venice opened for them an alternative source of supply, and the Spanish governor of Milan found that neither the exclusion of the Grisons from the Milanese markets, nor the erection of fortresses on the Grisons' frontier, availed any longer to bend the mountaineers to his will. The leagues wavered and negotiated, and for years the conflict continued. Finally, in 1607, French influence won the day. The Franco-Venetian alliance was confirmed, and for the time, the Valtelline was closed to Spanish ambition. Henry's antagonism to Spain was to be seen not only in the diplomatic field. Though in 1602 he declined an offensive and defensive alliance with England and the United Provinces, he encouraged the latter with large subsidies of money, and allowed French regiments to serve in the Low Countries. He rejected all proposals made by Clement VIII for an alliance between France and Spain. Although at one time he seemed inclined to listen to suggestions of a marriage between the little Dauphin and the Infanta Anna, his real wishes in the matter were never seriously tested, and the overtures were soon abandoned. Nor was he disposed to make a distinction between the Austrian branch of the House of Habsburg and the Spanish branch. Though his direct interest came less frequently into collisions with the Austrians, his animus was clearly shown by his refusal in 1602 to aid the Austrians against the Turks. He maintained, in fact, the policy, inherited from Francis I, of friendship with the Turks, whom he encouraged by all the means in his power to war against the Austrian monarchy, and against Spain in the Mediterranean. It is hardly necessary to say that in the most important part of Henry's foreign policy during these years, the hardly disguised support which he gave to the United Provinces, his action was not disinterested. Apart from the constant drain of Spanish treasure and troops which he thereby occasioned at small expense to himself, he cherished hopes that the provinces would at last be induced to accept his sovereignty. In 1606 he put before the Estates General proposals to this effect, and suggested a joint campaign for the conquest of the Austrian Netherlands. The Estates ingeniously met the inconvenient proposition by pointing out that so important a step could not be taken without consulting the provincial estates. As they foresaw, Henry shrank from the involved publicity. Alternative plans for territorial concessions in return for increased support were similarly declined, and this pressure from their powerful ally may have inclined the provinces to accept the 8-month suspension of hostilities offered by the archdukes, March 1607, and to begin negotiations for a permanent peace. Unwelcome as this action was to Henry, he adapted himself to the change of circumstances so soon as he was convinced that the provinces really desired peace, and was determined to have a hand in molding the conditions. It was to his interest that the terms should be as unfavorable to Spain as possible, and therefore he could safely throw the whole of his diplomatic weight upon the side of the provinces. He could do this the more safely, since the failure of the negotiations would be even more advantageous to him than the most favorable treaty of peace. In accordance with this policy, he concluded, January 1608, a defensive alliance with the provinces, without waiting for the adhesion of England, which had been sought. Meanwhile, he endeavored by every means in his power to detach Archduke Albert from the court of Madrid, and even hoped that his offices as a mediator might be requested. The negotiations dragged on, and side issues arose. Henry pursued for some time with zeal the scheme of a marriage between Philip's second son, Carlos, and his own daughter, Christine. The united and independent Netherlands were to be their marriage portion on the death of Albert and his consort. But this scheme was little likely to commend itself to Spain, against whom it was in fact directed. The Spaniards required as a condition previous to the consideration of any marriage proposals that Henry should abandon the cause of the provinces. Thus, after delaying for some months the conclusion of a lasting truce, these negotiations broke down. On the vital points of the negotiations, Henry consulted his own interests. The Indian trade did not concern him. The freedom demanded for Catholic worship in the provinces was a delicate point, and he steered as well as he could between his duty to the Catholic religion and his desire not to offend the susceptibilities of the Dutch. He opposed all proposals for a rectification of boundaries, wishing to perpetuate difficult relations between the two Netherland states. At first, his preference was for a peace, as against a prolonged truce, but when the conditions demanded on either side appeared irreconcilable, it was Genin who introduced the States General to put forward proposals for a lengthy truce. Throughout the negotiations, Henry continued his subsidies, and in September 1608, when a rupture seemed imminent, he sent reinforcements of 4,000 men. His envoys worked upon the Archduke Albert to induce him to grant the indispensable recognition of Dutch independence, October 16, 1608. All attempts on the part of Spain to detach the king from his Dutch allies failed. The marriage negotiations never reached a hopeful stage, and the special Spanish envoy, Don Pedro de Toledo, only succeeded in impressing Henry with a deep sense of the insincerity of his own government. Henry rejected absolutely the proposal for a conclusion of a truce unaccompanied by a recognition of Dutch independence, and the attempts of Spain to escape from such a concession of independence, though it had been promised by Archduke Albert, made an unfavorable impression even upon Pope Paul V. Finally, the Spanish court decided to grant the truce on the basis in question, and without insisting on freedom for the Catholic worship in the United Provinces. Henry might consider that his wishes were accomplished, but his hostility to Spain had been intensified by the unsatisfactory course of the long negotiations. Before the old controversy was extinguished by the conclusion of the 12 years' truce, April 9, 1609, material for a new one was provided. On March 25th, Duke John William of Jülich-Cleves-Burg had died without issue. Henry had already taken measures to build up a league under the leadership of France in the view of a great European struggle. At the beginning of 1608, his long and patient pressure upon Charles Emmanuel of Savoy led at length to unmistakable proof that the Duke had determined to break conclusively with Spain. The leader of the Spanish party in Savoy, d'Aubigny, was arrested and put to death in prison. This decisive indication of a change in policy was followed by the marriage of two princesses of Savoy, linking their house in the most public manner with two of the more independent states of Italy, Modena and Mantua. That Charles had influence at Rome had been proved by the recent nomination of his son Maurice as cardinal, and the tendency of these events was the more marked, inasmuch as both the marriage alliances and the elevation of Maurice had been strenuously opposed by Spain. But the negotiations of Henry for a Spanish marriage during the year 1608, his suspicions of Charles Emmanuel, and the demands still put forward by the Duke for a cession of territory, retarded the rapprochement between Savoy and France. When the attempts to secure peace for the Netherlands appeared to have failed, Henry turned with proposals for an offensive and defensive alliance to Savoy and Venice. When the outlook improved, these proposals were withdrawn. The Duke, meanwhile, was becoming more and more estranged from Spain. He had endeavored to use the advances of France to extort better terms from Philip. Then, when his expectations were disappointed, he let his irritation be seen, until the Spaniards were persuaded of his confirmed hostility. Meanwhile, France had been rendered suspicious by his double maneuvers. And so, the negotiations dragged on, month after month, and the offensive and defensive alliance, on which the execution of Henry's plans depended, did not take shape until the end of 1609. But the position was such that the final adhesion of Savoy to France could hardly be doubted, for France could offer the Duke territorial extension in the direction of Milan. Spain, on the other hand, could only enrich him at her own expense, which she was not likely to do. End of section 69. Section 70 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 20, Henry IV of France by Stanley Leathes, Part 4. Henry's interest in Germany had always been subordinate to more immediate objects. He had endeavored to win the Protestant princes for the aid of the United Provinces. He had occupied himself occasionally with the question of the imperial succession. When there was fear that the Spanish king might wish to secure it for himself, he had expressed his intention in such an event of presenting himself as a candidate, 1600. He had attempted in 1602 and 1605 to induce the Duke of Bavaria to come forward. He had consulted with his German friends as to the choice to be made among Habsburg claimants. Albert of the Netherlands, Ferdinand of Styria, were all at hazards to be opposed. Matthias or Maximilian of Tyrol were regarded as preferable. But no selection of a successor actually took place, and all these questions remained in the sphere of diplomacy. More important was Henry's scheme for a union of the Protestant German powers, to which he should stand in the relation of ally and protector. From 1599 onwards, we find him urging the conclusion of such a union, but the German princes were suspicious. They were alienated by the king's delay in paying the debts he had contracted, they sympathized with Bouillon, and hence they refused to contract any French alliance. In 1607, however, the scheme began to gain ground, and in 1608 a part of Henry's scheme was fulfilled by the formation of the Evangelical Union. The keen interest taken by Henry in these negotiations proves that his policy was directed not only against Spain, but also against the Austrian branch of the House of Habsburg. Rudolph was then tottering on his throne, and the disunion in the House of Austria increased Henry's advantage. The question of the Jülich-Cleves inheritance had long occupied the minds of European statesmen, and especially of Henry IV. The matter concerned him nearly. If the territories in question were added to the Habsburg dominions, the pressure of this house upon his eastern frontier would be redoubled. The United Provinces would be threatened, and the might of uncompromising Catholicism, to which Henry, whatever his religious profession, was always by temperament and policy opposed, would be dangerously increased. As early as 1599, Bongar, the French ambassador, called the attention of the Elector Palatine to the question. In 1602, Henry warned the Landgrave of Hesse-Kassel, and put forward his proposal for a friendly arrangement between the three Protestant claimants, Brandenburg, Neuburg, and Zweibrücken, and intended to avoid the danger of division among the natural opponents of the Habsburg ambitions. In 1605, Brandenburg and the Palatinate concluded a league, which the United Provinces joined, but Louis of Neuburg was on bad terms with his Palatine relative, the Elector, and purposed to push his own claim separately when the time came. The formation of the union was favorable to the prospects of a Protestant succession in the disputed duchies, but any peaceful agreement between the Protestant claimants seemed far off, when in March 25, 1609, the inheritance actually became vacant. However, Henry's policy to exclude at all hazards the Habsburgs and to secure the provinces for Protestant rulers was at first so far successful that Brandenburg and Neuburg agreed, June 10, 1609, to occupy and govern the duchies in common. The aid of the Union was secured for them, and Henry threw all the weight of his influence on the side of the two princes. He would have been satisfied to secure the peaceful possession of the disputed duchies for Protestants, but he let it be known that he would meet force with force. The occasion for this did not seem far distant when the emperor charged with the execution of his sequestration under the Archduke Leopold, Bishop of Passau and Strasbourg, a zealous Catholic and a member of the Habsburg house. On July 23rd, Leopold obtained possession of the fortress of Jülich from the commandant, who was in Spanish pay. The Habsburg designs being thus revealed, Henry saw hopes of uniting Europe against the rival house. To this he addressed himself, with no fixed intention at the first, as it would seem, of making the present his occasion for the great effort which he long had had in mind. Preparations were, however, made for the immediate intervention if necessary. The Dutch were called upon to send the French regiments serving in their pay to the frontier of the disputed duchies. France began to arm. But it was not Henry's intention to challenge the Habsburgs single-handed. He set himself first to detach from them possible allies. The Elector of Saxony, who was himself a claimant, required the most careful handling. The Pope, at the outset, was eager to see a new district won for the Catholics, but he was persuaded that the Habsburgs, as usual, were using religion as a cloak for political schemes, and his neutrality was, for the time, at least secured. Attempts were made to excite the jealousy of the princes of the newly formed Catholic League, and to win in particular the Duke of Bavaria. On the other side, the unqualified and substantial support of the Evangelical Union might be hoped, but even here difficulties arose. The German princes were suspicious of Henry's intentions. Even the princes who had occupied the disputed duchies showed no steadfast determination to provide the necessary means for a campaign. The alliance with Savoy was now a certainty, but the crafty duke spun out the negotiations in the hope of extracting some concession. Attempts to win Venice failed, for the Signory displayed their customary caution. The United Provinces, though the king counted on them, were disinclined to sacrifice the hard-won benefits of peace. The Habsburg position was a strong one. With the exception of Venice, Savoy, Mantua, and the Pope, they controlled the policy of the independent states of Italy: Tuscany, Parma, Modena, Urbino, Genoa, Lucca. The Archduke Albert was forced to forget his desire for peace and prepare for war, and to take the definite step of cutting off access to Jülich Cleves by the Rhine at the fortress of Rheinberg. Henry's efforts with the Catholic League proved unsuccessful. The finances of Spain were in a bad condition, but her military strength was still formidable. The chief weakness lay in the hostile relations between Rudolf and Matthias, which tended to paralyze the Austrian house. Though Henry had good reason for regarding the Jülich Cleves complication as a likely opportunity for uniting Europe against the Habsburg house, by the autumn of 1609 he must have perceived that his more sanguine expectations were far from fulfillment. There are indications that his desire for war had begun to cool, when the flight of the Prince of Condé to the Spanish Netherlands to protect his wife from the king's pursuit, November 29th, and the protection and assistance which Condé received from Archduke Albert, introduced a new and irrational element into the situation. The diplomatic history of the next few months is filled with demands for the surrender of Condé and the restoration of the lady, pressed upon Archduke Albert, the Count of Spain, and afterwards on Milan, whither Condé had removed. The incident was exploited to the utmost by Spain in order to discredit the king. The conflict of interests rendered a collision probable in connection with Jülich Cleves. The form which the collision took was in partial accord with the great scheme which Henry no doubt cherished, but we are forced to recognize that at this time the king's judgment was obscured, and his movements were deflected by a disastrous passion. Thus, when he advanced to the execution of his life's design, the ground had been insufficiently prepared by diplomacy, and a part of the results of 11 years' watching, waiting, and scheming was sacrificed. Fevered and irresolute, Henry still pressed forward. The agreement for a marriage of the Princess Elizabeth of France with the eldest son of the Duke of Savoy was signed on December 28, 1609. In February, arrangements were made for a joint invasion of Milan, the king providing 12,000 foot and 2,000 horse, the duke supplying half that number and receiving 20 pieces of ordnance. The results of the Congress of the Union at Schwabisch Hall were disappointing. Boissis, the French envoy, did not even venture to mention to the delegates his master's ulterior aims, the exclusion of the Habsburgs from the imperial succession, and the conquest of the Spanish Netherlands. The king was obliged to be content with a contingent of 8,000 foot and 2,000 horse, half from the Union, half from the princes who were in occupation of Jülich Cleves. The Dutch declared their intention of limiting their support to the Jülich Cleves undertaking. No other effective alliances were forthcoming. Nevertheless, the king's scheme was for a general war. He was to advance himself on Jülich Cleves with about 30,000 men. So large a force seemed unnecessary, and the Netherlands were probably the ulterior objective. Lesdiguières, with the Duke of Savoy, was to invade Milan. La Force was to attack Navarre with 10,000 men. It is noticeable that the principal commands were given almost exclusively to Huguenots. Besides Lesdiguières and La Force, the Duke of Rohan was to command the Swiss contingent of 8,000 men. Rosny, since 1606 Duke of Sully, was the Grand Master of the artillery, and the Duke of Bouillon was to accompany the king. On the other hand, his opponents had not been idle. The army in the Netherlands had been brought up to more than 20,000 men. The Milanese was held by not less than 30,000, and the contingents were expected from Sicily and Naples, which could raise the total to 40,000. The semi-dependent princes were called upon for money or men. Troops were raised in Spain. In May, 25,000 were ready, and more were being collected. The emperor gave orders to raise men for Archduke Leopold. The Catholic League was also arming. The Duke of Savoy, Henry's only noteworthy ally, made it felt that he knew his own value. In the durable offensive and defensive alliance concluded at Brusolo, April 25, 1610, the forces to be provided for the Italian expedition were increased to 31,600. All conquests in Milan were to go to the Duke, and only trifling compensations were accorded to the king. On the other hand, Archduke Albert showed the keenest desire for peace, and granted leave for the king's army to pass through Luxembourg on their way to Jülich. Everything was ready. In May, the king was in Paris making his last dispositions before he joined his army at Chalon. The queen, Maria de' Medici, was appointed as regent with a council of 15 advisors. She was crowned at Saint-Denis on May 13th. On May 19th, the king was to leave for the front. On the 14th, as the king was driving in company with the Duke of Épernon through the Rue de la Ferronnerie, a block in the traffic brought his carriage to a foot's pace. A man, who had followed the king from the Louvre, seized the moment to spring forward and to strike him 2 blows in rapid succession in the left side with a knife. His death followed instantly. No trustworthy evidence has ever been brought forward to connect the act of François Ravaillac with any conspiracy. Under torture, he steadfastly maintained that he had no abettors or accomplices. He was moved, as it appears, by religious frenzy and the desire to strike down the treacherous Catholic who was taking up arms in the Protestant cause. He believed that his act would be welcome to the people of France. The execration with which it was received throughout the kingdom surprised and disappointed him. The enemies of France rejoiced, but the French people united as one man to deplore the loss of the most human and sympathetic of French kings. The universal and heartfelt grief of his subjects was due to Henry's achievements, no less than to his personal qualities. He had raised France from her nadir almost to her zenith. He had found her distracted, impoverished, desolated, impotent. He had left her united, prosperous, peaceful, flourishing, powerful. He had surmounted difficulties that seemed insurmountable. He had used the favor of fortune to his best advantage. His death arrived too soon for the completion of his ulterior schemes. It may also have saved him from his greatest blunder. In forcing on the general war on the occasion of the Jülich-Cleves dispute, he had been moved by passion rather than policy. His successors had still time to minimize and localize the danger. Had Henry lived, he would no doubt have succeeded in extricating himself from the difficulties incurred by his rashness, but it is probable that he would have consumed to little purpose a great part of the resources patiently accumulated in the course of many years. His highest qualities lay perhaps in the diplomatic sphere. In his relation with the League, these were well displayed. His victory over the rebels was due rather to tact and timely concessions than to force of arms. In dealing with the French Protestants, even greater tact and skill were required. After the peace, he showed the same qualities, making the power of France felt in every important question, never wasting his strength, never losing a chance. In Villeroy, the ideal state secretary, and in Jeannin, the skilled negotiator, he had able coadjutors who proved his wisdom in the choice of men, but he was always his own foreign minister. As a diplomatist, he was keen, quick-witted, versatile, prompt, patient. He was, on the other hand, perhaps too sanguine. He relied too much on the wisdom of his associates. He assumed they would put aside petty advantages, ignorant fears, and purblind doubts, and to see their true interests clearly. His scheme for a great European coalition could only have succeeded if several years of successful war had brought the falterers one by one into his camp. Policy dictated his opposition to the Habsburgs. He trusted that religion would bring him allies, and that fear of oppression or absorption would drive the weak to seek his protection. He found that the Protestants never trusted him and were jealous of each other, while the weak looked for safety in inaction. As a soldier, he was vigorous, rapid, intrepid, and clear-sighted. He never had an opportunity of showing the highest qualities of a strategist, but he did well whatever he had to do, and in his clear perception of the value of artillery, he was in advance of his time. In his recognition also of the close relation between finance and successful warfare, he showed himself a statesman. The commissariat and transport of his armies were served with care and method hitherto unknown in modern Europe. By regular pay he secured the discipline of his troops and diminished the evils of war. He endeavored to make France independent of foreign mercenaries, to dispense with German Reiter and Landsknecht, and to rely on French troops alone. For his last war he enrolled a force of Swiss, but the remainder of his troops were purely French. Of some 80,000 men raised for the Jülich-Cleves enterprise, only 8,000 were foreign. He developed and improved the engineering department of his forces, and herein, as in countless other ways, he prepared the way for the glories of his grandson. With characteristic humanity he extended his thought for his soldiers beyond the period of their useful service, and founded an establishment for the maintenance of wounded and decrepit officers and men. His energy and resources, however, did not suffice to cover the whole field of warlike activity, and the navy remained during his reign, as previously, neglected. In temperament he was cheerful, genial, buoyant, kindly, in manner free from all affectation and pride, in intercourse with all classes of his subjects affable and sympathetic, eager to learn at first hand all the circumstances of their fortune and life, in relation to his subordinates, faithful, free from caprice, willing to listen, but determined to be obeyed. In speech and writing, ready, pointed, apt, and natural. On the faults of his private life it is not necessary to dwell. Few men have shown in their personal conduct less dignity, self-respect, and self-control, and the effects of his weakness did not concern himself alone. His infatuation for Gabrielle d'Estrées delayed the marriage which he owed to France. His relations with Henriette d'Entragues led to a dangerous conspiracy, which he hardly allowed to interrupt his intimacy. His passion for the Princess of Condé led to an inopportune war. But on the whole his conduct as a ruler was less affected by such influences than has often been the case. Religion with him was consistently subordinated to policy. He must have the credit of having been the first to perceive the merits of toleration as a political expedient. He saw in it the means by which unity and peace could be secured for his country. The religion he adopted was the religion of his people. He maintained it in accordance with the wish of the majority. For the minority he secured such freedom of conscience and worship as opinion would allow, and such political guarantees as the times required. He sought allies for the most part, though not exclusively, among the Protestant powers, because his enemies were Catholic, but no act or word of his ever tended to embitter religious animosity. Religious forces he used to serve his political ends, but the line of action which he pursued, if successful, would in time have emancipated Europe from the devastating furies of religious dissension. His religious policy was wise and enlightened. Unfortunately, he did not live to develop it to its natural conclusion. Thus it is as an administrator that he deserves most fully the gratitude of his people. Few rulers have more persistently worked for the material welfare of their subjects. In this department he found an able instrument in Rosny, afterwards Duke of Sully. Here are the good qualities of Rosny told. As surintendant of finance, as grand master of artillery, as administrator of roads and communications, his energy, his financial accuracy, his fidelity, his strength of will, his industry, made him an invaluable servant. He bore without chafing the unpopularity of the king's economies, and his overbearing demeanor was even an advantage when he had to deal with importunate courtiers. His vanity, jealousy, and malice did not seriously impair his efficiency. The policy which he carried out was the king's, the indomitable persistence and ubiquitous activity were his own. In 1598 order had been gradually restored. The salutary ordinance of that year prohibiting the bearing of arms on the public highroads was firmly enforced and accomplished its end. But the effects of nearly 40 years of a civil war and misgovernment were still everywhere apparent. Industry and commerce were at a standstill, agriculture was crippled, the finances were in disorder, the taxable capacity of the people was at its minimum, the public debt was equivalent to a burden of 350 million livres, the royal domains were pledged, provinces and revenues had been alienated to foreign princes or great men in return for loans or in defrayment of obligations. By the close of the reign, the debt had been reduced to 224 millions. The provinces and revenues, whose profits had been allowed to pass out of the king's control, were recovered. Domains had been regained to the value of 40 millions. Rent charges had been redeemed to the value of 25 millions. On the other hand, the illicit robbery of officials had been repressed. The illegal exactions of governors of provinces had ceased. 20 millions in arrears of taille had been remitted, 1598. The taille had been reduced by nearly 2 millions a year, from 16 millions to 14, and a treasure of 41 millions had been built up. In consequence of better administration, better bargains with tax farmers and contractors, and the redemption of domains and other sources of revenue, the revenue from sources other than taxation had increased from some 3 millions a year to 13, and the total income of the state from 23 million livres, at which it was estimated by the notables, 1597, to 39 million, the estimate for 1609. This sum must be multiplied by about 8 in order to give its equivalent in modern currency. Sully deserves in great measure the credit for this improvement, but the directing intelligence was that of Henry. Meanwhile, the active mind of the king was constantly considering means for the material development of his kingdom. Care was taken for the sanitation of Paris and other large towns, and for the endowment of public hospitals. Many rivers were canalized and made available for navigation. Schemes were devised for connecting with each other the great river systems of France, the Seine, Loire, Garonne, and Rhône, by means of canals, and, although the plans were not executed, they remain as a memorial of the wise inventiveness of Henry's age. Extensive operations were undertaken for the draining and cultivating of marshy land. Olivier de Serres' great work on agriculture attracted the king's most lively interest, and by his example he did much to increase its popularity. Efforts were made, with some success, to introduce the culture of the silkworm into the central provinces of France. The restrictions on the export of corn were removed, to the great encouragement of agriculture. Measures were taken to promote various industries: silk, wool, tapestry, iron, steel, glass, pottery. Endeavors were made to resuscitate the mines of France, and although such attempts had only a partial success, they proved the high notion conceived by Henry of a ruler's duty. Sully, as master of ways and communications, did much to improve the roads and bridges throughout France. The state spent freely for this object, and the localities were forced to do their part. The posts were reorganized, and a new system of relays was introduced for the transport of commodities. Commercial treaties were concluded with England, Spain, and the Porte, and French consuls were established in the most important trading stations of the Levant, even in Barbary. The colonizing energy of Champlain and others in Canada was encouraged, and attempts were made to organize an East India Company. In every way, Sully and his master showed that they understood that if a king is to be rich, his country must first be prosperous and industrious. While all means were adopted to improve the revenue and increase public and individual wealth, the closest economy was exercised in expenditure. During the years of peace, the standing army was reduced to the minimum. Henry relied on finding levies of experienced soldiers at need, and this proved to be the case in 1606 and again in 1609. Full provision of arms and ammunition and ordnance was constantly kept in store. Here again Sully did good work, but the expenditure on personnel was rigorously kept down. In consequence, the budget for 1609 showed a clear balance of 18 million livres, available for the extinction of debt or the provision of a war chest. A weak side of this economy was a reluctance to pay just debts. This lost for the king the friendship of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, and did much to alienate the German princes. Constitutional changes were rare throughout the reign. Perhaps the most important was the concentration of the financial authority in the hand of one man, 1599, in place of the cumbrous and inefficient Council of Finance. The pancarte, established in 1597 on the advice of the notables, had to be abolished in 1602. In general, the benefits of Henry's administration were attained through the better handling of the existing machinery, but the paulette deserves mention. Since Louis XII and Francis I, the sale of offices, originated as a financial device, had become a settled practice. In 1604, the king, on the advice of a certain Paulet, determined to convert the judicial offices of the kingdom into recognized heritable property. Judges, in consideration of the annual payment of 1/60th of the sum paid on the last occasion when the office was sold, were confirmed in the ownership of their posts, receiving liberty to sell them or leave them to their heirs, or bequeath them, subject to the sole provision that the new holder should prove himself qualified. The measure was in part financial, in part it was expected to create a caste of magistrates, proud of their independence and of their traditions. As compared with the abuse of public sale, the new system was perhaps an improvement, but that abuse could have been at any time abolished. The new one created vested and heritable rights, which only a revolution could destroy. The independence of the magistrates might easily make them a danger to the state in times of sedition and discontent. In general, it may be said that Henry adopted the system of absolute government as he received it from Louis XI and Francis I. The change was due to improved administration and to a better choice of men. The system suited the king with his impatience of routine methods and circumlocution. The king suited the system, for his energy was weighted with caution. His thoughts were for the state rather than for himself. His ambition never degenerated into megalomania, and his love of pleasure was controlled by a sense of public duty. Thus, in his reign, we see French absolutism at its best. The king's will is law, but his will is beneficent, and the instruments of his power respond to impulse from above. A new page has been turned. Few can desire to return to the traditions of the League or of Henry III. Thus the public machine is not clogged with precedents, or complicated by time-honored routine. The nation feels the need of a ruler and surrenders itself willingly into his hand. The ruler is worthy of the nation's confidence. In Henry, the nation's genius seems to be embodied. Gaiety, wit, intrepidity, lucidity, industry, and common sense are his most distinguishing attributes, and fit him to be the king of a people in whom those qualities are prominently displayed. In the person of a king, the French nation, more than others, finds its completion, the central point of life. In Louis XIV, the nation felt its majesty, its strength, its glory, its pomp, borne as on a banner before the eyes of Europe. But in Henry IV, its vital characteristics of intellect and disposition were expressed, and realized as no other of the long Capetian succession. End of section 70.
Section 71 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 21, The Empire under Rudolph II, by A.W. Ward. Part 1. Throughout more than a generation, covering the greater part of the long succession of years during which the empire, disturbed within and menaced from without, drifted on towards the 30 Years' War, the reigning emperor was Rudolph II. The utter impotence of his rule, ending in collapse, directly contributed to render inevitable the outbreak of the European struggle of which Germany was the principal theater. Before his downfall, the condition of the empire and the progress of the intersecting religious and territorial questions that agitated it had been materially affected by his policy and by that of other members of his dynasty. A few words thus seem called for as to his personality and as to those of his brothers and principal German kinsmen. It should, however, be remembered that after the accession of Rudolph II, many years passed before the black cloud of insanity settled upon him, and before, at the very time when everything seemed to depend on his action, he hid himself away from the face of man, and allowed the confusion around him to become chaos. We must not think of him in 1576 as he appeared to the observant Tuscan Daniel Eremita in 1609, or even as some 13 years earlier he was seen at Vienna by the well-informed Cambridge traveller Fins Morrison. At the time of his accession, little was known of him except that he had brought back from Spain, where he had spent nearly 8 years, not only an unsmiling Castilian manner, but a predilection for Catholic advisers so marked as to alarm the Protestant estates of his hereditary dominions. But neither was he now, nor did he ever become, a Spaniard in heart and mind. Among the many languages of which he was master, and which included a certain amount of Czech, he retained a predilection for the German tongue, and he incurred censure for preferring Germans to appointments in both Bohemia and Hungary. For the rest, though his disposition was reserved, his ways were mild. Not unskilled in bodily exercises, he had little liking for them, but he took the constant interest of a genuine dilettante in almost every known branch of art and science, was in several himself no mean technical expert, and became gradually the greatest patron and purchaser of his age, employing agents in all parts of Europe in the interests of his galleries of pictures and statuary, his collections of jewelry and curiosities of all kinds, and his botanical and zoological gardens at Prague. But he was no mere collector. There was hardly an art or a science of which some distinguished representative was not to be found at his court. He was a great reader of Latin verse and a friend of historical composition, and he entered with special interest into mathematical, physical, and medical studies. Chemistry and astronomy, with their then inseparable perversions, alchemy and astrology, irresistibly attracted his speculative mind, and it is noticeable that Tycho Brahe and Kepler enjoyed his patronage in the latter years of his reign, whereas in the earlier it was shared by Dr. Dee and the rank impostor Kelly, who figured as Dee's seer. Although, as time went on, Rudolph allowed his private tastes to distract him from the business of government, he both entertained from first to last a most exalted conception of his imperial dignity, and showed a notably intelligent insight into his responsibilities as a territorial sovereign, initiating or promoting in his dominions industrial, economical, and sanitary reforms. He asserted his political independence of both Rome and Spain, nor were the papal claims disputed by him wholly formal, or the efforts which he made to recover the Netherlands for the empire altogether idle. To this attitude on his part, rather than to his secret excesses and their consequences, should be attributed the breakdown of the negotiations carried on during many years, from 1579 onwards, for a marriage between him and the Infanta Isabel Clara Eugenia. Like James I of England, between whom and Rudolph in his earlier and better years there is more than one point of resemblance, he devised schemes of mediation which he was powerless to carry out. But he was devoid neither of sound political impulses nor of a certain magnanimity of purpose. His interest in public business was, however, at no time continuous, and in the end it was manifested only by fits and starts. The symptoms of melancholia and madness were gradual in their advent, but from 1579 or 1598 onwards, he showed himself unwilling to sign papers or transact other ordinary business. His last appearance at a diet of the empire was in 1594. The Austrian and Hungarian diets he had ceased to attend much earlier. The last Bohemian diet opened by him was that of 1598. About 1600, things grew worse, and the ascendancy of the Chamberlain Wolfgang von Rumpf was exchanged for the regime of a series of valets, the most notorious of whom, Philip Lang, was not overthrown until 1608. Affairs had now fallen hopelessly out of gear. To gain access to the emperor was a process of intrigue and corruption. Even ambassadors were excluded from his presence. From these later years date acts of cruelty explicable only by a suspiciousness and pride intensified by madness, and political designs which bore the stamp of the same diseased origin. The testamentary disposition of Maximilian II, dictated by a desire of avoiding the dissipation of territorial power, left each of Rudolph's 4 brothers, who grew to man's estate, with nothing but an appendage and his ambition. Rudolph's celibacy, and in course of time his mental collapse, made the question of the succession the chief dynastic problem of his reign, and it continuously occupied the attention of his brothers and kinsmen from 1581 onwards, when, on the occasion of a serious illness of the emperor, it was first mooted by Archduke Charles of Styria. Of Maximilian's sons, the next in age to Rudolph, Archduke Ernest, who had been his companion in Spain, seems, though not flawless in character, throughout to have found more favor there than his elder brother. After missing the Polish throne, he was, on Rudolph's accession, entrusted with the government of Upper and Lower Austria, where his steady enforcement of the principles of the Counter-Reformation obtained for him the Golden Fleece from Philip and a consecrated hat and sword from Pope Sixtus V. Later, Philip appointed him governor-general of the loyal provinces of the Netherlands, where, however, he died a few months after his arrival, in February 1595. Very different was the career of the 3rd brother, Archduke Matthias. He began it as if in religious questions he was minded, like his father before him, to be of no party. In truth, he was incapable of entering far into the principles, or of taking up the policy, of either side, though in a long period of expectancy he cast his eye upon sees that might provide him with a suitable income, and repressed the Protestants when he had a chance. His mind was shallow, and his selfishness transparent, but he had in his favor, besides a light-heartedness which made him ready for anything, a certain bonhomie that stood him in excellent stead, and a docility under skillful guidance, so long as he deemed it in his interest to submit to it. Thus, after he had ultimately become the inevitable alternative to the existing anarchy, he was carried to the top, but speedily surrendered the control of the imperial policy placed in his hands. Maximilian II's 4th son and namesake, educated in Germany like Matthias and always faithful to him, had already in his youth been admitted into the German order, of which he finally became High Master in 1590. He thus necessarily remained unmarried, but he too had gone through his period of personal ambition when, during his coadjutorship in 1587, he was brought forward as a candidate for the Polish throne, vacant by the death of Stefan Báthory. He maintained his candidature even after the Diet had voted in favor of his competitor, Prince Sigismund of Sweden. He twice invaded Poland and was twice defeated by the Chancellor John Zamoyski. On the second occasion, he fell into captivity, nor was it till a year later that he was released on humiliating terms in 1589. After this, Maximilian devoted himself steadily to the service of his house, in the field against the Turks, and at home as guardian of the young Styrian archdukes. In 1595, his merits were rewarded by the government of the Tyrol and Interior Austria, Vorderösterreich, and at two most critical dates in the history of the Habsburg dynasty, he conspicuously contributed to preserve it from falling asunder. The fifth son, Archduke Albert, had in his 11th year been received at the court of Philip II, whose goodwill he never afterwards lost. Created a cardinal at the age of 18, and soon afterwards named Archbishop of Toledo, though it was not till long afterwards that he assumed the administration of his province, he was in 1593 charged with the viceroyalty of Portugal, and in 1596, as has been narrated elsewhere, was appointed his brother Ernest's successor in the government of the Spanish Netherlands. His marriage with the Infanta was not actually concluded till after her father's death, nor is there any reason for holding Albert accountable for the Spanish design which 7 years later sought to place him on the imperial throne. It may be worth remembering that the eldest daughter of Maximilian II, Anne, became in 1570 the fourth wife of Philip II, and thus transmitted to their son, afterwards Philip III of Spain, pretensions to the Austrian succession which had to be bought off. After her death in 1580, the widower, with characteristic promptitude, offered his hand to her younger sister Elizabeth, in the opinion of her late husband Charles IX of France, the most virtuous woman in the world. A third daughter, Margaret, died at Madrid in a Carmelite nunnery, whither half a century before she had retired with her mother as to a customary dynastic retreat. Of the sidelines of the House of Austria, the Tyrolese, as already noted, expired in 1595 with Archduke Ferdinand. On the other hand, at that date, a sufficiency of male successors was assured to the Styrian line, whose head was Archduke Charles, the third and favorite son of Ferdinand I. Obviously, the succession to the hereditary dominions of the House of Austria must be expected ultimately to pass to this Styrian line. Archduke Charles died in 1590, but till 1596 his widow Maria, Albert of Bavaria's sister, acted as regent for her son Ferdinand, while he was pursuing his studies with the Jesuits at Ingolstadt. Ferdinand's younger brother Leopold came in 1607 to unite in his hands the bishoprics of Strasbourg and Passau, and his ambition suggested to Rudolf II in his last years a scheme of reaction and revenge. Their sister Anna's marriage in 1592 to Sigismund III of Poland, Archduke Maximilian's former competitor, marked the reconciliation of Austrian and Polish interests, not only against the Turk, but also in the cause of Rome. In fine, the lives of these Habsburg archdukes and archduchesses, filled chiefly with a succession of duties imposed upon them in court, camp, or cloister, are marked by a singular stillness. The traditional reserve and the secluded habits of the house contributed to debar it from frequent or intimate intercourse with the other German princes, either by a prodigal hospitality, like that to which many of these were addicted, or even by means of an active diplomatic intercourse. The relations between Rudolph's government and the princes of the empire, cold enough to begin with, were, by his habits of seclusion, chilled to freezing point. No immediate break is perceptible in the policy of the imperial government after Maximilian's mantle had fallen on Rudolph's shoulders. Like his father, he was primarily intent on saving the Netherlands for the House of Habsburg. To this end, more especially Rudolph, again like his father before him, desired to be on good terms with the estates of the empire itself, to whom, moreover, he had constantly to appeal for aid against the Turks. But the good or ill will of the estates depended on the treatment of the religious difficulty, and towards this Rudolf stood in a different position from his father, both by reason of his own close connection with the Catholic interest, and because of changes on the Protestant side, which occurred at the very beginning of his reign. The existing peace with the Turks was, at the time of Rudolf's accession, renewed on the same humiliating conditions, and, largely by means of superadded bribes, was nominally preserved till 1593-94. The frontier warfare had never stopped, and the tension with the Turkish government had increased since the close of its Persian War, 1589-90. In 1593, the rout of Hassan, governor of Bosnia, who was slaughtered with some 18,000 of his troops at Sissex on the Kulpa, called forth an irresistible cry for vengeance, and a war began which lasted until 1606. The Türkenglock was rung in every town and village of the empire, and every effort was made to put its whole defensive power in action, though the thought had to be abandoned of making the Christian armament a matter of general European concern. In 1594, Archdukes Matthias and Maximilian both took the field, and the voivodes of Transylvania, Moldavia, and Wallachia entered into an alliance with the emperor. But in October 1596, the new Sultan Mohammed III in person defeated Archduke Maximilian's force in a 3-day battle, with the awful loss of 50,000 men, and a sort of general mourning was proclaimed by the emperor in his Austrian dominions. In 1599, there was some talk of peace, but the war continued till Muhammad's death in 1603 and went on under his successor, Ahmad I. In 1604, the Turks seem to have found a most valuable ally in Stefan Bocskai, a Hungarian magnate who, 2 years after the Austrian rule, had, in spite of many backslidings, been established in Transylvania, was invested by the Porte with its voivodeship as well as with the Kingdom of Hungary. Many complaints had arisen against the Austrian administration of the Hungarian state, more especially against the employment of German officials and the appointment of bishops as regents, and a more recent grievance was the attempted restitution of Protestantized churches to Catholic patronage. Thus, in 1605, a diet at Cesrennes proclaimed Bocskai king, and his coronation followed. But there was no solidity in the movement, and in the following year, Archduke Matthias, on the emperor's behalf, with the aid of the patriotic Magyar Stefan Illyesi, satisfied the Hungarian estates by granting to them the administrative concessions desired by them, with full freedom of exercising both the Lutheran and the Calvinist forms of faith. Bocskai died in the same year. The fact that the Turkish power was hard-pressed both by a Persian war and by a formidable insurrection in Asia Minor further accounts for the peace which, in November 1606, the imperial government was enabled to conclude with the Porte at Zicva-Torak. Its real significance lies not so much in the territorial arrangements, as to which there was no real change, as in the abolition of the tribute and in the recognition of the political and diplomatic equality of the two contracting powers. Though more or less transitory in its effects, it was the first peace with honor concluded by a Habsburg emperor with his arch foe. While the necessity for common sacrifices, which the Turkish peril imposed upon the empire during nearly the whole of Rudolf's reign, in a measure tended to union among the estates, the action taken by him in his hereditary dominions marked him from the first as a partisan in the perennial religious quarrel. Under the influence of the party of reaction at Vienna, he soon showed that his advent to power was likely to put a speedy end to the religious policy of his predecessor towards the Austrian estates. Their power as to both the grant of taxes and the raising of levies was so considerable, and the concessions made by Maximilian in 1591 went so far, that the Catholic party had little time to spare. Before the close of the year 1576, Rudolf appointed Archduke Ernest to the government of Upper and Lower Austria. The emperor himself almost at once took up his permanent residence at Prague, attracted by the airy prospects and ample accommodation of the Hudson, round which clustered the palaces of the magnificent and cultured Bohemian nobility. In 1577-78, however, he spent the better part of a year in Austria, and set down his foot in the first instance against the progress of religious liberty in the towns. In June 1578, an edict bade the Protestant preachers quit Vienna before nightfall and the country within a fortnight. At Linz, the Upper Austrian capital, the estates had to do homage, though under protest, without having secured a renewal of Maximilian's engagements. Archduke Ernest met with much recalcitrance in carrying out his rulings. The measure of success reached by the emperor's religious policy, which aimed at restricting Protestant worship in Austria to the lands of noble proprietors, was largely due to the activity of the Bishop of Passau's Vicar General, Melchior Klessel, afterwards Bishop of Neustadt and of Vienna. The versatile statesmanship of this large-minded ecclesiastic, by birth a Weinerkind, whom the Jesuits had rescued from Protestantism, has been charged with an unreasonable weight of responsibility for results partly promoted, partly resisted by him. In the present instance, he succeeded, not in undoing the privileges assured to the Austrian nobility by Maximilian, but in reforming the towns and their districts, which, under his direction, resumed a Catholic aspect. As the reaction spread from Lower into Upper Austria, the nobility there were supported in their resistance by the peasantry, a sturdy race of men, mostly proprietors of the lands tilled by them, but subject to certain services, Roboten. The diets became unmanageable, and in 1578-79 even resorted to the stopping of supplies. Thus things continued, the Church and the temporal authority occasionally colliding both in Austria and in the neighboring Bavaria, but remaining united against Protestantism. In 1593, the renewed outbreak of the Turkish War, while it heightened the self-consciousness of the estates and put arms into the hands of the peasantry, at the same time furnished the Austrian government, now under Archduke Matthias, with troops. The peasant insurrection, which in 1595 spread through Upper Austria, was no doubt largely provoked by the persistent endeavors of the government to advance the Counter-Reformation, but soon chiefly busied itself with the social grievances of the peasants, so that both Catholic and Protestant nobles united with the government in measures for its repression. A victory of the peasants at Newmarket led to the reference of the points at issue to the emperor, and finally to the appointment, in 1596, of an imperial commission which ordered a disarmament of the unfortunate peasantry, and, with the help of the estates, made an end of the insurrection, did not altogether find their account in its close. By means of a commission of reform instituted in 1597, the predominance of the Catholic Church was successfully restored in Austria, despite both the privileges of the nobility and the preferences of the towns. In 1598, Archduke Leopold, hitherto coadjutor of Passau, succeeded, in the 12th year of his age, as bishop, and Pope Clement VIII was able to withdraw from the diocese, which comprised the greater part of Austria, the concession of the cup made by Pius IV a generation earlier. Styria, Carinthia, and Carniola were, in Rudolph's earlier years, at least as strongly Protestant in sentiment as Upper and Lower Austria, and towards the end of Archduke Charles' rule offered a violent resistance to his reactionary Commission of Visitation. But before his death in 1590, and afterwards under Archduke Ernest's administration during Ferdinand's minority, the Counter-Reformation made considerable, though not unhindered, progress. Actual persecution, however, only began under the personal rule of Ferdinand, who, after issuing a commission in 1600, put a stop to all Protestant worship and instruction, banished all Protestant preachers under pain of death, and left to the laity no choice but submission or banishment. By 1602, Catholicism was firmly established as the only form of religion permitted in the duchies under his sway. It was this Styrian Counter-Reformation that encouraged Rudolph II in his attempts to enforce a religious reaction in Hungary and Bohemia. In the latter kingdom, he had, so early as 1581, issued an edict of banishment against the Bohemian brethren. The nobles, many of whom belonged to the Brotherhood, were not accustomed to such royal command. It remained a dead letter, and Rudolph's need of the estates in the wars against the Turks long left it such. In 1602, however, he resolved to go back upon the letter of the Basel Compacts, allow no alternative in Bohemia to the Catholic faith besides Ultraquism, and reissue the Ordinance of 1581, which was now extended to the Calvinists. Some Protestant churches were hereupon closed, Catholic clergy were introduced into others, and the school of Jungblunsau, the hallowed Carmel of the Bohemian Brethren, and a kind of later Deventer in its mingled traditions of piety and learning, was destroyed. These proceedings more than sufficed to set in flame the national spirit of Bohemian Protestantism, and when in 1605, rather late in the day, a Catholic synod adopted the decrees of the Council of Trent, the various forms of Bohemian Protestantism, which collectively commanded an indisputable majority among the estates, drew more closely together than ever. The success about this time of the Hungarian Protestants in obtaining the acceptance of their demands further encouraged the Bohemians in their determination to oppose an organized national resistance to the Catholic reaction. During its struggle against the forces of the Catholic reaction, on whose side the Emperor and the Austrian branch of the House of Habsburg seemed to now definitely ranged, German Protestantism was weakened by the simultaneous working of many causes. Of these, none was at this time more marked than the growth of the more rigorous form of Lutheranism, and of its hostility both to those Lutherans whose attitude towards Calvinism was less uncompromising, and to Calvinism itself. In the month, October 1576, of Maximilian II's death, died also the Elector Palatine Frederick III, who had made his capital, Heidelberg, an asylum of persecuted Calvinists, and the university in which it gloried, a chosen seminary of Calvinistic youth from all parts of Europe. One of his sons, John Casimir, had, as has been seen, rendered substantial service to the Huguenot cause, and another, Christopher, had sacrificed his life in support of the rising in the Netherlands. But their eldest brother, Louis, now Elector Palatine, adhered to the Lutheran dogma, and immediately, on his accession, set about purging the Rhenish Palatinate of all Calvinistic teaching and preaching. Meanwhile, John Casimir, to whom a small principality of his own had been assigned at Neustadt, kept up Calvinism in church and schools, and remained in intimate relation with the Protestant interest beyond the border. The short-lived recovery of the Palatinate to Lutheranism gave much satisfaction to the electors John George of Brandenburg, a very practical politician, and Augustus of Saxony. The latter was now intent upon bringing about a Lutheran union based upon doctrinal exclusion of Calvinism by means of a formula concordi drawn up by the orthodox Lutheran divines in whom he confided, Martin Chemnitz, David Chytrains, and, above all, the indefatigable Württemberger Jakob André. And, after a preliminary conference at Torgau in May 1576, communicated by the Saxon to the other Protestant governments. When, in June 1580, this formula concorda was at last promulgated, the new test was found to divide the Protestant governments into two unequal halves. The majority, who had accepted it, comprising, with the three temporal electors, the houses of Brunswick, Mecklenburg, and Ernestine Saxony, and in the south, Württemberg, Ansbach, the Neuburg Palatines, and Baden. The minority, who refused, Pomerania, Holstein, Anhalt, and Hesse, with John Casimir, Zweibrücken, and Nassau in the south. The Wetterau counts also declined, and the majority of the imperial towns. Thus the adoption of the Formula Concordi made patent the split among the Protestant estates, and at the same time showed the preponderance among them of religious opinions which, to all intents and purposes, implied a conservative policy. At the very time when the division among the German Protestants thus became manifest, the insurrection in the Netherlands had reached a most critical stage, and the Emperor Rudolf, who flattered himself that at the beginning of his reign he had helped to prevent the States General from coming to an understanding with the Duke of Anjou, showed a renewed desire to intervene. It has been seen elsewhere how Archduke Matthias held his entry into Brussels as governor in January 1578, and, notwithstanding assurances to the contrary at Madrid, Rudolf seems to have ultimately approved his brother's step. Though, ignored by Philip and overshadowed by Orange, Matthias was, after a useless sojourn, dismissed in June 1581. The King of Spain had, before this, signified his readiness to accept the emperor's mediation. John Casimir's great coup had indeed been delivered in vain. Though with a force of above 10,000, half German and half Swiss, and partly paid with Queen Elizabeth's gold, He had joined the state's army in September 1578. The further junction with the Huguenots had not proved practicable, and in January 1579 he had quitted the country. But about the same time, the Union of Utrecht was concluded, and Philip seems to have thought it worthwhile to make some attempt, by means of negotiations, to preserve his sovereignty intact. Thus in May, a formal peace congress was opened at Cologne. But though a Deputationsdag at Worms had approved the emperor's mediation, his plenipotentiaries suggested no concessions as to religion which were satisfactory to the states. In other words, the imperial diplomacy had no basis of agreement to propose. Thus, by December, the solemn mockery was over, and the final answer to Rudolph's futile attempt was the abjuration, in July 1581, of the sovereignty of Philip by the United Provinces. But though the empire had accomplished less than nothing by its formal intervention in the affairs of the Netherlands, it could not, in its turn, remain unaffected by the progress of their war of liberation. Parma's campaign of 1579, which culminated in the capture of Maastricht, led to a succession of raids by both Spanish and Dutch soldiery across the German frontier. And, owing to the enterprise of Dutch privateers on the Rhine, the river was no longer safely navigable below Cologne, the chief waterway of trade with the south being thus practically stopped. Even more unsettling, however, for governments and populations alike were in this age more troubled by religious than by economic disturbances, was the continuous influx of Calvinist refugees from the Low Countries into the German borderlands, and the propaganda which they carried on there. These aliens, whom Alva had tried to induce the governments of Jülich and Cologne to expel, were mostly laborious and peaceable artisans, but they were uniformly full of bitter hatred against the Church of Rome. The centers of this immigration were Weisel in Cleves, Aachen, Cologne, and the prosperous seaport of Emden, which had been the cradle of Anabaptism, and where, in 1571, was held a synod of all the Dutch churches in Germany. The duchies of Jülich and Cleves were, of course, immediately exposed to the influence of this Dutch immigration, with whose aid a Reformed congregation established itself at Dusseldorf. In his religious opinions, as well as in his tolerant disposition, Duke William resembled the Emperor Maximilian, and he had married his eldest 3 daughters to Protestant princes. But he had secured the bishopric of Münster for his surviving son, John William, and from about 1578 his views began to take a Catholic turn. He issued some strong edicts against the Dutch refugees, but they avoided persecution by keeping quiet. In the imperial city of Aachen and its district, das Reich von Aachen, as it proudly called itself, a religious conflict had long been afoot. In 1580, both Lutherans and Calvinists, whose numbers were now swelled by the Dutch immigration, demanded the free exercise of their religion, and on the refusal of the strictly Catholic town council, supported by an imperial commission, the Protestants brought about a riot and made themselves masters of the city in May 1581. The emperor sent 2 mandates in succession for the maintenance of the Catholic constitution of Aachen, but hesitated to enforce it. Hereupon Parma actually marched some troops across the frontier, and ultimately the Aacheners, anxious to avoid a new imperial commission, made over the whole matter to the Diet. Was the right of choosing its religion, granted by the religious peace to every estate of the empire, to be denied to Aachen because of the clause requiring all imperial towns, where both religions were exercised at the time of the peace, to maintain them in the same proportions? Although, as a matter of fact, in 1555, only one religion was established in this particular city. If the Catholic minority here were to prevail, why should it not in other towns, say in Hamburg, Lübeck, and Bremen? If, on the other hand, Protestant expansion were to be permanently stopped, how was Protestantism to protect itself against the Catholic reaction? End of section 71.
Section 72 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Diet of Augsburg, which met in July 1582, had been summoned by Rudolf to enable him to put in order the eastern frontier fortresses against the Turks and to advise with him on the danger in the west, where the Netherlands seemed about to become a dependency of France, and where, by way of warning, the imperial town of Chambray had just been handed over to Anjou. But in addition to the Aachen difficulty, another religious question of typical significance thrust itself to the front. As had been seen, the great archiepiscopal see of Magdeburg had, since 1566, been held by Prince Joachim Frederick of Brandenburg, but neither Maximilian nor Rudolf had in this instance been found willing to resort to the convenient arrangement of an indulgent inicial, whereby the temporalities of a see might provisionally be granted to its occupant, although his election had not yet received the papal confirmation. Joachim Frederick now claimed to sit and vote at the Diet as administrator of the archbishopric. This unprecedented demand was resolutely resisted by the Catholic estates, and the new elector of Mainz, Wolfgang von Dalberg, and Duke William V of Bavaria, who had succeeded in 1579, declared that they would quit the Diet if the claim were allowed. The administrator hereupon withdrew from Augsburg, and the emperor was henceforth less ready than before to resort to the subterfuge of indulgences. As to the defense of the western frontier, the Diet merely voted a trifling grant and gave ample authority for protective measures to the 3 circles nearest to the border. In the matter of the Turkish aid, it was this time the towns who declared that they would make their assent to the moderate grant voted by the electors and princes depend upon the redress of grievances, in which they specifically included the treatment of Aachen. When the imperial government hereupon accepted the grant by the 2 colleges as equivalent to one by the whole Diet, the protest of the towns was, notwithstanding, the usual Saxon attempt at compromise supported by the Protestant princes. In the end, the towns whose discretion was apt to master their valor paid their share under protest, and the emperor appointed a new commission at Aachen, consisting of the electors of Saxony and Trier, freedom of religious worship being granted to the Protestants pendente lite. The commissioners duly kept the question open as long as possible, and the emperor having in 1593, in accordance with the conclusions of the Reichshofrat, pronounced the Catholic town council restored and Protestant worship abolished. The execution of this sentence was carried out 5 years later, 16 after the matter had been first brought before the Diet. The Diet ended characteristically with a quarrel about the new calendar introduced by Pope Gregory XIII. Rudolf had at last found an occasion on which he led the party of progress, but the age was too full of religious polemics for any Protestant to raise his voice in favor of the change except the mathematician Kepler of Graz. The failure of the Diet of 1582 to settle the religious difficulty in the Northwest was immediately made manifest by the outbreak of serious troubles in the electorate of Cologne. Here the capable and tolerant Salentin of Eisenberg had in 1577 resigned his archbishopric. The noble house to which he belonged seemed likely to become extinct, and he preferred a papal dispensation to marrying without one, and thus furnishing a test case as to the valuelessness of the reservatum ecclesiasticum. In his place, Gebhard II of the noble Swabian family of Waldburg, a nephew of the zealous Cardinal Otto of Augsburg, was elected archbishop, and at once confirmed by Gregory XIII. The Protestant party in the chapter, headed by Count Hermann von Neuenahr, a nephew of Archbishop Hermann von Wied, had carried Gebhard, calculating on his dissolute habits of life, for in the year after his election he was living with the Countess Agnes von Mansfeld. Early in 1582, her brothers made a raid in approved fashion on the electoral palace at Bonn and obtained from Archbishop Gebhard a promise of marriage, which he appears to have made with the intention of resigning his archbishopric. But Hermann von Neuenahr and his faction now represented to Gebhard that marriage was reconcilable with the retention of his see. The Protestantization of the see, which must necessarily follow, would involve a defiance of the reservatum ecclesiasticum and with it of the whole Catholic party in the empire. If successfully carried out, it would effectually break up the northwestern group of Catholic states, in which the defection of Aachen had already made a gap, and throw this portal of the empire entirely open to the ingress of Dutch Protestant influence. But Gebhard had a light heart, and in August 1582 betook himself to his Westphalian dominions, where the Protestant element was strong, and where the close vicinity of the northern Netherlands made it easy to collect troops with the aid of John of Nassau and the ever-ready John Casimir. At Cologne itself, Gebhard could not reckon on the majority of the chapter, while the town council kept down the Protestant malcontents in the city, and the Rhenish nobles were in the main adverse to his enterprise. A diet of the whole electorate held at Cologne in January 1583, at which the ambassadors of Saxony and Brandenburg contented themselves with a platonic approval of Gebhard's proceedings, while the imperial aid was promised to the estates should they resolve to resist him, broke up without formulating a decision, and the two sides prepared for a conflict in arms. In February, Gebhard married his layman, and in April the Pope issued his bull of deprivation. In May, Ernst of Bavaria, who in 1581 had added the Prince-Bishopric of Liège to his other sees, was elected Archbishop of Cologne. Spanish troops had, by the emperor's request, at the beginning of the year occupied the neighborhood of Aachen. Meanwhile, Gebhard, who in March 1583 had held a diet of his own in Westphalia, and then set on foot as much of a Protestant Reformation as was feasible, sought in his turn for outside support. The Protestant princes were quite aware of the directness with which the problem of respecting the reservatum ecclesiasticum, or of ignoring it in the interest of Protestant expansion, was now presented to them. But athwart any possibility of a combined Protestant movement of aggression lay the formula Concordiae, and the unwillingness of its adherents to act with the Calvinists. In April, Gebhard formally conferred the chief command of his forces upon John Casimir, who in the summer executed a series of marches up and down the Rhine, while Henry of Navarre's emissary, Ségur, was soliciting the cooperation of the German Protestant courts in his great combination with England and the Dutch, and promising pecuniary aid for the Cologne design. Such proceedings were little to the taste of the electors of Saxony and Brandenburg. Yet John Casimir might have defied the imperial threat of the ban of the empire, October, for not one of the circles whom the emperor had ordered to support the Cologne chapter had stirred in response to his mandate. But about the same time, the death of the Elector Palatine Louis called his brother home to assume the regency on behalf of the young Elector Frederick IV, and John Casimir's army was disbanded, though portions of it found their way back to Westphalia. In January 1584, Gebhard gained a victory at Alost over Duke Frederick of Saxe-Lauenburg, the commander of the capitular troops. But in the same month, Bonn, which was still held for Gebhard, was surrendered by mutineers to a Spanish and Bavarian force. There now only remained to recover the Westphalian portion of the electoral dominions, where, with some pecuniary assistance from the states, General Gebhard still stood his ground. In March, Duke Ferdinand of Bavaria nearly succeeded in cutting him off with all his forces, but he contrived to escape with 1,000 horse into the Netherlands, where he and his wife were received by William of Orange at Delft. In Gebhard's rear, Westphalia was speedily recatholicized under the eyes of the Bavarian commander. But events in the Netherlands, the assassination of Orange, July in particular, put any further Dutch support of Gebhard out of the question, and after some further hesitation, Ernest was admitted into the body of electors of the empire, Kurfürstenverein, of which, as his nephew's guardian, John Casimir, was now a member. After one or two attempts at recovering his electorate by force, Gebhard threw up the game and withdrew to his deanery at Strasbourg, where 3 deposed and excommunicated canons of Cologne were likewise members of the chapter. They transplanted the Cologne War to Strasbourg by establishing themselves by force of arms and with the sympathy of the Strasbourg citizen in the capitular premises, and Gebhard remained in possession here till his death. In 1592 he helped to bring about an episcopal schism in Strasbourg, which began by a double election of bishops, Cardinal Charles of Lorraine, Bishop of Metz, and John George of Brandenburg, son of the administrator of Magdeburg. The former appeared on the scene with an armed force, with whose operations Huguenot troops in Dutch pay interfered, and after, in 1593, a truce had been arranged on the uti possidetis basis, an imperial commission was appointed to bring the matter to a conclusion. But on this occasion Austrian policy was vigilant. In 1598, an imperial indulgence was granted to the Cardinal of Lorraine, which enabled him to postulate Archduke Leopold as his coadjutor, and in 1599 the cardinal was invested with the see. Austria had thus secured an important further footing in Alsace, and in November 1604, the Compromise of Hagenau brought the Strasbourg episcopal quarrel to a close, John George being bought out. In 1601, Gebhard was laid to rest with great pomp in Strasbourg Minster. Few men personally so insignificant have made more stir in the world. The recognition of Ernest of Bavaria at Cologne had, in 1585, been followed by his election as Prince Bishop of Munster, John William of Cleves having by his elder brother's death become heir to his father's duchies. In the same year the sees of Paderborn and Osnabrück, and not long afterwards that of Minden, were restored to Catholic occupancy. Of greater importance was the progress of the Counter-Reformation in the See of Würzburg under the high-minded and strenuous Bishop Julius Ector von Mespelbraun. He made over to the Jesuits the theological and philosophical faculties of the University of Würzburg, founded by him in 1582, and from 1585 to 7 reformed his diocese root and branch. His example was more or less effectively followed in other sees of the southwest and south, notably in Bamberg and in Salzburg. In Bavaria, Duke William V, whose ultramontane tendencies were shown by his concordant with Pope Gregory XIII, 1583, warmly favored the idea of a working alliance among the Catholic princes. But though this might have most easily been brought about by the development of the Landsberg League, the perennial jealousy between the Bavarian and Austrian houses, which no religious or political sympathy and no intermarriage could subdue, made itself felt, and in the end Archduke Ferdinand of the Tyrol quitted the league, followed by the city of Nuremberg. For the rest, the infirm state of health of William V obliged him, in 1591, to admit his son Maximilian to a share in the ducal government. But he did not wholly resign until 1598. When an epoch of unprecedented significance began in the history of Bavarian policy. While the Baden-Baden Margraves had been educated as Catholics under Bavarian guardianship, Margrave Jacob III of Baden-Hochberg was brought over from Lutheranism to the Church of Rome through the efforts of Johannes Pistorius, himself a convert and afterwards confessor of the Emperor Rudolf, 1590. But Jacob, who thus applied the principle of reservatum ecclesiasticum by immediately imposing his faith upon his dominions, died a few months later, some said from poison, others from excess. The progress of the Counter-Reformation was favored in varying measure by the long succession of popes beginning with Pius V and Gregory XIII. Sixtus V, 1585-90, was more occupied with French and Spanish than with German affairs, and in his differences with the Jesuits the Emperor Rudolf refused to join Duke William V of Bavaria in intervening. Gregory XIV, 1690-1, during his brief pontificate, unhesitatingly fell in both with the principles of the Catholic Restoration and with the Spanish policy which had caused so much searching of heart to Sixtus. The ascendancy of the Jesuits was temporarily obscured under the politic rule of Clement VIII, 1592-1605. But in Paul V, 1605-21, a pontiff of fiery determination once more ascended the papal throne, under none of whose occupants during the whole of this period the struggle against heresy had ceased. On the death in 1583 of the Lutheran elector Palatine Louis, John Casimir had assumed the guardianship of the 9-year-old elector Frederick IV, leaving the other guardians appointed by Louis's will to institute a suit before the Kammergericht. The unwillingness of the emperor in 1588 to admit the administrator Joachim Frederick of Magdeburg to a seat in the ordinary rotation on the Commission of Revision, to which all the decisions of the Kammergericht were subject, blocked the whole revisory process and thus rendered futile the decisions of the tribunal itself. This encouraged John Casimir, whom in 1585 the emperor had invested with the Palatinate in the name of his nephew, not only to provide for the latter a thorough Calvinistic education, but to effect a complete restoration of Calvinism in the Rhenish Palatinate, while in the Upper Palatinate going as far as he could in the same direction. These proceedings, together with John Casimir's attempts to bring over to his faith the young elector's sister Christina, and to coerce his own Lutheran wife Elizabeth, Augustus of Saxony's daughter, into Calvinism, widened the breach between Palatine and Saxon policy. Yet at no time was combined action among the German Protestants more urgently needed by the common cause, endangered as it was by the assassination of Orange, 1584, and the capitulation of Henry III to the League, 1585. Elizabeth, just before sending Leicester into the Netherlands, commissioned an agent, Bodley, to the German courts, whither he was soon followed by another diplomatist, Ségur, on behalf of Henry of Navarre. In October, John Casimir, whose designs were warmly seconded by the far-sighted Landgrave William of Hesse-Kassel, conveyed to Elizabeth proposals for a jointly equipped expedition on a scale even larger than that for which she had promised her support. Neither Augustus of Saxony nor John George of Brandenburg would go beyond joining in an embassy to Henry III, but on February 16, 1586, the Elector Augustus died. The event was of great significance for the peace of the empire abroad and at home. The desire for an active foreign policy was growing wider and warmer among the Protestant princes of all shades of religious opinion. Much, therefore, depended on the line of religious policy which the new Elector of Saxony might elect to follow. It is quite unlikely that the young Christian I had formed any deliberate design of introducing Calvinism into his electorate, or that his chief minister, Nicholas Crell, was an instrument in the hands of John Casimir and the Palatine councillors. It is more probable that under Crell's influence Christian inclined to the broader Philippist theological views which had maintained themselves in opposition to the formula concordiae in spheres of Saxon society at all times open to academical inspiration. So, early as 1587, he announced his intention of dispensing with the adherence to the formula imposed on clergy and teachers, and in 1589 he appointed Crell chancellor, abolishing his privy council as a permanent authority. In 1590 the ecclesiastical change was made definite by the abolition of the sacramental rite of exorcism, the conjuration of the devil to depart from the baptized and regenerate, which the Calvinists had long discontinued, and to the retention of which Melanchthon had declared himself indifferent. With regard to foreign policy, however, though Christian I was on the friendliest of terms with John Casimir, caution was still thought desirable. In October 1586, the German Protestant embassy to Henry III of France, after being kept waiting for 2 months, had been unceremoniously sent home, and in November, Crell, though in sympathy with the Huguenots, drew up a memorandum against the participation of Protestant estates of the empire in foreign religious wars. But John Casimir was not to be held back, and early in 1587 concluded a treaty of alliance drawn up in the grand style with Navarre. John Casimir's actual resources, however, were limited to 150,000 florins from Queen Elizabeth, and a third of the sum from Denmark and Navarre, and the German army commanded by the Duke of Bouillon were, after a useful campaign, cut up by Guise, November. It would be unjust to hold John Casimir responsible for the interruption of peace, for the embers of the Cologne War had never died out. The stadtholder of Gelders, Count Adolf von Neuenahr, had, with the aid of the Gelderian captain Martin Schenk von Heidegger, who had learnt the military art under Parma, harried Archbishop Ernest's dominions by a petty warfare which he pretended to carry on in Gebhardt's name. Ernest fell back on the aid of Parma, who captured Neuss and allowed a massacre to follow, July. Bonn was hereupon taken by Schenk, December 1587, and retaken by the Spaniards, September 1588. And in the following year, 1589, Spanish troops occupied the important Cologne frontier fortress of Rheinberg. Thus, on the lower Rhine, a chronic state of foreign invasion had come to prevail, while higher up, and in Alsace, the continued French wars had led to a perpetual ingress and egress of armed forces. Foreign intervention must, before long, seek to determine the future of the western borderlands. Meanwhile, the course of the struggle against Spain and Rome reached its most critical stage in 1588 and 89, the years of the destruction of the Armada, and of the height of the religious and political conflict in France. Henry IV now once more sought the aid of the German Protestant princes, and in 1590 Christian I and John Casimir at Plauen agreed upon a list of grievances to be laid before the emperor, which included the Strasbourg and Aachen cases and the Reservatum Ecclesiasticum. Brandenburg joined the 2 other electors, but Rudolf turned a deaf ear to their remonstrance. After withdrawing from a Deputationstag held at Frankfurt, September 1590, where complaints had been made in vain of the Spanish violations of the frontier, the representatives of the 3 temporal electors, together with those of the administrator of Magdeburg, the 3 landgraves of Hesse, and the rest of the party of movement, met at Torgau, February 1591. Here an aid to Henry IV of 8,000 foot and 6,000 horse, to be partly paid by English money, was voted, and the young Prince Christian of Anhalt was appointed to the command. Within the empire, the Torgau alliance was to be purely defensive, but it marked unmistakably the advance of the Calvinist interest. The House of Anhalt was known to incline that way, and already in 1588 the Duke of Zweibrücken had established Calvinism with a catechism of his own on the Heidelberg model. Shortly after the conclusion of the alliance of Torgau there occurred, however, an inopportune series of deaths. The earliest of these was that of Christian I of Saxony. The storm against his religious and administrative changes had broken out, when, early in 1591, he had ordered exorcism to be omitted from the christening of his youngest daughter. The nobility, who believed their ascendancy at issue, by a corporate protest identified themselves with the Lutheran resistance. Many ministers who denounced the government were driven into exile, and the population, by refusing to receive either of the sacraments at the hands of the conforming clergy, placed themselves under a sort of interdict. In the midst of these troubles Christian died, the victim of infirmity, vexation, and drink, September 1591. His successor, Christian II, was a boy of 8 years of age, and his appointed guardians, Duke Frederick William of Saxe-Weimar and Elector John George of Brandenburg, were both rigid adherents of the Formula Concordiae. They at once ordered a visitation, which, with the general approbation of nobility and people, uprooted Calvinism, or crypto-Calvinism, throughout the electorate. Krill was, after a long inquiry, put to death, 1601. The domination of the Formula Concordiae was reasserted in the electorate, where for many generations to come it remained a rule of faith as free from loopholes as the decrees of the Council of Trent. When Christian II grew into manhood, he seems to have become a type of too many of the German princes of his day, entirely given up to the delights of show, sport, and drinking bout, devoid of all mental vigor, and shrinking from the ghost of an initiative. He kept wholly aloof from cooperation with the Protestant party in the empire, and the daydream of a union between Saxony and the Palatinate as the 2 leaders of that party was over. Not long afterwards, January 1592, John Casimir's unquiet spirit passed away. Only a few weeks were wanting to the coming of age of the Elector Palatine Frederick IV, but John Casimir had taken care to name a species of committee, Oberrath, of the Privy Council, which conducted affairs both before and after his nephew's actual accession. It was, of course, thoroughly Calvinist and in sympathy with the Huguenot, and in the following year the elector married Louisa Juliana, daughter of the murdered William of Orange. Frederick IV steadily adhered to the far-sighted policy of John Casimir, whose death nevertheless was a serious loss to the cause of which he had long been the foremost champion. The Amberger Handel, a Lutheran agitation in the Upper Palatinate provoked by the old Count Palatine Richard, hampered the outset of the new rule, and owing to his profuse expenditure, Frederick's finances soon fell into disorder. Not all his pleasures were, however, unrefined, and his respect for intellectual power raised the University of Heidelberg and its library to unprecedented renown. In the same year, September 1592, died Landgrave William the Wise of Hesse-Kassel, leaving behind him a son, Landgrave Maurice, only 20 years of age, but destined to become a guiding spirit of the Calvinist party of action. Thus, though the Torgau alliance seemed forgotten almost so soon as it had been formed, the time could not fail to arrive for resuming the idea which that compact had embodied. Such was the political situation in the empire when a crisis seemed to announce itself on its western as well as on its eastern borders. In July 1593, Henry IV abjured Protestantism, but he speedily made it clear that his conversion would only leave him more free than before to carry on his struggle with the Spanish power, and that he had never been more anxious to secure the cooperation of the German Protestant princes. And, before the year was out, a Turkish alarm arose, such had not been previously experienced in this reign. The immediate situation of affairs, in which the Diet met at Ratisbon on June 2, 1593, was by no means a promising one for the emperor. He had to bring forward a more urgent demand for aid against the Turks than on any previous occasion. But in his hereditary dominions, on whose levies the defense of the frontier must, in the first instance, depend, nobility, towns, and peasantry were banding together against his authority. It was well that in 1592 he had made his peace with Poland by Archduke Maximilian's final renunciation of his claims to the throne, and by marrying Ferdinand of Styria's sister Anne to King Sigismund III. On the other hand, Rudolph's western policy, in which Austrian and imperial interests had more or less coincided, had been wholly unsuccessful, and he could only fall back upon a general support of Spanish action, provided the government of the Netherlands were entrusted to Austrian archdukes. Though the majority of the Diet was prepared to vote the Turkish grant, and though Saxony went with the majority, the Protestant opposition, inspired by Palatine councillors, were resolved to utilize the opportunity for their purposes. On March 1594, a meeting was held at Heilbronn, which was attended in person by the young Elector Palatine, Frederick IV, Duke Frederick of Württemberg, a prince of eager dynastic ambition, the Calvinist Duke of Zweibrücken, and the Margraves of Ansbach and Baden-Durlach. They drew up a list of grievances of unprecedented completeness, and formulated a distinct statement of the Palatine reading of the religious peace. A free right of change of religion was claimed for ecclesiastical states and foundations, and for imperial towns. The right of Catholic rulers to expel their Protestant subjects, and the validity of the Declaratio Ferdinandi were denied, and a protest was added against the jurisdiction of the Reichshofrat, as concurrent with that of the paralyzed Reichskammergericht. In May, Rudolf at last appeared in person at the Diet, and the conflict seemed likely to declare itself on the question of the admissibility of Protestant administrators of episcopal sees, of whom not less than 7, headed by Joachim Frederick of Magdeburg, had found their way unsummoned to Ratisbon. The Heilbronners had resolved to make their own attendance conditional upon the admission of the 7, when an anti-Calvinist faction formed itself among the northern and other small Lutheran princes, headed by the Ernestine Duke Frederick William of Saxe-Altenburg, who was acting as regent of the Saxon electorate during the minority of Christian II. They were ultimately joined by Württemberg, having, in spite of some recalcitrance on the part of Magdeburg, succeeded in maintaining the exclusion of the administrators. The moderate faction was encouraged to use its endeavors to weaken the effect of the Heilbronn draft. The Palatine party, or most of its members, indeed declared that they would make the Turkish grant conditional upon the redress of their grievances, and the Catholics retorted by grievances of their own, and by charging the Calvinists, not the Lutherans, of being the real disturbers of the peace. In the end, the Turkish grant, an unusually large one calculated to suffice until 1600, was made over the heads of the minority, which did not venture to protest. But, as has been seen, the campaigns against the Turks were unsuccessful, 1594-6, and a new Diet therefore had to be summoned, which met at Ratisbon on December 1597. Rudolf, who was becoming more and more unwilling to appear in public, was represented by Matthias, unadorned by any Hungarian laurels. And the same game was played over again, with increased determination by the Palatines and their allies, the corresponding princes, die Korresponderenden, as about this time the party came to be called. It comprised the Heilbronn group, with the addition of Duke Henry Julius of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, the Hessian Landgraves, the Anhalt princes, the Wetterau counts, together with, shortly after the close of the Diet, the administrator Joachim Frederick of Brandenburg, who in 1598 succeeded as Elector of Brandenburg. The towns, as usual, Lutheran and to some extent imperialist in their sympathies, and preeminently timid, held aloof at the last. In the face of an imperial demand for an enormous grant, they not only protested against its exorbitancy, but declared the minority not bound by the vote of the majority. A majority vote was, however, actually passed in favor of a grant half as large again as to that which the corresponding estates were prepared to assent. When, hereupon, the ban of the empire was, according to usage, proclaimed against defaulters, the minority protested, April 1598. Shortly after the dissolution of the Diet, the Kammerreich summoned certain of the defaulters, May, and though nearly 5 years elapsed before, on the attempted enforcement of judgment, payment by composition was made. A serious constitutional conflict had thus been added to the thickening difficulties of the empire, at Aachen, in the Strasbourg diocese, and in the Jülich-Cleves duchies. End of section 72. Read by William Bruce McFadden, McKinney, Texas, July 20th, 2021. Section 73 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by William Bruce McFadden, McKinney, Texas, July 20th, 2021. Of the Jülich-Cleves-Berg question, the dangerous significance had long been patent. While in Jülich most of the nobles were Catholic, in Berg, whose estates sat with those of Jülich, and in Cleves, Protestantism was in the ascendant, the towns being, of course, throughout open to Calvinist immigration. Frequent incursions of both Spanish and Dutch troops took place accordingly, and the agreement of the estates of the duchies for their common defense, 1587, was quite ineffective. In 1584, John William, the only surviving son of Duke William, had, through Bavarian and papal management, been married to the Catholic Jacobea of Baden-Baden, and on being admitted to a share in the government of the duchies in consequence of his father's mental derangement, had endeavored to repress Protestantism and show himself obsequious to the Spanish government in the Netherlands. But by 1590 John William himself was hopelessly insane. There were no children from his marriage. The primary question to be settled when the old Duke William should pass away was that of the government of the duchies. The emperor at once issued a mandate entrusting it to the ducal council, which was mainly Catholic, but the estates held a meeting at Düsseldorf, the Jülich capital, for the assertion of their rights. Duke John William's ambitious consort, the Catholic Jacobea, was likewise preparing to assert her pretensions. On Duke William's solicitation, the principle of indivisibility had been established for his dominions by imperial privileges granted by Ferdinand I and Maximilian II, and as far back as 1546 he had obtained from Charles V a further privilege, granting the right of succession to his female line in case of the extinction of his male. It was, however, uncertain whether these grants could be held to extinguish an older privilege dating back to Frederick III and Maximilian I, which, in the event of the extinction of the male line of Jülich-Berg, reserved the succession in these two duchies to the whole House of Saxony. It is true that this older privilege had been twice ignored, once when Maximilian had made Maria of Jülich-Berg capable of succeeding and thus bringing these duchies as a dowry to Duke John III of Cleves, 1516, and again when in 1544 the right of succession had been granted to John III's daughter Sibylla, who had married the Elector John Frederick of Saxony. In the troublous days of 1546, the Ernestine claim had gone to the wall, and now there seemed a prospect of a revival, with the goodwill of the emperor, of the pretensions of the whole Saxon house, represented by the Albertine Elector. The female line of Duke William of Jülich-Cleves-Berg consisted of 4 daughters. Of these, the eldest, Maria Eleonora, was married to the Mad Duke Albert Frederick of Prussia, which duchy was administered for him by Margrave George Frederick of Brandenburg-Ansbach, one of the leaders of the advanced Protestant party in the empire. Her sons having died young, her claims were by their supporters declared to pass to her youngest daughter Anna, who had married John Sigismund, eldest son of Joachim Frederick, administrator of Magdeburg, and from 1598 Elector of Brandenburg. But this was disputed by the husband of Duke William's second daughter Anna, Count Palatine Philip Louis of Neuburg, to whose son by her, Wolfgang Wilhelm, it was contended that the female claim to the duchy would ultimately pass. The husbands of the third daughter, Magdalena, and the fourth, Sibylla, Count Palatine John of Zweibrücken and the Catholic Margrave Philip of Baden-Baden, were of no immediate importance. Thus, when on January 5, 1592, Duke William died at Düsseldorf, a conflict at once broke out around his helpless successor, Duke John William. The Protestant claimants demanded the establishment of an administration on their behalf, and so early as 1594 the States General offered to intervene. but the time had not yet come. At first, the Duchess Jacobea, who secured an imperial mandate in her favor, seemed to control the situation. But in 1595, an imperial commission placed the government in the hands of the Ducal Council. Less than 2 years later, the Duchess was found dead in her bed, and the emperor forbade an inquiry. The councillors covenanted to allow no claimant to the succession to enter the country till a judicial settlement should have been accepted by the estates and themselves, and every year during which the Mad Duke continued to linger on seemed to ripen the pear for the plucking of Spain. But many changes were to take place on the shifting scene of European politics before the Jülich-Cleves difficulty brought the great contending forces to the very brink of a collision. The war which in 1595 Henry IV had, with the support of England and the United Provinces, declared against Spain ended in 1598 with the Peace of Vervins and the liberation of the soil of France. And though the struggle in the Netherlands was not yet over, Philip II had made up his mind to sacrifice the Spanish rule over them in order that they should not be wholly lost to the House of Habsburg. In the very month of his death, September 1598, a large and ill-paid Spanish army flooded the northwestern parts of the empire, took Calvinist Wesel, and commenced an irregular counter-reformation in the Westphalian and neighboring circles. Such was the indignation created by these proceedings that in March 1599 the corresponding princes at Frankfurt voted the raising of 16,000 men against the Spaniards. Some of the contingents were actually levied, but the new Elector of Brandenburg was too much hampered by home difficulties to come forward, and even the Palatines were unprepared for immediate action. The command over the force voted at Frankfurt was offered to Prince Christian of Anhalt, but declined by him. It is thus, falling back in order to advance more surely, that the incarnation of the militant Calvinism which was to become responsible for the outbreak of the direst of European religious wars begins to play a part in political history. Christian of Anhalt-Bernburg, like his elder brother John George of Anhalt-Dessau, was a linguist and a traveler. Already in his 19th year, the Emperor Rudolf, whom he never ceased to attract, had attached him to an embassy to Constantinople. Through Queen Elizabeth he was introduced to Henry of Navarre, and in 1591 commanded a German force for whose services in aid of the Huguenots Henry long remained in his debt. He afterwards served in the Strasbourg War, 1592. But the statesman predominated in him over the military commander, and in 1595, after his marriage to Countess Anne of Bentheim, he settled at Amberg as governor of the Upper Palatinate. Their court was French in manners and language, and like his elder brother he had become a declared Calvinist. There can be no doubt as to the sincerity of his religious convictions. But the keynote of the policy, which, in person and by means of his correspondence, Consley, he came to pursue with the ubiquitous activity and a versatility of resource beyond compare even in this restless and unscrupulous age, was enmity against the House of Habsburg as the arch foe of the Libertat of the German princes. Christian of Anhalt, as a Palatine official, had, in pursuance of the Palatine policy of the hour, declined to take charge of an insufficient army and an immature movement, and though not long after this the Spaniards withdrew from the empire, except from the fortress of Rheinberg, both the Aachen and Strasbourg difficulties were, as has been seen, settled against the Protestant interest. Much anxiety was therefore felt as to the revisions of 4 recent judgments of the Kammergericht, awaited about this time, 1600, from the Deputationstag assembled at Speyer, in accordance with powers conferred upon that body by the Diet of 1594. These judgments, ranging in their dates from 1693 to 1599, ordered the restitution of 4 convents of the southwest, Christgarten, Frauenalb, St. Margaret's at Strasbourg, and Hirschholm, which had been appropriated by the territorial lords of their respective districts on the principle that the provisions of the religious peace were not applicable to ecclesiastical foundations appropriated after the Treaty of Passau. This view seemed likely to be accepted by the Committee of Revision, but the move was checkmated by the Palatines and their adherents at Speyer, who objected in limine to any revision involving a point disputed between Catholics and Protestants by any other body than the Diet. In the following year the corresponding estates agreed at Friedberg, July, to allow no further visitations of the Kammergericht, as they at the same time resolved to oppose the execution of any judgment of the Reichshofrat, this issue of the so-called Wehrklosterstreit amounted, as it had been intended to amount, to a collapse of the supreme judicial machinery of the empire. Nor were the Catholics able to remedy this breakdown at the Diet, which the continued expenditure of the Turkish war once more made it necessary to summon to Ratisbon for 1603. The emperor obtained his grant, though the minority adhered to their new principle that it was not bound on this head by the vote of the majority, but on what proved the main question of debate, the corresponding estates, rather than listen to the renewed proposal that the revisions of the Kammergereit judgments would be committed to a Deputationstag, withdrew from the sittings of the Diet, whereupon Archduke Matthias simply postponed the whole question, July 1603. Beyond a doubt, the advanced Protestant party had rightly apprehended the wish of the Catholics to recover all the ecclesiastical foundations confiscated since 1562. Maximilian, who had succeeded to the government of the Paternal Duchy in 1597, was a personage of the utmost importance for the whole course of the conflict in the empire from this time forward till his death, 3 years after the close of the 30 Years' War. While the religious policy of Maximilian the Catholic was traditional in his house and strengthened by a strong personal belief both in the vitality of Catholicism and in the value of wholeheartedness in its champions, the dynastic and territorial point of view was, with him, as with most of his fellow princes, the determining one. He worked in accord with the Jesuits, though by no means a tool in their hands. And as a politician, he took advantage of the necessities as well as the successes of the House of Austria. At home, he vigorously reorganized the legal, financial, and military system of his duchy. Abroad, his influence, strengthened by that of his brother, the pluralist Archbishop of Cologne, was rooted in a rare combination of prudence, propria imperantis virtus, as he told his son, with resolute high courage. In the interval between the diets of 1605 and 1608, a more definite shape was gradually assumed by the struggle between the party of movement among the Protestants, of which Christian Anhalt was the soul, and the determined Catholic resistance led by Maximilian of Bavaria. But the new feature in the situation was the reluctant surrender by Rudolf II into the wavering hands of his brother Matthias of the remnant of imperial responsibility for the maintenance of peace among the contending forces. The tribunals of empire had broken down, and now followed a wholly unprecedented personal humiliation of the head of the empire himself. During the earlier and longer part of Rudolf II's reign, it was not so much want of insight as an utter weakness in action which had caused his impotence at home and abroad. Now his insane suspiciousness and perversity of judgment retarded action of any sort, and frequently ended in sheer inaction. Though he never permanently lost his wits, he sank into a hypochondria which he neither controlled nor was capable of controlling. He feared assassination, and, it is said under the nightmare of a prediction that his murderer would be a monk, conceived a violent prejudice against clergy and church, and fell into a special distrust of the Jesuits. Protracted discussions had already taken place among the archdukes as to the succession in Rudolf's dominions as well as in the empire. Philip III of Spain and Pope Clement VIII were now taken into confidence, and their envoys and Ernest of Cologne made some representations to the emperor. But neither these nor the visit of Archdukes Matthias and Maximilian in 1603 had the slightest effect. Meanwhile, as has been seen, everything had gone wrong in Hungary, and the religious agitation had communicated itself to Bohemia and the German hereditary lands. In April 1605, Matthias and Maximilian, with their Styrian kinsman Ferdinand and his younger brother Maximilian Ernest, met at Linz, whence they all repaired to Prague with an entreaty that the emperor would make over the conduct of Hungarian affairs to Matthias and proceed to regulate the succession. Making some pretense about marriage negotiations on his own account, he, notwithstanding continued pressure from Matthias, persisted in his refusal to accept a successor. But at last he empowered Matthias to settle matters in Hungary and Transylvania and to make peace with the Turks. October 1605. These tasks, as we have seen, were actually accomplished by Matthias, the former by means of concessions to the Hungarian Protestants, which could not but exercise a contagious effect upon Bohemia and the Austrian duchies. Matthias, however, though he had in him no really Protestant vein like his father's, ran the risk of offending not only the emperor but Spain and the new pope, Paul V, and went counter to the Council of Kassel, with which, in his heart, he agreed. The safety of Austria and secondarily of the empire outweighed all other arguments, and on April 25, 1606, the archdukes had at Vienna concluded a family compact which decided the situation. On the ground of the emperor's mental incapacity, Matthias was, in the name of the entire House of Austria, appointed its head, and the archdukes agreed that, should an imperial election be rendered necessary by the same cause, they would use their best endeavors to secure the choice of Matthias. Thus assured, Matthias at last, on June 25, 1606, by the conclusion of the so-called Treaty of Vienna, brought to an issue his long negotiation with the Hungarian estates, who would have preferred, as an additional security, to elect him king. On November 11th followed the peace of Sitva-Torak with the Turks, but Matthias could not yet feel certain of ultimate success in the difficult game which he was playing against the cunning perversity of his elder. The emperor ratified the Hungarian compact, but with a reservation of his coronation oath and the Turkish peace, with the unconcealed intention of speedily breaking it. And although the rest of the archdukes, including Archduke Albert, the joint ruler of the Spanish Netherlands, adhered to the family compact, cooperation for its purposes was now refused by Archduke Ferdinand. He may not have quite seized the significance of the agreement, which it is said his pious mother, the Bavarian Maria, now first made clear to him. He may have shrunk from proceedings prejudicial to the divine authority of the emperor. He may have distrusted the policy of Matthias, and he may have thought of the imperial crown for himself. In any case, his withdrawal took away all security from the compact, and left Matthias once more face to face with an uncertain future. That the emperor was turning to the Styrian line was also indicated by his appointment of Ferdinand as his commissioner for the Diet summoned for the close of 1607. And there seems also to have been talk of his diverting the Bohemian succession to his favorite Leopold, Ferdinand's ambitious younger brother. Meanwhile he sank deeper and deeper into a succession of long spells of silent gloom, buried by outbursts of ungovernable fury. How long could this endure? It was in these circumstances that Matthias resolved on carrying further the policy of the Treaty of Vienna, and rashly or otherwise entered on a course of action fraught with the most momentous consequences. He entered into close relations with the Hungarian leaders and placed himself in touch with the league between them and their friends and sympathizers in Moravia and Austria, which, after long negotiations, had been concluded at Rositz in December 1607. Having made up his mind to a policy of concession to the estates and all the dominions of the house, he, on his own authority, opened at Pressburg, January 1608, a meeting of the Hungarian estates, in which committees of the Austrian estates took part. The leader of the Hungarians was Stefan Eushazy. The foremost among the Austrians was Baron Erasmus von Chemembel, who had thrown in his lot with the Protestants and was in frequent correspondence with Christian of Anhalt. At Pressburg, Matthias progressed from the simple demand of a Turkish grant and the establishment of order in Austria to what was in effect a confederation between himself and the Hungarian and Austrian estates against his brother's authority. On February 1, 1608, the Pressburg alliance was concluded for upholding the treaties of 1606, Vienna, and Sitva-Torak, which Rudolf was scheming to overthrow, and to this it was further agreed to invite the adherents of all the estates which had joined in the Vienna Compact. In other words, a general alliance of the estates of Rudolf's dominions was to subvert his policy and government in favor of those of Matthias. Ignoring a prohibitory mandate from the emperor, Matthias hereupon with some difficulty secured the approval of the Pressburg alliance at a meeting of the Upper and Lower Austrian Diets, and more easily that of the Moravian estates, largely through the exertions of Karl von Zeraten, a member of the Moravian Brotherhood, and akin in spirit to Elishazy and Chemembel. Matthias now levied taxes and troops, and set forth for the Bohemian frontier, issuing a manifesto in which he completely identified himself with the demands of the associated estates, including that for the deposition of Rudolf II. On the frontier he met envoys from Philip III and Pope Paul V, who proposed to him that he should content himself with Hungary and Austria and leave Bohemia to his brother. But Matthias was no longer his own master. On May 4, 1608, the Bohemian estates, with those of Silesia and Moravia, were to meet the committees of the Pressburg allies, and on the decision of Bohemia the solution of the whole problem must depend. In this eventful summer of 1608, when the fraternal discord in the House of Austria had reached its crisis, the advanced Protestant party was at last driven into opening a new stage in the religious conflict of the empire. The renewed activity of Spain on the Netherlands frontier, marked by Spinola's reoccupation of Rheinberg in 1606, was extremely disquieting, especially as through the marriage, 1599, of Duchess Antonia of Lorraine to Duke John William, Jülich Cleves had of late been bound more closely than ever to the Spanish Catholic interest. But while Frederick IV of the Palatinate, for dynastic reasons at this time rather hung back from action, Christian of Anhalt was, since the death of George of Ansbach in 1603, more than ever the chief moving spirit among the Calvinists, and inasmuch as nothing was to be expected from the Protestant action at the Diet, he more and more concentrated his efforts upon two parallel lines of action. In the first place, the Estates, impeded by no consideration for the empire at large, must fully and formally adopt the expedient of a union in imperio, on which the meeting in Heilbronn had resolved in 1594. In the second place, such a union must assure itself of foreign support, and more especially of that of France. Christian of Anhalt's chancery was at work in the United Provinces and among Austrians, Hungarians, and Bohemians in the last instance, not without an eye to the chances of a throne to be possibly alienated from the House of Austria. The first direct step in advance seems to have been taken when, on receiving a visit in 1602 from Landgrave Maurice of Hesse-Kassel, then on the eve of adopting Calvinism, Henry IV urged on his guest the expediency of a union or alliance between the Protestant princes of Germany, with the immediate object of supplanting the Austrian by the Bavarian house at the next imperial election. But though French envoys continued to work for this end, this particular scheme was dropped, to be revised later. The general purposes of this policy and its relations to Sully's ideas of a permanent reconstruction of the map of Europe and of its political system are discussed elsewhere. In planning the overthrow of what remained of the Habsburg ascendancy in Europe, Henry could not but turn his thoughts to the German Protestant princes, who were becoming more and more willing, with French aid, to unite for the defense of their religion and its securities against the Catholic reaction, for the maintenance of their liberty against the imperial authority of a reinvigorated House of Austria, and for the protection of the northwestern frontier of the empire against the renewed designs of Spain. Henry's quarrel with the Duke of Bouillon for a time engrossed his attention and alienated Protestant sympathies, but during this period, 1603-5, Anhalt's activity continued, and the Protestant party of movement was materially strengthened by the definite accession of Brandenburg. In 1603, the Elector Joachim Frederick had made a territorial settlement which enabled him to assert with vigor the Brandenburg pretensions on the Jülich-Cleves duchies. He now married his grandson George William to Elizabeth, daughter of Frederick IV, and the two electors concluded an alliance with the States General for military aid in certain contingencies. Brandenburg, into which John Sigismund was actually to introduce Calvinism in 1608, was now bound to the Palatine party. Of the return, on the other hand, of the Elector Christian to the policy of his father, there was no hope, and the political influence of Saxony was on the wane. Still, even in Lutheran Saxony, as in Lutheran Württemberg, there was a growing sense of unease at the growth of Jesuit influence, and the universities of Wittenberg and Tübingen continued to supply Austria with Protestant preachers and to flood it with anti-papal literature. Thus Anhalt continued his maneuvers and intrigues for the formation of a Protestant union which should in the first place direct its efforts to breaking the tenure of the imperial throne by the House of Austria, perhaps beginning by securing the succession of the celibate Archduke Maximilian. With this most recent draft from his chancery in his hands, Anhalt, in 1606, repaired to Paris, where Henry IV now offered, in the event of a strong alliance of German princes being brought about, to contribute 2/3 of the cost of the forces to be jointly raised by it and himself. But on Christian's return, the plan, which would have amounted to a direct cooperation on the part of the proposed union in Henry's action against Spain on behalf of the United Provinces, fell through once more, owing to the unwillingness of both Brandenburg and the Palatinate to venture so far. 1607. Thus the prospect of a union for which Christian of Anhalt had been laboring seemed once more remote when the time approached for the meeting of the Diet, to be presided over in the Emperor's name by Ferdinand of Styria, the pupil of the Jesuits. At last, immediately before the meeting of the Diet, an event occurred which abruptly brought the religious parties face to face, and through the effect of which the combination which Henry IV and Christian of Anhalt had in vain sought to bring about was actually accomplished. Donauwörth was a small imperial town in the Swabian Circle, where at the time of the religious peace both Catholicism and Protestantism had been professed, but which now contained less than a score of Catholic households. But the younger generations of the Benedictines of the Holy Cross at Donauwörth, most of whom had been trained at Dillingen, had resolved to stem the tide, and many years since had to this end revived the use of processions. In 1603 they had added the waving of banners, whereupon the Protestant town council had intervened, so that, in 1605, Bishop Henry of Augsburg obtained from the Reichshofrath a summary mandate. On the strength of this, in September 1606, a procession of special provocativeness was held, and a riot of corresponding vehemence ensued, which the town council was unable to restrain. Duke Maximilian of Bavaria was now commissioned by the emperor to inspect the case and protect the conventual clergy and other Catholics at Donauwörth in the exercise of their religion. Maximilian, probably moved chiefly by territorial considerations, accepted the imperial commission. Without loss of time, he, in April 1607, ordered the Donauwörth Town Council to pledge itself that Catholic worship should remain undisturbed and to allow a procession to be held. When the Town Council declined to comply, he gave it the choice between submission or the ban of the empire. Great agitation ensued among the neighboring Protestant estates, Neuburg in particular, Württemberg, Ansbach, and the cities of Ulm and Nuremberg. But their meeting at Stuttgart, July, led to no result. On November 12th, the ban of the empire was actually promulgated against Donauwörth, and Maximilian was charged with its execution. The Protestant towns armed, but Württemberg and the Elector Palatine hung back, and when, on December 8th, Maximilian, with a force of 5,000 foot and 600 horse in readiness, Donauwörth was left without an auxiliary. The Protestant preachers and some of the citizens fled, and on December 17th a body of 600 foot and 300 horse took possession of the town. Nobody was hurt in life or limb, but in all other respects the Bavarians treated Donauwörth as a conquered town, and Maximilian, who now perceived the significance of the pledge which he had secured, soon made it clear that he intended to keep a firm hand upon it. When in January 1608 the Diet was opened at Ratisbon, the importance of the Donauwörth incident very speedily became manifest. At a meeting of all the Protestant estates, the principle of making the large Turkish grant demanded by Archduke Ferdinand conditional on the redress of the Protestant grievances and on the confirmation of the religious peace and the Treaty of Passau was unanimously adopted. The Protestants refused to have a vote taken on the Catholic counter-proposal that the religious peace should be confirmed with a clause restoring the exact condition of things in 1555, and when the Catholics insisted, they withdrew for further instructions, February. When hereupon Ferdinand proposed a simple confirmation of the peace, the Palatines demanded an express rejection of the proposed Catholic addition, and finally withdrew from the Diet, together with the Brandenburg ambassadors and those of most of the corresponding princes. The Saxons, who had accepted the concession, remained with the representatives of a minority among the Protestant princes and of the always timorous towns. April. Thus the Diet of 1608 had ended in an open schism between the two Protestant sections, and the time had come for closing up the ranks of the party of movement. The Donauwörth incident had not only quickened the sympathies of Brandenburg, but also those of the Lutheran Philip Louis of Neuburg, who had come forward on behalf of the town and was much alarmed by consequent imperial menaces. When, after the breaking up of the Diet, the Elector Palatine, the acknowledged leader of the Calvinists, was at last prevailed upon by Anhalt to take action, and when Lutheran Württemberg, afraid of further judicial decisions against the confiscation of ecclesiastical property, gave in its adhesion, the goal was reached at last. End of section 73. Section 74 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by William Bruce McFadden, McKinney, Texas, July 31, 2021. On May 16, 1608, a few weeks after the collapse of the Diet, while Maximilian of Bavaria was keeping a firm hold on Donauwörth, and Archduke Matthias was marching upon Prague, the union of the evangelical estates was formally concluded at Anhausen in the Margravate of Ansbach. Its original members were the Elector Palatine, the Duke of Württemberg, the Count Palatine of Neuburg, the Margraves of Ansbach, Kulmbach, and Baden, Zweibrücken, and the houses of Ottingen and Anhalt soon acceded. Then came in Strasbourg, Nuremberg, and Ulm, respectively, at the head of the Alsatian, Franconian, and Swabian towns, with several others. In 1609, the new elector John Sigismund of Brandenburg joined, together with the Landgrave Maurice of Hesse-Kassel, who in 1607 had openly adopted Calvinism and was a pensioner of France. Hesse-Darmstadt, on the other hand, had been lost to the Protestant party, as had Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel in the north by reason of the imperialism of Duke Henry Julius, due to the dynastic and personal motives. Saxony, too, stood persistently aloof. The slow birth of the Protestant Union had at last been expedited by a craving for political security rather than for religious expansion, and it defined its primary purpose as the defense of any of its members if attacked in contravention of the laws of the empire, which of course included the religious peace. At its head was to stand a director, who, for the first 3 years, was to be the Elector Palatine. The military command was to appertain to the estate attack, but that of troops employed outside the territory of the Union to the director, who was to name a lieutenant general. The contributions for the first 5 years were to produce a sum of not much more than 500,000 of florins, so that only a very large development of the Union and its resources could furnish the means for undertaking a serious war. As for Donauwörth, Maximilian retained it as a redeemable pledge, and in July 1609 a provisional oath of homage to him was administered to the civic authorities. The retention of Donauwörth became a standing Protestant grievance, but with brief interruptions the town henceforth remained Bavarian and strictly Catholic. Anhalt's intrigues had for some time been particularly active in Bohemia, and he seems at one time to have thought of an armed intervention for placing Archduke Maximilian on the Bohemian and then on the imperial throne. But the general ferment in the Habsburg dominions had come to a more speedy issue. A vast majority of the Bohemian population, 9/10 according to a more or less conjectural estimate, were under one name or another Protestant, and there were religious grievances in abundance against the growing tendencies of Rudolph's government. On the other hand, the Bohemian estates had a profound sense of autonomy. If the throne were vacant, they might place on it a Protestant prince, such as the Elector of Saxony, and they were much offended by the self-reliance of the estates of Moravia, a dependency of the Bohemian crown. Though many Bohemian lords appeared at Czeslau to listen to Matthias' proposals, the Bohemian estates as such gathered at Prague, upon which Matthias now gradually advanced with his army. When he had reached Bohmisch Brod, some 20 miles' march from the capital, Rudolf confirmed the treaties of Vienna and Zitvatorok, while a few days later, May 25, 1608, he sought to gain the goodwill of the Bohemian estates by allowing all adherents of the Confession of 1675, that is, practically to all Protestants, the free exercise of their religion, until a new Diet should have made a final religious settlement. But these concessions to pressure from within and from without proved of no avail, and on June 25th, when Matthias was only 5 miles from Prague, Rudolf was at last prevailed upon to cede to his brother the Hungarian crown, together with the territorial dominion in Austria and Moravia. Bohemia, with Silesia and Lusatia, were, with the reversion of the Tyrol, to remain to Rudolf, who, however, agreed to confirm the free election by the Bohemian estates of Matthias as his successor. Thereupon Matthias and his army quitted Bohemia, where it left no good name behind. The Austrian and Moravian representatives had meanwhile bound themselves by a secret covenant to refuse homage to Matthias should he withhold religious freedoms from their lands. His own victory had been one of neither creed nor principle, but it had given a tremendous shock to the authority of the emperor, while taking from him the greater part of his territorial dominions. And it had added proportionately to the self-consciousness of the estates, who were mainly Protestant in their sympathies and aspirations. Matthias had to thank Anhalt for nothing, and the resolution passed at a meeting of the Union at Rothenburg, August. Inviting the accession of the Austrian dominions could not be expected to lead to any result. Indeed, under the advice of Kaisel, once more in favor, Matthias was evidently veering in a Catholic direction, while the estates and the lands surrendered to him were still looking for the fullness of their reward. The Moravian estates, led by Zerotin, were so far encouraged by his promises as to do homage to Matthias, August, but in Austria the majority, headed by Chemembel, formulated a demand of unrestricted religious liberty for the towns as well as the nobles, and of official parity, and on this being resisted by Matthias, withdrew from the Vienna Diet to Horn, whence they issued a declaration refusing homage before redress of grievances. In March 1609 an embassy from the Union appeared at Linz in Vienna, but it brought to the Austrian estates nothing but vague undertakings for the future. On March 19th, Matthias gave a grudging assent to a resolution which granted to the Austrian nobility the required liberty of religious worship, while the towns received a verbal promise, supplemented by certain guarantees against arbitrary changes. Offices, it was ingeniously resolved, were henceforth to be conferred on the grounds of merit only, preference being given to the old families of the land. Hereupon the hitherto recalcitrant Austrian estates did homage. But Matthias had, as usual, satisfied nobody. While he had incurred the deep resentment of Pope Paul V, the estates only awaited an opportunity of securing something more, and in return he was himself, as he informed Kaisel, only awaiting his opportunity for revoking what he had conceded. In Bohemia, as was seen, Rudolf had saved himself by postponing a final settlement to another diet, and of this he contrived to delay the meeting till the end of January 1609. When it met, the majority showed itself intent upon establishing a comprehensive ecclesiastical and educational system under the protection of a committee of defensors. The uncompromising resistance of Rudolf enabled the broad-minded Wenceslas von Budowy, chief of the Association of Brethren, to maintain among all the Protestant sections a unity of purpose and action which found full expression in the remonstrance, drafted by him and read in the Diet, against Rudolf's threat of dissolution. The threat was, however, carried into execution April 1, 1609. During these proceedings, only a small minority, of whom the chief members were the Chancellor von Lobkowitz, William von Slawata, and Jaroslav von Martinitz, had stood by the crown. The Protestant majority in the Bohemian Diet had agreed to meet again on May 4th in an assembly of their own. The intervening month they devoted to stirring up the country and to appeals for outside support, while Rudolf, afraid to resort to force, remained inactive. When the time of the meeting drew near, the Protestant nobles who had flocked to Prague sent deputation upon deputation to him, but he refused to yield. On May 4th, the Protestant estates opened their sittings in the Neustadt town hall in the midst of a kind of popular panic, and after a justification had been drawn up, the emperor was at last terrified into summoning the Diet which was to formulate the religious settlement. When this Diet met on May 25th, Rudolf, now largely under the influence of Archduke Leopold, strove to restrict the Protestants to the footing allowed them under Ferdinand I. But the very Catholics perceived the futility of so perverse an offer, and the Diet replied by bluntly declaring its determination to resort to force against any attempt at oppression, while announcing a national armament at the national expense and presenting the draft of a religious settlement almost identical with what afterwards came to be known as the Letter of Majesty. When, hereupon, Rudolf made the transparent proposal to refer the whole question for arbitration to all the spiritual and temporal electors, the Diet retorted by appointing a provisional government of 30 directors, 10 from each of the 3 estates, and levying a force of 5,000 foot and 1,500 horse. After a vain attempt at intervention by Christian II of Saxony, negotiations were opened between Rudolf and the Diet, and on July 9, 1609, he signed the Letter of Majesty and confirmed an agreement between the estates sub una and those sub utraque on those points which the letter had left open. The Letter of Majesty granted to all inhabitants of Bohemia freedom of choice between the Catholic faith and the Confession of 1575, which some call the Augustinian, but the building of churches or of schools was to be permissible only to the 3 estates, that is, to the nobles, knights, and royal towns. In the supplementary agreement, the concession was added that if on any royal domain, whether in a town or elsewhere, the Protestants should be without a church or churchyard, these might there be provided by them. Inasmuch as according to Bohemian law ecclesiastical domains stood directly under the administration of the royal treasury, they were commonly spoken of as royal, as well as royal domains proper. It is clear that in concluding the agreement which supplemented the Letter of Majesty, the Protestants understood royal domains as including ecclesiastical, and that the subsequent proceedings which were to lead to the actual outbreak of the 30 Years' War were based on a bona fide interpretation of an accepted term. Once more, on the eve of its long eclipse, the Bohemian nation seemed to have gained a great religious and a great national victory in one. Well might Archduke Leopold bitterly lament to Maximilian of Bavaria that the emperor had been driven not only to grant everything, but to confirm it with a privilegium. A Silesian Letter of Majesty had rapidly followed on the Bohemian, and through the length and breadth of their dominions Rudolf and Matthias had alike been obliged to yield to the demands of their estates. Even the Styrian estates, with those of Carinthia and Carniola, sent a deputation to Archduke Ferdinand to demand the restoration of their religious liberties. But his reply was a direct refusal. The Catholic cause was not yet lost. Meanwhile, grievously smitten in those southeastern lands, it had suffered a heavy blow on the other side of the northwestern border. On April 9, 1609, Spain had at last concluded a 12 years' truce with the United Provinces, and 2 months later a treaty of alliance had been concluded by them with France and England. In the face of these events, the formation at Munich on July 10th of the Catholic Union, it did not yet call itself League, by Maximilian of Bavaria with a few bishops and abbots, might seem of slight importance. But since the occupation of Donauwörth, at all events, Maximilian was well aware of his own importance in the religious struggle. Both during the Diet of 1608 and afterwards, his efforts for a consolidation of the Catholic party had been incessant. But they had, in the first instance, only resulted in a defensive alliance, under Bavarian directorship, with the bishops of Passau and Würzburg and a few other prelates of the Bavarian, Swabian, and Franconian circles. Already, however, a month later, the association was joined by the 3 spiritual electors, the Rhenish members being placed under the directorship of Mainz, though the general military command remained with Bavaria. In a meeting held at Würzburg in February 1610, when several other prelates joined it, it was decided to invite the accession of Archdukes Ferdinand and Maximilian and of other Catholic estates, and to extend the system of foreign alliances. A treaty with Spain, which promised 2 regiments of foot and 1 of horse, was actually concluded in August 1610, and the Catholic League, Liga, as it soon came to be called, gradually developed into a great alliance, with Pope Paul V himself as a member on behalf of the Catholic faith. But its fundamental principle of self-defense was jealously guarded by Maximilian, who remained its right hand. On March 25, 1609, the Jülich-Cleves question had at last forced itself to the front on the death of the childless Duke John William. Hitherto, the imperial and Spanish policy had prevailed as to the government of the duchies, but as to the succession it had been wholly wanting in resolution. So late as August 1608, the Reichshofrath had declared that without the assent of the electors, none of the privileges were valid on which the claims of the several pretenders were based. If so, the whole of the inheritance escheated to the emperor. There was a general notion that he favored the Saxon claim, but nothing had been done towards either recognizing it or buying it up in the interests of Sibylla, Duke John William's 4th sister, who had married as her second husband Margrave Charles of Burgau, son of Archduke Ferdinand of the Tyrol, and whom Philip II had at one time advised putting forward as the Austrian and Catholic claimant. To this Austro-Spanish inaction, largely no doubt due to the truce with the United Provinces and to fear of French intervention, the Protestant side had opposed a greater measure of vigor. But while John Sigismund, now Elector of Brandenburg, who represented the claims of the eldest sister as descending to his wife, obtained promises of aid from the leading personages in the Dutch Republic, his claims were at the court of Henry IV and in the councils of the Union, more especially after Maria Eleonora's death in 1608, crossed by those of Neuburg, on behalf of which no exertion was spared by Wolfgang William as the second sister's eldest son. On the death of John William of Jülich-Cleves, the emperor at once named commissioners to carry on the government of the duchies in conjunction with the widowed Duchess Antonia and her council, but she very soon withdrew. Then, May, he summoned the claimants before the disputed tribunal of the Reichshofrath, and in the meantime forbade their taking possession. But before this, both Brandenburg and Neuburg had actually or symbolically occupied Cleves with Mark and Ravenstein, and Jülichburg with Ravensburg, respectively. After a compact for joint action without prejudice to their several claims had been concluded between them at Dortmund, June, to which Zweibrücken afterwards adhered, Margrave Ernest, the Elector of Brandenburg's brother and representative, and Count Palatine Wolfgang William held their joint entry into Dusseldorf, July. The possessing Possederenden princes, as they were called, now defied the imperial mandates, and refusing to acknowledge the jurisdiction of the Reichshofrath, demanded judgment by a tribunal of their peers. The pressing question, however, was whether they could keep possession. The only place in the duchies still held against them was the fortress of Jülich, which the ducal officer and command seemed disposed to make over to the emperor. And into Jülich, Archduke Leopold, eager for the laurels which he had missed in Bohemia, now threw himself by Rudolph's order with some 800 men, July. There was no prospect of supplies from Archduke Albert, or, for some time at least, from Spain. On the other hand, the possessing princes had not more than 1,200 men at their disposal, and Ernest of Brandenburg was unsupplied with money. A difficulty which had already become a European question was not to be solved by a conflict conducted on such a scale. Of the ulterior purposes of the foreign policy of Henry IV there could be little doubt, though his immediate intentions were carefully veiled. He had from the first encouraged the possessing princes, and then, when the news of the entry of Archduke Leopold into Jülich reached him, at once increased his armaments. But he had good reason for avoiding precipitation. The Union, at its meeting, held in Schwäbisch Hall, May, had only harked back to the old Protestant grievances, and when Christian of Anhalt hereupon repaired to the Emperor's presence at Prague to menace him with the open revolt of the princes of the Union, Rudolph had merely promised the restitution of Donauwörth, which had of course remained unaccomplished. On his return Anhalt had at last taken up the Jülich-Cleves question in earnest, and after the forces of the possessing princes had, by contributions from the Elector Palatine and others, been raised to a total of 5,000 foot and 1,200 horse, he was himself offered the command, October. He made his acceptance dependent on French support, and armed with proposals adopted by a meeting of princes at Stuttgart, betook himself to Paris, where he had 2 audiences of the king. December. He returned to Germany greatly elated and bringing with him 2 proposals. One of these was a written statement that if the possessing princes and the Union were prepared to take the field for the capture of the fortress of Jülich with 8,000 foot and 2,000 horse, Henry IV was prepared to furnish the same force for the same purpose. The other was a plan which Anhalt was authorized to communicate to the Union Comte de Louis Mesme for an attack upon the line of the Meuse, to be conducted by France and the United Provinces, upon whose assent the execution of the plan depended, and in which, after the capture of Jülich, the army of the Union and the possessing princes was to cooperate. At another meeting of the Union held at Schwäbisch Hall, February 1610, it was agreed to accept the French proposal as to an attack upon Jülich, and an agreement on these lines was speedily confirmed by Henry IV. But as to the larger scheme, more hesitation was shown. It must be remembered that the princes only outnumbered the more timorous towns by a couple of votes. In the end, Anhalt was authorized to offer to Henry IV the aid of the Union forces, provided that the invasion of the Spanish Netherlands should have been begun by the French and Dutch, that Jülich should have been captured, and that the members of the Union should not be engaged in any hostilities within the empire. Henry IV hereupon once more received Anhalt in Paris, March, April, where they agreed that he should at once proceed to Dusseldorf to prepare for a German attack on Jülich, while the king should ascertain the willingness of the States General to cooperate with him in the march upon the Meuse. Thus matters stood in April 1610, and during the next few weeks there can be no doubt that Protestant Europe was in expectation, more or less assured, of the opening of a campaign which might perhaps not begin, and would certainly not end, with the capture of the fortress of Jülich. This feeling of friendly interest extended to the Scandinavian north, while James I of England, after characteristically offering to participate in an arbitration, had promised to furnish in aid a force of 4,000 men. Meanwhile, the empire was in a worse state of defense on its western frontier than on its eastern, and its helpless head could only authorize Archduke Leopold, glad to escape from Jülich, to raise a military force in his sees of Passau and Strasbourg. No sooner had the news of these latter levies reached the Elector Palatine and other of the corresponding princes than they immediately raised a large body of troops of their own, and by March had sent them in self-defense to Alsace. The influence of Leopold's restless ambition seems to have been strong on Rudolf in this last stage of his unhappy reign, when he was craving for the revenge upon his brother Matthias and impotently longing to undo the religious concessions to which only his necessity had consented. His armaments were probably due to purposes of this sort, to which Leopold cannot have been a stranger, quite as much as to the fear of foreign intervention in the Jülich-Cleves difficulty. And it was with his own grievances uppermost in his mind that on May 1st, 1610, the emperor opened the meeting at Prague of the electors of Mainz, Cologne, Saxony, the faithful Duke Henry Julius of Brunswick, and the anti-Calvinist Landgrave Louis of Hesse-Darmstadt, together with Archdukes Ferdinand and Maximilian and a representative of Archduke Albert. But here, too, the Jülich question came to the front, and the ways of resisting the possessing princes were discussed. On May 8th, Henry IV announced to Archduke Albert and the Archbishop of Cologne, as Bishop of Liège, that he would be obliged to march through a portion of their territories in order to assist his ancient allies in Jülich, Cleves, and Berg. Albert, whose preparations for resistance were incomplete, on May 15th reluctantly granted leave of transit. But he had reckoned without the luck of his house. On May 14th, Henry IV was assassinated at Paris. Whatever part he might have intended to play or actually have played in the affairs of Europe, the western peril of the Habsburgs had for the time passed away. Instead of an armed combination between the chief powers of Protestant Europe, the House of Austria had in the first instance only to face an alliance of German estates, disheartened by the catastrophe which had delayed the outbreak of a great European war and had perhaps saved the empire from speedy disruption. But though with the death of Henry IV the Jülich-Cleves question lost its European interest, it was not yet at an end. The government of Maria de' Medici, notwithstanding the almost immediate change in its general foreign policy, resolved to satisfy the amour-propre of the French nation by furnishing the aid promised at Swabish Hall. In July, a French army marched from Metz upon Jülich, before which already lay a large force of Dutch and English troops under Maurice of Nassau and the troops of the possessing princes, with others sent by the Union under Anhalt. On September 1st, the 2,000 defenders of the fortress capitulated to a besieging force of 80,000, and a handful of troops occupied Jülich for the possessing princes. Archduke Leopold's levies had been unable to come to the rescue. For so early as June, the Union had dispatched from 8,000 to 9,000 men under Margrave Joachim Ernst of Ansbach into Alsace. The excesses committed by this soldiery led the emperor to issue a mandate against the entire Union and to charge Duke Maximilian of Bavaria with its execution. Maximilian judiciously ascertained at Prague that the emperor was unlikely to adhere to so bold a line of conduct. But at a meeting of the League at Munich, a levy of nearly 20,000 troops was agreed upon, and in August the Union withdrew its troops from Strasbourg territory, while Leopold's forces were in turn reduced and finally disbanded. In November, Union and League mutually agreed to dismiss their forces. On every side the fires seemed flickering out once more. And it was characteristic of this temporary calm that in October 1610 an attempt was made to set up a Catholic Lutheran League headed by Bavaria and Saxony for the defense of the imperial constitution, and that a meeting of princes for the purpose was summoned to Würzburg. But Christian II of Saxony could not make up his mind, and by April 1611 the project was abandoned. In the contested duchies themselves things went quietly after the capitulation of the fortress of Jülich. The foreign troops had all withdrawn. Those of the Union had been disbanded, and each of the possessing princes was able to maintain his occupation by means of a handful of armed men. Nothing came of Rudolf II's provisional investiture of Christian II with the duchies during his drunken sojourn at Prague, July. Though by the Treaty of Jüterbach, March 1611, the Saxon elector was nominally admitted to a share in the government. Wolfgang William, notwithstanding his anti-Calvinistic tendencies, attempted a settlement with John Sigismund, who was on the eve of formally adopting Calvinism. But the result was a hopeless quarrel, and the Neuburger now returned to Bavaria, and after, in July 1613, secretly becoming a convert to Rome, clinched his new alliance in September by marrying Duke Maximilian's sister Magdalena. A new and dangerous phase seemed about to begin in the perennial question of the duchies, when Philip III of Spain promised his support to this interesting convert, and the Calvinist elector of Brandenburg appealed for aid to Maurice of Nassau. In September 1614 he and Spinola confronted one another, and the latter occupied Wesel in Cleves, But once more the rupture of the truce by an actual collision was averted, and by the Treaty of Xanten, November, the two possessing princes agreed on a partition of government, without abandoning the principle of unity, thus leaving the dispute just where it had stood at the time of the assassination of Henry IV, and ignoring the claims of Saxony and the imperial authority. The only difference now was that, of the princes in possession, one was a Calvinist and one a Catholic, and that the apple of religious conflict had thus been cut in half. Meanwhile, the emperor at Prague had striven to gain the assent of the convention of loyal princes to his designs of recovery and revenge. They actually called upon Matthias to restore the ceded lands to the emperor and signify their willingness to accept his favorite Archduke Leopold as Roman king. But they were not prepared to go to war with Matthias and the united Hungarian, Moravian, and Austrian estates, all of whom were arming. The Bohemian estates, too, were in agitation. At the end of January 1611, they obliged Rudolf to assemble a diet which levied troops in addition to the militia called out by the crown officials. A surprise on the emperor's part was apprehended, and the Hussite spirit of the people was once more up. Their fears had not been in vain, for on February 15th, Archduke Leopold, at the head of the soldiery, between 5,000 and 7,000 men, levied by him in the See of Passau, which the emperor had promised to order him to disband but had left him without the money for disbanding, occupied the Kleinseite of Prague after a short conflict with the troops of the estates. From the two sides of the Moldau the armies confronted one another, and in the Altstadt a savage riot in which the mob devastated 4 convents and murdered some of their inmates was with difficulty suppressed by the estates, who hereupon, without consulting the emperor, established a committee of 30 directors for the government and defense of the country. It is not surprising that this determination and the knowledge that the estates had applied to Matthias for aid caused Rudolf's resolution and Leopold's courage to fail them at the last. Early in March the Passau troops were paid off, and headed by the disillusioned Archduke took their departure, a wild and undisciplined force prefiguring the mercenary hordes of the 30 Years' War and believed by the Bohemian people to be in league with the Evil One. As they marched out of Prague, a body of Austrians and Moravians, sent forward by Matthias, marched in, and were soon joined by troops of the estates, commanded by the Count Matthias Thun. On March 24, 1611, Matthias, who had marched from Vienna with his main army of 10,000 men, expecting to encounter the Passauers, since disbanded, entered Prague. He came, as he had told envoys of the estates who met him on the Moravian frontier, as the guardian of the Letter of Majesty, and was welcomed by an outburst of patriotic and ultraquist enthusiasm. Matthias now summoned a diet, of whose intentions to himself he had previously been made aware, and placed a garrison in the castle, where the emperor was now a mere prisoner. The ambassadors of the loyal electors of Saxony and Mainz were still using their good offices with Matthias, and the faithful Duke Henry Julius of Brunswick still remained with the emperor. When the diet assembled in April, Rudolf tried to delay as his last resource, but in the end menaces, or what came very near to them, forced him to resign conditionally the Bohemian crown. The coronation of Matthias followed on May 23rd, after he had promised on the preceding day to confirm all the rights and liberties of the Bohemians and to sanction the alliance concluded by them with the Silesians. But as Rudolf's intention of revoking his conditional resignation was known, further proceedings became necessary, and at last, on August 11th, he was coerced into a clear and certain bargain. Rudolf, retaining private rights of property, formally resigned the Bohemian crown to his brother and undertook to commend him to the electors at their approaching meeting. Rudolf now only had the imperial crown, certain rights in interior Austria and the Tyrol, and his private revenues in Bohemia. But, though his authority was all but extinct, the spirit of revenge had not been laid within him. A meeting of electors, Kurfürstentag, was about to be held to consider the situation, including the prospects of the succession. Rudolf prepared for this meeting with the double intent of discrediting Matthias and preventing the election of any successor to himself. At an earlier date there had been some notion of transactions between him and the militant Calvinist party, but the death of the Elector Palatine Frederick IV had intervened, September 1610. Though not a great prince, he was a stout Calvinist, and in his later years at least open to ideas of a free union between Christian confessions such as animated some of his descendants in a less bigoted age. His heir was Frederick V, a boy of 15, to whom Anhalt had succeeded in inducing the emperor to allow the Calvinist John II of Zweibrücken to be named guardian instead of Lutheran Philip Louis of Neuburg. Now at last Rudolf entered into communications with the agents of the Union, thereby it seems actually giving rise to an apprehension, "Vi Caesar ad apostasiam declineret." When the Margrave of Ansbach found his way to Prague, it is said that the emperor adopted him as his son and charged him to watch the imperial interests at the Kurfürstentag. At other times, grotesque marriage projects occupied the emperor's bewildered brain, and carriages were kept ready to carry him off into safety in the lands of the Union. On October 1611, the preliminary meeting of the electors actually took place at Nuremberg. The preference oscillated between Matthias and Albert, Leopold being left unmentioned, and it was resolved that, on the hypothesis of the emperor's assent being accorded, the final meeting for the election of a Roman king should be held on May 21, 1612. Rudolf, when pressed for his assent, gave way in principle, but ordered the immediate summoning of a diet to Ratisbon. Here the madman seems to have hoped, by throwing himself on the side of the Protestants, to divide the electors, to ruin the chances of Matthias, and perhaps himself to regain all that he had lost. In December 1611, the archdukes held another family meeting at Vienna, where they entered into an engagement to preserve the imperial crown, so as far as in them lay, to the house of Habsburg, and to secure it for Matthias. At Prague, the emperor had already donned his traveling clothes for his journey to Ratisbon, but the end was at hand. About the new year he was seized with a mortal malady, and he had other reasons for knowing that his death was near. It came on January 12, 1612. His servants were cruelly treated. Most of his bastard children were at a distance or in obscurity. No tragic catastrophe was ever more complete. The long years of Rudolf's misrule had terribly intensified the religious hatreds which made the 30 Years' War inevitable, but he had benefited no cause, as he left behind him barely a friend. In his powerless hands, the political and judicial authority of the empire had alike collapsed. Its eastern frontier line would have been effaced had he not surrendered his guardianship. The western had been preserved only by the assassin's dagger from an eruption which must almost inevitably have ended in dismemberment. But all comments on such a reign and life are swallowed up by the compassion for the poor human being, by nature neither bad nor ignoble, whose doom would not have been darker or drearier had he, during the latter half of his 60 years, been the inmate of a madhouse instead of the occupant of an imperial throne. The reign of Rudolf II had been the seed-time of war. The prospects of peace which his death brought with it could only be partial and temporary, for he at least had exercised no control over the destinies of the peoples under his territorial rule, or over those of the empire of which he was the elected chief. End of section 74.
Section 75 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 22. Political Thought in the 16th Century by the Reverend J. Neville Figgis. Part 1. Read by John Anderson. The supreme achievement of the Reformation is the modern state. Our notions of citizenship are the result at once of the Protestant revolt and of its partial failure. As with all the ideas of Protestantism and of the Counter-Reformation, the origins of their political conceptions must be sought in the Middle Ages, although they may thence be traced back to the ancient world, Hellenic, Hebrew, and Christian. Still, it was through the crucible of the 16th century that medieval notions were passed before influencing the modern world. The conciliar movement of the 15th century witnessed the promulgation on the most impressive scale of those doctrines which treat all political power as a trust, and its holder as responsible to the community, liable to be deposed by it in cases of gross misgovernment. Yet that movement ended in failure, save in so far as its fundamental principles could be subsequently invoked for different purposes. The claim of the Council to be superior to the Pope was always at the service of advocates of the rights of the people against the despotism of kings. However, it remained nothing more than a claim. Modern political thought, as distinct from medieval, begins not with Gerson or Nicholas Cusanus, but with John of Torquemada's De Potestate Paupeia. In this work, the arguments for monarchy are to be found set forth very much as they were to be quoted for a couple of centuries. Of course, much of his argument is concerned with the Petrine text, yet it may be doubted whether the divine right of monarchy ever had a more efficient defender. Even before the star rose out of Wittenberg, many constitutional checks on monarchy were in existence. The system of estates, the powers of parliament and parliaments, the oaths of coronation, the Justicia of Aragon, the conciliar eloquence, would all furnish inexhaustible precedents and arguments for what was to follow. But these checks were daily diminishing in practical value, and with the destruction of the evils of the feudal system, its merits disappeared. The very sense of the need of the universality of law tended to remove for a time the checks on the powers to which tradition ascribed the right of lawmaking. Boude in France and Salomonius at Rome might write eloquent passages and engage in brilliant dialectic against theories of absolutism. But these theories had the future on their side and commanded the intellectual assent of the ablest minds. Those who wanted government to be efficient and desired to carry on an energetic foreign policy would not wait on the long task of educating opinion. Illustrations of this may be found in the opinions of Wolsey and Cromwell in England, and later in the views of Cecil and Bacon, and again in those of Laud and Strafford. All these men wanted something done, order introduced into the chaos of administration, a single authority everywhere recognized, the tangle of competing and confused governmental agencies reduced to a simple and smoothly working system, which would enable ideas to be realized at once, without regard to average stupidity. They were all quite honestly on the side of the one power, which on principles of natural selection had proved its necessity to the public welfare. All this was heralded at Rome. The party which had arisen at Paris at the close of the 14th century was ideologue and impracticable. It had failed. The task of making the papacy efficient passed over to the Borgia and Julius II, to the Jesuits and the Spaniards. The tendencies to despotism in all Italian principalities found their highest expression in Rome itself, and thence spread over the world. The new papacy was more absolute, less spiritual, more fitted to be a model for other despots than the old. A Duke of Tuscany or King of England would find more that might be expedient to copy in Julius II than he could have found in Boniface VIII. Works like that of John of Torquemada in the 15th century, or that of Thomas de Vio, Cardinal Cajetan, in the 16th, show how far the general notion of the complete servitude of the community had advanced, and how slight a practical sway was exercised by the traditions of constitutionalism. Traditions inextricably mingled with the memories of feudal disorder, and always capable of being interpreted after such a fashion as to dissolve the unity of the state into its component factors, and pave the way, as in the case of the French League, for mob rule and anarchy. Indeed, the passion for unity in the medieval mind only expressed the fact that this unity was so seldom realized. Even before and apart from the Reformation, the widespread sense of the appalling evils of disorder and the supreme necessity of social peace proved the most efficacious support to the growth of national despotism and directly ministered to the papal reaction. As a matter of fact, neither the ideas which we call liberal nor the notions of despotism and of divine right are the creatures of the Reformation. Before it, the movement towards absolute monarchy was at work, and first of all in the Church. Eugenius IV triumphed before Louis XI, or Edward IV, or Ferdinand of Aragon. What then did the Reformation effect? Briefly this: it gave to the ideas on both sides fresh opportunities of exercising practical influence, and it caused them to assume the forms that actually contributed to produce the world in which we live. It fixed for a long time the subjects of debate and the area of discussion. To transfer the allegiance of the human spirit from clerical to civil authority was, roughly speaking, the effect of the movement of the 16th century, alike in Catholic and Protestant countries. It was less successful in those lands or cities where Calvinism, manipulated by a highly trained ministry, obtained predominant or exclusive control. The result was achieved partly by the sacrifice of earlier and larger aims, partly by their realization. Luther firmly believed in the right of the laity to do what he told them. His whole tendency was individualist, and the statements of the Babylonish captivity that no Christian man should be ruled except by his own consent doubtless represent the writer's real mind. The ideas at the bottom of that work are certainly capable of being made into a program of political liberty, though the connection is not so obvious as in the conciliar writers of the 15th century. But Luther's effective struggle for freedom extended only to the princes and the divines. His governing idea is the thought which inspired the address to the German nobility, that the actual holders of the civil power must carry out the necessary reform of the Church. For purely political liberty and the application to it of his doctrines, he never really cared at all, and circumstances drove him farther and farther from such ideas, as even appear in his treatise on weltliche Obrigkeit, or the first of his admonitions to the peasants. The whole bent of his mind was really in favor of secular authority. He really believed in its divine origin and in that of human inequality. Indeed, he definitely broke with the notion held for centuries, and derived partly from the Roman jurist, that all inequality was the consequence of the fall, and was against nature. He felt, also, perhaps more strongly than anyone before or since, the incalculable value of the security afforded by the ruling power, and of social peace. Besides, he succeeded as he did, because he was in the mainstream of European development. Had he connected himself with movements purely popular, he would have been relegated to a backwater. On behalf of the authority of the civil power, however gained, and the real sanctity of home life and lay avocations, he was always prepared to do battle. He disbelieved in the political claims of the Church and in the religious claims of monastic life. For the common man and the civil governor, he would fight, on the strongest religious grounds, against the competing authority of monastic ideals or ecclesiastical law. But it may be safely said that he never cared one jot for political liberty. To the ancient authority of the emperor, bound up, especially in the minds of Germans, with the idea of the Church, Luther was indeed reluctantly in opposition. But of the princely power, then rapidly rising from feudal to sovereign authority, he was by temper and circumstance alike an outstanding support. Like all men by whom the spiritual world is strongly realized, he was largely an opportunist in politics, and cared for little but the spread of his ideas. His sympathies were rather with the prosperous classes than with the disinherited, although his severe language on legal oppression is not to be overlooked. And no one ever connected more closely the love of God with man's duty to his neighbor. Luther never approved of the violence of the peasants, although in the earlier phase of the revolt he showed some sympathy with their wrongs. There is nothing remarkable in his final condemnation of the rebels, yet there was a case for the peasants. The movement started by Luther was in its essence revolutionary. So were the language of its leader and his ideas, however little he might desire to recognize the fact. As he said later, we are now in a different world. But, like all revolutionary movements, the Reformation claimed to be conservative. The restoration of the ancient order was the cry not only of Luther, but of the Puritans. It is the indefeasible rights of the sovereign laity which he asserts against the temporary and illegitimate tyranny of the priesthood. The inalienable and divine authority of kings and princes was to hew down the upas tree of Rome and wrest from the papacy its usurped and unwarrantable powers. The claim of most revolutionaries to be at the bottom conservatives is rooted in human nature. The instinct which produces it is perhaps the strongest tribute to the value of continuity in constitutional development. In Luther's case, it was strengthened by an external motive. The revolution being, however it might disguise itself, a fact, it was natural that a party should arise to take the reformers at their word, and assert that all Christians were equal, not only as priests, but as kings. If a hierarchical order was proved either noxious or superfluous by the famous text, "Who hath made us kings and priests?" how was it better with the civil authority? Why should the emperor, alone of the powers that be, undergo banishment to the limbo of those that have been? So thought Karlstadt and Munzer and the peasants. The notions of equality and fraternity, based on a Christian communism, and setting at naught all merely legal authority, which the reception of Roman law had rendered more aggressive and unelastic, produced the revolt of 1525. The connection of all this with the principles of the Reformation and its extension of the ideas at the bottom of Luther's Liberty of a Christian Man becomes evident in comparing with this tract the 12 Articles of the Peasants. Their rebellion gave expression to forces long operative, and it is to be regarded, like the revolt of Sickingen, as medieval rather than modern on its political side. The great social forces were marshaled against it. Luther's revolution was to consecrate the rising activities of the middle class and elevate still higher the power of the princes. But to the peasants it was fundamentally hostile. Its theocratic side is best considered in connection with the more striking history of the Anabaptists, among whom ideas were at work which found better expression in Quakerism. Like the rebellious peasants, the Anabaptists insisted on the equality of Christians and on community of goods. In one of its phases, Anabaptism asserted a political quietism and denied all rights of resistance, and even of government. Its tenets are to be found combated in the 39 Articles and in the Augsburg Confession. Later, there ensued a reign of the saints, which strove to make all things new, including marriage. The idea of this reign, instituted by John of Leyden, is medieval theocracy, applied with a disregard of existing conditions and a thoroughness of intolerance which the papacy had too much common sense to display. It illustrates an important aspect of the Reformation in regard to its political thought. Whatever the ultimate effect of Protestant principles, they did not directly tend either to toleration or to non-theological politics. Only, indeed, where real toleration exists, can politics be non-theological, and, vice versa, only where the idea of theocracy is abandoned can there be a real toleration. To attempt to identify the Christian law with that of the state must frequently lead to persecution. For a couple of centuries, politics were to become not less, but more theocratic than they were at the time of the outbreak of the Reformation. Pure politics, if in the last resort the child of the Reformation, took a long while to grow up. Their existence had to be justified, as against the clerical control of civil matters. This was the work of the theorist of divine right. Not until it had been accomplished could secular politics have free play. Besides this, the value attached to the Bible was a stumbling block. The Old Testament contains a great deal of political history and can be used to support any side. Large sections of the Protestant world demanded that every institution should justify itself by an appeal to Scripture. Luther's attitude, and it was typical, towards Aristotle, tended, even in politics, not to advance, but to retard rational thinking. The deference paid to the letter of Scripture led men to find their political principles in the Bible, to a degree at least as great as in the earlier Middle Ages. Even Grotius repeats with approval the famous interpretation by St. Thomas of the text, "Against thee only I have sinned," in the 51st Psalm, as convincing proof of the irresponsibility of kings and their superiority to all rules of law. This enslavement to the letter of Scripture, which was a feature of the whole Reformation movement, including the Jesuits, reached its most emphatic and uncontrolled expression in the short-lived triumph of the Anabaptists of Munster, and in the doctrines which underlay it. Here indeed we see the attempt to construct a state on purely biblical grounds, without any reference to historical development and existing conditions. The Anabaptist movement may be looked upon as the limit of one side of 16th century thought, which affected, at least by repulsion, the attitude of all other Protestants. Luther's views are difficult to harmonize, for he had that quality of political leadership which is not afraid of self-contradiction. But the bent of his mind and the tendency of his acts are alike clear. So far as the two ancient supreme authorities were concerned, his attitude was one of resistance. Yet it was only necessity and the lawyers who convinced him, almost against his will, that active resistance to the emperor on the part of the Schmalkaldic League was justifiable, because the emperor was not legally the supreme authority. Charles V was essentially a conservative. Luther, where he was successful, reduced imperial authority to a shadow. On the other hand, Luther not only did not arrest, he actively assisted the development of the princely autocracy. He asserted its divine ordination and universal competence. He proclaimed the duty of enduring tyranny as God's punishment for sins. nor can it be said that he showed any sympathy for representative institutions. A compact territory governed by a religious autocrat, with family life well ordered, was his ideal. The divine right of the secular authority, i.e., its equality of origin with that claimed by the papacy, was asserted, and all smaller associations or rights were absorbed in that of the state. Not only feudal anarchy had been suppressed, by the lord having become either definitely a sovereign or a subject, not merely had papal claims and clerical privilege been repudiated, but guilds tended either to decay or abolition, and the monasteries, i.e., great competing celibate governments, were secularized. Nothing is more noteworthy than the political hostility of Melanchthon to the monastic ideal. Such denunciations of monkery are not mere abuse or meaningless bigotry. They are the expression of the feeling that monasticism sets before men a different order from that of the political, and a different ideal from the domestic. The terrible days of 1525 made one thing clear to every one of the reformers. They must, at all costs, disassociate the religious from the political revolution. The Anabaptist movement only deepened the view that the princes and the prosperous middle classes must be made secure in the belief that reform was not opposed to respectability. On the one hand, the original necessity of legitimating the idea of the religious revolution led to an assertion of the sanctity inherent in the lay power and of the usurping nature of ecclesiastical jurisdiction, while the very notion of justification by faith only pointed to the overthrow of the legal system of the hierarchy. On the other hand, the actual extension of these ideas to the whole social order on the part of peasants and Anabaptists drove the reformers to assert even more strongly that, while the church as a visible, organized society was at best a necessary evil, the state was a divine institution. Resistance to it incurred pains of damnation. It was not for nothing that Luther burned the Corpus Juris Canonici. If we contrast the statement of Melanchthon that there is nothing on earth more noble than the state, with the medieval view of the priest as a divinely appointed, and of the prince as a divinely tolerated power, we shall have some notion of the revolution in men's minds. Such a view as that of Melanchthon or Bullinger is inconceivable in the 12th or 13th centuries. When Melanchthon denied that the ecclesiastical authority can make laws binding on the conscience, he expressed in a single phrase the difference between the old world of thought and the new. Probably the transition to the modern view was only possible because men pictured not two distinct communities, but one society, which the medieval thinker regarded as essentially a church, the modern as essentially a state. This view was consecrated in the great work of Hooker. In the Middle Ages, ideally at least, Western Europe is one. In the 16th century, the territorial state is the distinct and self-sufficient unit. The godly prince is summus episcopus, in whom all jurisdiction centers, and the superiority, always in dignity, sometimes in fact, of the ecclesiastical functionaries is gone forever. Yet the religious leaders of the day are not to be charged with Erastianism in its developed meaning. They did not desire, and did not intend, that religion should be the sport of politics, but they intended that the laity, in the person of the prince, should carry out necessary reforms without tarrying for any, and they were determined that all coercive jurisdiction should be concentrated in the state. If a movement designed to remove the abuses and traditions of 1,000 years, embodied as they were in the strongest of vested interests, were ever to succeed, it could only be by the employment of means at the moment revolutionary. The history of the conciliar movement had proved the incapacity of the clergy, even assisted by the emperor, to reform the church. If the cleansing was to take place, the other power within the church, the lay power, must be invoked. Luther could appeal to the prince's jurisdiction because it was within the church, but neither he nor anyone else desired to make religious belief the mere child of political expediency. The position of Hobbes and Machiavelli is not that of Luther, although these three are rivals for the preeminent place in the creation of the modern state. The Protestant ideal of a king was Josiah. No more than the Jewish chroniclers could the reformers deny themselves the pleasure of branding monarchs who took a line different from their own as having done evil in the sight of the Lord. They were no more and no less Erastian than Laud, who magnified the ecclesiastical office of the king because he knew that he would support the order of the church, not because he recognized in him a right to upset it. The refusal to admit any competing jurisdiction is most prominent in the famous controversy carried on by Erastus, to which reference has already been made in a previous volume. Erastus was not what we mean by an Erastian. This is proved by his words, that he is considering only the case of a state in which a single religion is tolerated as the true one, and also by his action. For when the new elector Palatine in 1576 changed the religion of his dominions once more to Lutheranism, which, as a pure Erastian, he had a right to do, and to command his subjects obediently to accept, Erastus went into exile and died, not at Heidelberg, but at Basel. The real object of Erastus was to give clear expression to his denial of any right to coercive authority in the religious society, apart from the state. He decided, in fact, to prevent the evangelical churches becoming what one of them claimed to be in Scotland, and actually became in Geneva, a societas perfecta, with all its means of jurisdiction complete and independent. He was opposed, not to the free profession of truth, but to the political conception of a church. The introduction of the holy discipline formed, and rightly formed, the ground of contention. It was the beginning of the theory, soon to be proclaimed by Cartwright and Melville, that the church as a visible kingdom was the rival of the state. Where it was omitted, we find either as in the case of Calvin and Beza, the state entirely manipulated by ecclesiastical influences, in the interest of a system more tyrannical than Rome and more opposed to culture, or else, as in Scotland, the growth of a theory placing the church as a distinct and independent society over against the state. There is no need to discuss how far Erastus was right. What is of importance is to know the nature of his contention, which runs as follows. In any state in which the true religion only is tolerated, there exists no power but the civil which can authorize any actions of a directly or indirectly coercive nature, and every attempt of the church to claim such a power is to set up a new tyranny worse than the papal. The root of his desire was doubtless the fear of his own excommunication, which actually took place. Yet his protest reveals the whole spirit of the modern world. Had he seen a little further, he would have known that the true remedy was to remove the direct and not the indirect restriction on religious liberty. If toleration be admitted by the state, there is no danger in church discipline, because there are rival churches. Excommunication has ceased to be tyrannical by becoming futile. The principles of civil authority were of universal import. The gain to the sovereign was as great, or nearly as great, in Catholic countries as in Protestant. It is well known that the Spanish Inquisition was at least as much civil as ecclesiastical, or rather, it belonged to the royal church, not to the papal organization. Orthodox princes might thank the Protestants for giving them the true state, no less than the popes for the true church. The true meaning of the situation is apparent in the struggle between the Venetian Republic and Pope Paul V in the early years of the 17th century. The Venetians were determined to be masters in their own house. The Pope, on high prerogative grounds, attempted to interfere with the coercive jurisdiction of the Republic over its subjects, and with its right to control the disposition of its own territory. He asserted that the Doge had no right to arrest a canon of the Church on the charge of flagrant immorality, or to pass an act restraining gifts in mortmain, or to attempt to limit the number of churches. He laid the state under an interdict, and excommunicated the Doge and the Senate. A bitter controversy took place, in which among many others Fra Paolo Sarpi on the one side, and Bellarmine and Suarez on the other, took part. The whole conflict turned on the canonist conception of civil authority, as against the modern secular theories. The Venetians asserted the divine right of the civil power, and claimed its natural liberty. The Papalists repeated the old theories of the plenitude of power, and the supremacy of priest to princes, as of mind to body. Eventually, the Pope was forced to give way substantially. The Jesuits remained excluded from Venice. The natural liberty given by God unto the state was successfully asserted and upheld, at least in the main issue. The course of the struggle is interesting, because it was at least partly decided through the Pope's fear of throwing Venice politically onto the Protestant side. The reign of the Pope, as King of Kings, was over. A comparison of medieval and modern statements of papal claims is instructive. They diverge more than is often supposed, though there is, of course, nothing to prevent the reassertion of old ideas, should circumstances ever again prove favorable. The claim of infallibility is not the culmination, but the implicit surrender of the notions of right embodied in the unum sanctum. Instead of claiming, as is done in writings like those of Bozius or Augustinius Triumphus, the political sovereignty of the world, the Vatican Council merely asserted the supreme rights of its recognized head as a religious teacher in its own communion. Constructively, of course, this may be made to mean much more, but the decree of infallibility is the expression of the fact that the Church has become more distinctly a religious body than in the Middle Ages, and is no longer a world polity. The Pope, from being the Lord of Lords, has become the Doctor of Doctors. From being the Mother of States, the Curia has become the authoritative organ of a teaching society. The differences can be seen by comparing modern arguments for infallibility with earlier defenses of sovereign jurisdiction. High papalists like John of Torquemada or Augustinius Triumphus admit the possibility of the Pope being a heretic and ipso facto ceasing to be Pope. In fact, the governing idea of the Counter-Reformation, that a heretical monarch has through his heresy become a private person and may be treated as such, first appears in the papalist theory. Another aspect of the modern state is the irresistible force at its disposal. To us, it appears a necessary attribute of any government, that it shall be able to compel practically universal obedience. Force is at the back of all law and every private right. So much is this the case, that it seems to us inseparable from the idea of law. The modern mind is not disposed to admit the existence of any legal right or duty, either public or private, which cannot be enforced by compulsion. But this is quite a new conception. It is the result of the struggles of the Middle Ages, and of the movements, political and religious, of the 16th and 17th centuries. Indeed, the recognized need of such a power became the great support of tyranny. Long periods of impotence generated a belief in the divine origin and necessity of political power. In the modern world, government is occupied in administering the law and adapting it to fresh needs. In the Middle Ages, it was occupied with the struggle for its own existence. In the older feudal monarchy, not only was the monarch at no time sovereign, but neither was the state. Slowly, indeed, but surely, local franchises disappeared, private war diminished, and there came to be recognized a central authority giving force to a general system of law. The very fact of the reception of Roman law in continental countries in the 15th century shows how foreign to the actual life of the day was a uniform universal system of common law. Such law as existed was the outcome of local, feudal, or national custom rather than of the will of any lawgiver. For the popes, indeed, legislation became a main business. The Decretali and the Sext are among the greatest of statute books. Yet even in the case of the papacy, it was but gradually that the claim to be universal lawgiver developed out of the notion of supreme judge. But when the popes had made the discovery that they could legislate, they naturally developed alongside of their power a theory of its basis. This was derived largely from the civil law, partly from Aristotle, and partly from the Bible. Whencesoever they derived their theory, its nature is clear enough. The plenitudo potestatis of the Pope is the expression of the unity of the Church and the sovereignty, divine, inalienable, and illimitable, of its ruler. The popes claim not only to make, but to annul the canons. Their exercise of the dispensing power in the case of all rules, which are merely positive and resting on human sanction, was the first form of the theory of sovereignty to influence the modern world. Bodin expressly says that Innocent IV understood the nature of sovereignty better than anyone else before him. But to those who saw in law not the success of effectual rulers, but the transient effort at social improvement or the recognition of principles of action, even to those who looked upon it merely as the decision of a court, interpreting immemorial custom, another view than the modern notion of positive law was a necessity. They discerned in legal rules not the authority of the governor, but his purpose, namely, justice, which is a shadow of the divine nature. In its promulgation, they perceived not a sovereign act, but a personal revelation. To those holding such views, Law, insofar as it is something beyond the mass of customs which bind society together, it is not a command. It is a discovery. In other words, there are certain truths about human nature and society which are eternal and independent of immediate circumstances. Law is the expression of the fact that human history is not merely the record of a hand-to-mouth existence, but embodies principles. The adequate knowledge of these principles may, however, be deficient, and their application to existing conditions needs wisdom. Hence, the lawgiver's task is not that of Moses, or Lycurgus, or Justinian. He has a humbler office. He is to make known to his subjects what applications of natural law he will sanction, and in such instances to fix the quantum of penalty for breaches of it. The sovereign is at first prophet, then judge, only later legislator in our sense. In Suarez's phrase, he is the disciple of the law natural. Towards the prevalence of this view, the ancient belief in the natural law, as anterior to and supreme over positive law, largely contributed. Here it suffices to call attention to its existence, deepened, as it was by the daily growing reverence for the Roman corpus. A large proportion of political discussion from the days of the French wars of religion until the conflicts of Hoadley and Charles Leslie was to center round these two conceptions of law, the one regarding it as the command of a sovereign, uncontrolled and self-conscious, the other treating it as the mere outward explication of certain principles of eternal validity, the inalienable heritage of man and society. The one lays stress on the sanction, the other on the content of law. To the medieval multiplicity of laws and inefficacy of law is due the survival into later times of notions which only required rearrangement to form an internal check on the unlimited sovereignty of the ruler, whether, as in the 17th century, the king, or as in the 18th, the parliament, and an external check on the unlimited sway of international selfishness. In the medieval mind, behind the conflicting claims of manorial custom, the law of the fief, the gradually encroaching law of the royal court, the non-national law of the church, there was always the law of nature, to evolve a harmony out of chaos and to soften the asperities of barbaric rules. Even in the church, the unlimited sovereignty of the ruler stopped short at natural law, and the proud waves of canonical encroachment were stayed by the one recognized barrier to omnipotence itself. For it must be remembered that to some minds the natural law presented itself as independent of the will of God, and to all as so completely in accordance with this will that he could not conceivably break it. The uniformity of nature is an idea which might have been borrowed by science from the philosophy of law. But with the 16th century law, more and more takes on the nature of embodied will and discards other elements. This was assisted by a strong sense of the sovereignty of God entertained by the reformers, and by the doctrine of the arbitrary and irresponsible character of the divine decrees. To the Calvinistic view, God is the ideal type of an absolute monarch. Theology once more goes hand in hand with politics, and the Leviathan of Hobbes owed more of his non-moral attributes than the author knew to the ideas of God, which had been prevalent ever since the last phase of nominalism. In the world of fact, competing authorities, feudal or ecclesiastical, disappeared or were absorbed. Armies, like those of Philip in the Netherlands, were under one rule, in a way which had been unknown for centuries. It began to be true that war is a relation between states, not between individuals. Legislation came to occupy the attention of rulers far more than in the past. The need of organizing the Reformation and appropriating its economic benefits increased this tendency. The alleviation of poverty, education, and the problems springing from the rise of capitalism, all these demanded a secular, no longer an ecclesiastical solution. The king in most nations had established forever his independence of foreign authority, and the assemblies of estates were everywhere less powerful than a century before. The assertion of a theory of sovereignty was inevitable. Feudalism, where conquered, rebounded to the advantage of the overlord, for it made him seem like the proprietor of an estate. For centuries, the Roman doctrine of dominion had been growing in influence, hardening the rights of the proprietors and getting rid of their duties. The Pope claimed dominion over the benefices of the Church, though the claim was not always admitted. The king, in some cases, claimed to be sole proprietor of his subjects' goods. Every tax was a remission, just as every decree of divine election was an act of grace. All subjects were at the disposal of their king by right, just as all sinners were born, ipso jure, damned. End of section 75.
Section 76 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 12, Political Thought in the 16th Century by the Reverend J. Neville Figgis, Part 2. The spirit of the New Age displays itself decisively in the work of Baudin on the state. He discards the old title of the government of princes and writes of a body politic in general, apart from the question of the nature of government. Baudin had perceived, more clearly at any rate than his predecessors, that the fundamental nature of the state is independent of the form of government. He emphasized also the distinction between the status civitatis and the ratio gubernandi. In the great days of its power, the status of Rome was popular, but the ratio oligarchic. He develops the notion of a sovereign authority, inalienable, imprescriptible, incapable of legal limitation, very much as through Hobbes and Rousseau and Austin it has come down to us. But Baudin was not, any more than Hobbes, a purely scientific inquirer. He was a politique and a monarchist. He has the qualities of all who perceived with any clearness the fact of sovereignty, and also their defects, thereby perhaps exhibiting his kinship to the medieval ideal which was always concerned with the unity of society. Liberty depends on the division of power. Baudin will allow of no such division. He does not indeed disallow the existence of aristocratic governments such as Venice and the Empire, or deny their fitness in certain historical conditions, but it is royalty which has his admiration. With the needs of France before him, it was not unnatural that he should mingle his assertion of the fact of sovereignty with the encomium on monarchy. With the dangers of the League and its violence to warn him, it is not strange that he should deny any rights worthy of the name to any controlling body or assembly of estates. In Elizabeth he sees a purely absolute princess. He recognizes neither in the English Parliament nor in any similar body elsewhere any but purely advisory functions. Neither in taxation nor any other respect will he allow of restrictions on the power of the prince. Baudin, in fact, like Bacon, exalted the power which alone seemed capable of evolving order out of chaos, and actually in most cases started the modern state on its career. He typified and helped to create that alliance between the kings and the theorists of sovereignty which formed part of the strength of monarchy. Everywhere the king had the name of sovereign, everywhere his power was on the increase, except where anarchy and violence were dominant. It was natural, then, that an age which had only just made the discovery of the fact of sovereignty, the necessity, that is, for any perfect state of the existence of a power above the law, because able to alter it, should ascribe all attributes of this authority to the monarch, and should look with an unfriendly eye on all traditions or assemblies which claimed in any way as a matter of right to limit it. The sentiments of the judges in Bates' case were as inevitable as they were probably sincere. Their danger lay in the fact that the balance of the Constitution had been fixed by an age which knew no distinction between the rule of law and the rule of sovereignty, and regarded it as no more difficult to subject the sovereign to law than to secure the subject's obedience to it. The work of Sir Thomas Smith on the Commonwealth of England will afford an illustration. Admitting as he did the sovereignty of the Crown in Parliament, he is yet unable to carry out his principle completely. He asserts here and there claims for the Queen as absolute, and is clearly not at rest in his mind, though his inclinations are decided, as to the issue between a sovereign claiming to be absolute and the rights of Parliament. The whole standpoint is nearer that of Bracton than that of Baudin. Baudin, of course, allows the king to be subject to the law natural, but denies that there are any means of enforcing his compliance. Althusius blames him for this denial, since nearly all positive laws are only declarations of natural law. In their views of the nature of law, the apologists of monarchy had the future with them, and showed deeper insight than their adversaries. They were, in fact, upholding the modern as opposed to the medieval and obsolescent theory of law. Alike in the 16th and in the 17th century, the supporters of popular rights, except the Jesuits who were clear-headed, do not as a rule claim sovereignty for Parliament. They deny the existence of sovereignty and seek to limit it, not its exercise, but its possibility. They do not assert that insurrection is morally honorable. They claim that it is legally right. and they have the support of documents like the last clause of Magna Carta. Danault denies that in any state there is true sovereign authority, and so really does Locke. But the fundamental conception is the belief, discarded by the modern world, that positive law is merely declaratory and adds nothing to law natural and custom. In this view, the idea of the authoritative origin of law in the human will fades into insignificance. At the bottom of most political argument until the 18th century lies the distinction between the idea of law as nothing but the command of the lawgiver and the conception of law as something in essence universal and therefore just, ceasing to be law where it ordains injustice. The dictum of Algernon Sidney, what is not just is not law, ran right back through Bellarmine and Aquinas and Augustine to the ancient jurists. Law and right, says Bodin, are not at all the same thing, and the idea of the non-moral character of law first springs into prominence in the 6 books of his Republic. But we must beware of the historian's danger of seeking an absolute beginning to what only continues. Bodin himself depends partly upon Bartolus, partly upon the Papalists, notably Innocent IV. The dispensing power, which is the characteristic invention of the papacy, is the form in which the supremacy of the sovereign over positive law and the conception of law as resting on command and not on congruity became first of all predominant notions. A glance at any act of dispensation will show the reach of the principles involved in its words. The idea that sovereignty is imprescriptible and that no sovereign power can limit itself or alienate its prerogative is familiar to us in the maxim that an act of parliament can do anything but make a man a woman. This idea was, as we know, not always recognized. Both Richard II and Henry VII passed acts of parliament attempting to bind the future by fundamental laws, and legitimism itself puts the law of succession beyond even sovereign competence. But when the notion obtained full recognition, it came to be seen that no sovereign could make a binding promise, and that he could only declare an intention which circumstances might alter. Hence, laws, charters, and treaties are only in force so long as the sovereign wills them. This doctrine, once grasped, released the monarch from all obligations and rendered nugatory any concessions he might be led by circumstances to make. It enabled the royalists to harmonize the fact of royal limitations or representative assemblies with the theory of sovereign rights. Both history and actual conditions made it natural and inevitable that with the growth of the idea of sovereignty in the state, the king should be regarded as the source of parliaments and charters, which he might annul at his pleasure. Such a view was expressed naively, but with perfect sincerity, by James I, and was the occasion of the great breach with the Commons in 1621. It was advanced by the papacy before others snatched at so convenient a doctrine. The Pope's interference proprio motu with ecclesiastical arrangements, his perpetual reiteration of ancient claims as of divine and therefore inalienable right, and his assertion that all concessions to secular power were merely for the moment or on compulsion and did not affect his rights, which were to last as long as Christianity, was clearly the same principle which afterwards caused so much dissension in the state. As Contarini and his friends saw, the great need in the Church was to make the Pope admit that he was bound by his own laws. To the secular power in its efforts to assert its independence against the papacy, the same principle was not merely serviceable, but necessary, if previous concessions to clericalism were to be withdrawn. Time may not prescribe against God's truth is Stephen Gardiner's defense of the royal supremacy, and the invalidity of the donation of Constantine, even supposing it to be a fact, was for ages the cry of imperialists on the ground that an emperor could not, if he would, alienate the sovereign rights of the empire. Perhaps the distinction between questions of law and matters of policy on which absolutist theories were based may have been due to the recent growth of the notion of public policy, and to the very gradual development of the idea of public law as apart from the mere private rights of the ruler. In fact, neither public nor private rules of action existed in modern distinctness in earlier times. The very phrase reason of state is fundamentally modern. The idea involved would hardly have been less strange to a politician of the Middle Ages than the modern notion that the individual must choose his church. To the theory of sovereignty and the assertion that in all countries nominally monarchical the king was truly sovereign, and that any ancient traditions of representative rights controlling it were mere survivals from an age when the notion of a state was not comprehended, was added the principle that the king's power comes immediately from God alone, and that he is therefore irresponsible. divine justice is denounced in the words of St. Paul against all who resist the king. The complete theory of the divine right of kings includes all the above notions, with the added claim that the right is both hereditary and indefeasible. In many respects, the doctrine harks back to the Middle Ages, but in its developed form it was forged on the anvil of the Reformation, and owes more to Luther than to Hobbes or Filmer. It was against the Pope, not against the people, that the animus of the absolutist attack was directed. The theocratic notions of the Middle Ages, with their vivid belief in the divine government of the world, made the position of God's viceroy not only necessary, but holy. But if, as was admitted, all lawful power was mediately or immediately held from the divine overlord, who was the tenant-in-chief? Jus divinum was the attribute of all authority rightly based and legitimate. But alike in spiritual and secular matters, the Pope gradually asserted the claim to be the sole source of all other earthly jurisdiction. In regard to the tenure of secular authority, the struggle went on from the days of the investiture controversy. In regard to bishops, the Jesuits only just carried their point at the Council of Trent, and then an assertion of divine right either way had to be withheld. The most valuable insight into the whole question as concerning either ecclesiastical or general politics is given by Lainez's disputation at the Council of Trent on episcopal rights. This interesting argument exhibits in the most illuminating form the relation between theories of papal omnipotence in the Church and doctrines of popular sovereignty in the state, both alike deepened in consequence of the Reformation, since the Pope's claims to jurisdiction had to be confronted by the assertion that the king had just as much claim to divine sanction as the Pope. The kings, and not the peoples, stood, as a matter of fact, in the first line of defense, and the Pope's claims were never asserted so strongly as they were against emperors in earlier days, or against Elizabeth and Henry IV in the 16th century. Monarchy reaped the benefit of the argument which defended the independence of the civil power. The claim, advanced alike in medieval and in modern times, that emperors and kings hold of God alone, or in the words of our prayer book, that God is the King of kings and Lord of lords, is nothing but the assertion that civil society has an inherent right to exist, apart from its ecclesiastical utility. This was denied by popes and Presbyterians. The principle of the Catholic reaction, that no heretic sovereign was legitimate, together with the other influences noted above, provoked an assertion of the divine right of all kings in the form of legitimism. The politiques in France were its great asserters. The claims of Henry IV made it necessary to ask, whom should he follow but his natural prince? But there is no substantial difference. The claim of the papacy to be different in kind from all other powers, to be a kingdom not of this world, because founded on the direct command of Christ, while earthly kingship, even when absolute, arises from the people by a lex regia, is met by a corresponding denial of the human origin and consequent responsibility of the civil monarch. Henry IV is the hero of legitimism. He won the crown solely in virtue of this principle, despite the efforts of papacy, populace, and Philip. But he did not strive to theorize about it. That was the task of a sovereign whose merits and defects were of a very different order. In his true law of free monarchy, James I, who had felt the galling ecclesiasticism of the Presbyterian preachers, asserted the whole doctrine of divine right. The controversy which arose with Bellarmine and the other Jesuits on the subject of the oath of allegiance imposed after the Gunpowder Plot led to a voluminous reiteration of the whole argument on both sides. As will be seen, the high churchmanship of Bellarmine or Cartwright led to the claim that only adherence to the commands of the ecclesiastical authority could infuse that spirit of justice without which the kingdoms of the world are, in Augustine's phrase, but magna latrocinia. In their view, the state, in and by itself, is merely secular. The opposite doctrine, that of the divine right of kings, whatever its defects and its subsequent dangers, was historically the form in which the civil state asserted its inherent right, its claims as a natural and necessary element in human life, and the independence of politics from merely ecclesiastical control. From both sides came elements of value to the modern world, and neither can be ignored. One view asserts the fundamental righteousness of the state apart from clerical interests. The other, the necessity of recognizing other sides of human life than the political, and of putting practical limits to the exercise of civil omnipotence. Where either aspect is neglected, there is danger of tyranny. in the one case ecclesiastical, in the other secular. Connected with this doctrine, and at the root of its religious side, is the theory of passive obedience. This asserts the duty of the subject to submit to punishment rather than obey the sovereign's command where it conflicts with conscience. This is not, then, a theory of unlimited obedience, as Hobbes bitterly remarks, but only of unlimited non-resistance. The doctrine goes back at least to Gregory the Great. It bases itself on the precepts of St. Paul and St. Peter, the practice of the early Christians, and the attitude maintained towards Julian the Apostate by the Church, towards Constantius and Valens by the Orthodox. The Pope had claimed it as inuring to his benefit and was resisted by the conciliar party. With the Reformation, it became, for a while, the watchword of Protestants. Luther never swerved from it except under compulsion. All his instincts were in its favor. He was justified in claiming to be the strongest supporter of civil authority. Even where he admitted resistance, it never took the form of a denial of the rights of the sovereign power to the sole use of force. He merely raised a question as to whether the emperor or the independent state were actually sovereign, whether, in fact, Germany was not rather a confederation than an empire. After the Peasants' Revolt, the Orthodox reformers continually asserted the duty of non-resistance. William Tyndale proclaimed it in his Obedience of a Christian Man, 1528. Even Calvin cannot justly be said to have asserted the right of insurrection. His language is cautious, and he drops a hint about Ephors, which was afterwards developed by others. Salmasius was quite justified when opposing Milton in claiming the bulk of Protestant opinion as against the regicides, a fact which is proved by the extreme paucity of the authorities whom Milton found himself able to adduce on his own side. There were plenty, of course, had he chosen to quote Catholics, but circumstances in Scotland, France, and Holland proved too strong for any theories. With the development, moreover, of the organized churches of Calvinism, there also grew up a new theory of the church as a visible kingdom, independent of, or even superior to, the state. This theory was alien to the whole mind of Luther, but it formed the strength of the churches of Holland and still more of those of Scotland. The emphasis which Protestants in general laid on the idea of the invisible church combined with other tendencies to exalt the rights of the state. But there is no substantial difference between the political claims of the developed Presbyterian system of Scotland and those of Rome, except that the actual constitution of the former was democratic, and the true depositaries of power were an oligarchy of preachers instead of a curia with centuries of diplomatic traditions to guide it. Henry IV was more than the hero of legitimism. He was the prince of the politiques. The existence of this party, which was well named, was due to the religious dissensions and more especially to the massacre of St. Bartholomew. The state of affairs was such that quiet men began to ask themselves whether religious discord ought to bring the state to destruction. Michel de l'Hôpital first expressed this view in the States General of 1561. He did not deny the right of the state to persecute, or the proposition that unity of religion is the true foundation of the unity of the state. He only asserted that, since unity of religion was now definitely broken, the cost of restoring it was too great. Toleration was, in fact, a PLA. This was the view of Pasquier and Baudin, and in regard to Europe in general, of Henry IV and Sully. The idea was to save at least the state from the wreckage. The state is founded on unity, true, and the more solidly the better. But because all the unity desirable is unattainable, why throw away what remains? There will still be a state left, for even papalists do not now deny that a heathen power is an ordered and justifiable state. They no longer assert with Augustinus Triumphus that none but a Christian government can be just, and that consequently war is always permissible against a heathen government without any grievance. The politiques are, in fact, the party of the politia, admitting religious unity to be of the bene esse of the state. Circumstances had led them to inquire whether it was of the esse. If they could not in their distracted country obtain the maximum of their desires as Catholics, why not be content with the possibilities obtainable by them as citizens? The half-loaf of toleration was better, in fact, than the famine of anarchy. They were modern, legal, and liberal in spirit. As against those who had attempted, under the guise of the religion, a recrudescence of feudalism, and as against those who under the name of the Holy Union were preaching disunion, and under cover of a zeal for religion were erecting on the ruins of the ancient royalty a monarchy by grace of the Paris mob, Pasquier, Baudin, and the rest stood out as partisans of the state. They were accused naturally of Machiavellism, and there was so much of justice in the charge that their desire for toleration was based solely on expediency, though this included motives of humanity. They did not regard religion as beyond the province of state action. The common view of the politiques was that persecution of some sort was very desirable in the earlier stages of a new belief. But when such a belief had gained as much ground as had the religion, they were not prepared to run the risk to humanity of exterminating or to the nation of banishing it. Possibly this fact may lie at the root of the insecurity of toleration in France. Toleration might be granted in order to make the monarchy safe or even possible. But when that end was secured, there was little in the ideals of French statesmen to prevent its removal. Still, the Edict of Nantes is the definite recognition of the modern principle that the state is independent of the forms of religion, even in the appointment of its officials. In principle, the edict went further than the English Toleration Act of 100 years later, which left it still incumbent upon all holding public office to take the sacrament according to the Church of England rite. Yet it was not so definitely the recognition of individuality. The grand security of the nonconformists in England after 1689 was the fact that they were not merely a local body, but were diffused throughout the nation. To the Huguenots, the dangerous guarantee of local strongholds was indispensable. This made it possible again to raise the cry of an imperium in imperio and to connect them with the aristocratic disaffection. An unstable foundation of royal tolerance resting on expediency and a reliance on local material guarantees proved ruinous alike to the Huguenots and the monarchy. This brings us inevitably to the mitigated toleration established in the empire by the religious peace of Augsburg, and defined by the phrase cuius regio eius religio. The principle that no heretic could rule a Christian state was abandoned. Such an idea was at least a step in the right direction as compared with the notions of the Middle Ages or the Counter-Reformation. Besides, there is another aspect to the cuius regio eius religio principle. It did not abandon the occasional practice, but it abandoned the medieval theory of persecution. The right to migrate could mean no less than that, while unity of religion was necessary to the state, there was no ground for burning the heretic for the good of his soul. Persecution to the extent of banishment is in fact treated as necessary for political reasons, for as yet the ideas of church and state as separate societies were not clearly realized, and it was not regarded as safe to have more than one religion in a state. But the principles of persecution, incarnate in Philip II and the Inquisition, are abandoned. There is no claim to discern thoughts, none to exterminate heresy. The theory that one religion was needful to a state, but that it might vary in different states, was a step towards the modern view that the state is indifferent to confessional distinctions. It became clearer that social order rested on deeper and less visible foundations than uniformity of ecclesiastical organization. Just as the success of Venice and the Dutch showed that the stability of a state was not bound up in a monarchical form of government. The same principle was substantially that of Elizabeth. Whether or not we accept the assurances of Cecil to the Catholics that they were persecuted for purely political reasons, it remains true that the English government refused to accept the responsibility of religious persecution for its own sake. To Cecil, persecution was a necessary evil, to be justified on political grounds, but it was not an ideal. After the papal bull of 1571 deposing the Queen, there was ample room for asserting that a good Catholic could not be a good subject, and the Jesuits made matters worse by their attitude towards the oath of allegiance under James I. Anyhow, Cecil had to make his appeal to public opinion, and the fact shows that public opinion was not what it had been on the subject. The outcry raised by Calvin's treatment of Servetus is another proof of this. This outcry, indeed, only caused men like Beza to restate in strong terms the theory of persecution, and the growth of Puritanism, wherever it became influential, meant the growth of intolerance. The only difference between Knox and Calvin and a Roman persecutor was that Knox and Calvin asserted for themselves a freedom which they denied to others, and promoted a more anti-human tyranny than the Roman. To the Puritan mind as to Philip II, who declared that he would rather not reign at all than reign over heretics, orthodoxy was of the essence of citizenship. According to this view, all foreign politics were to be regulated by confessional antipathies apart from other considerations. The Puritan objection to Anabaptism was due far more to a dislike of any system of communism than to the theocratic notions of Rotman and John of Leyden. Even against the ill treatment of Anabaptists, voices were raised. In Brenz and a few elect souls, the principles of freedom were not extinguished by theological zeal, and the few pages of Brenz on the claim to use the sword against Anabaptists lay down the true principles of all toleration. It is better, he says, to harbor 50 false ideas than to delay the triumph of one true one, and it is wrong to condemn men for constructive reasons. If their principles lead to murder, they will commit murder and may be punished for that. William the Silent was a genuine believer in toleration and did his utmost to stem the Calvinistic fanaticism of some among his supporters. Marnix de St. Aldegon, however, late in his life, affirmed in regard to the family of love the duty of the civil magistrate to persecute, but even here he would allow force only within narrow limits. The principle of religious toleration found one other important expression in the 16th century. The Politiques, as was said, asserted the indifference of the state to creeds, in order to prevent fanatical Catholics from tearing the kingdom of France asunder. We now come to those who maintain the same principle in order to prevent undue delay in the triumph of the truth. The Puritan party in this country desired, as is well known, to capture the Church of England. Cartwright and his friends made a definite attempt to set on foot a thoroughgoing system of Presbyterianism, to be privately at work alongside of the Church as by law established. Repeated efforts were made to induce Parliament to reorganize the Church in the interests of the famous discipline. Elizabeth, as we know, always thwarted these efforts, partly because she personally disliked them, partly because she did not choose to act apart from the bishops. The attempt, however, was never abandoned, and attained success after a sort with the overthrow of the Royalists in the Civil War. But this did not seem likely in the earlier years of Elizabeth. Robert Brown suggested a different plan. Since the civil authority was unlikely to sanction a complete reversal of the existing order, he suggested that each congregation so disposed should make the change by itself. In his pamphlet Reformation Without Tarrying for Any, he asserted the independence of all authority, civil or spiritual, belonging to local religious communities, and the indifference of the state to religion. His position differed from that of the religious revolutionaries of Scotland, who established their new system, not indeed originally by constituted civil authority, but by the will of the nation, and eventually made the civil authority assent. Knox roused the community as a whole. Brown had no desire to do this. He merely claimed the right for any body of Christians, however small, to set up for themselves, and denied the right of the civil magistrate to interfere. To however limited an extent they may have practiced toleration, either in Old or New England, the Independents, so far as they were the inheritors of Brownism, founded their system on the principle of the separation of the spheres of religion and government, which logically resulted in toleration. The same may be said of one section of the Anabaptists, who preached a doctrine of political quietism and the independence of churches. One more theory which began its development in this age, the theory of the Church as a societas perfecta, did not indeed lead to toleration as its necessary consequence, but it made toleration possible. Forced by circumstances to recognize the sovereignty of the state and its unity within itself, the partisans of ecclesiastical power began to seek a new form for their principles and to develop the notion of church and state as two distinct, though related, societies. This view was not the same as the medieval, which very commonly identified the church with the hierarchy, and in any case contemplated a single polity with diversities of function known as temporal and spiritual. Luther and Hooker, as we saw, retain in principle this view of a single society, but assign coercive authority entirely to the civil functionary. But those who desired a strong organization for the church, whether ultramontane or Presbyterian, were driven more and more to formulate the conception of the church as a society perfect in the same kind and apart from the assistance of the state and enjoying its own means of jurisdiction. This is the real significance of the controversy about the holy discipline and the justification for the attitude of both sides in it. This controversy involved the idea of the state and the question whether the life of corporate bodies not arising from its fiat was to be admitted. In Simancas, a Spanish papalist, we meet with arguments expressly based on the church being a res publica perfecta, a position no longer denied for the state. It is indeed remarkable to find him, and Bellarmine also, justifying papal interference on those general grounds of natural, that is, international law, which permit the interference of any foreign sovereign in a state where his own interests are involved. The Church in this view is one state among others. Only it includes those who are civil subjects of many states. Bellarmine conceded a really separate existence to the state, while no such concession was made by Bozius, who reasserted the medieval theory of a papal empire in its most uncompromising form. Bellarmine was more of an innovator than he imagined, and was rightly suspected at Rome as a minimizer. He, in fact, prepared the way for that surrender of the principles of the unam sanctum, which, even if still partial, is nonetheless real. Like all other religious bodies, even the Church of Rome is more departmental and special since the Reformation. General ideals and methods, it is often said, become less theological in the 16th century. On the other hand, the activity of all the churches became more theological, and this holds good of their political side as of all others. The Jesuits are the expression of this fact, and the Roman Church ever since has been engaged in developing their ideals. Not only did they render the prospect of another Nicholas V or Pius II unlikely, they really, though less obviously, hindered the arrival of another Innocent III. There are in Molina and Suarez statements which either express or imply the same notion. Among the Presbyterians, Melville is found telling James I that there is another kingdom equally real and self-sufficient with the state, and the same view is emphatically held by Cartwright and Travers. It is clear that the Lutheran and earlier Protestant view of the Church, as essentially the invisible collection of the faithful, had been abandoned in favor of the Catholic conception of a visible society with its own means of government complete in itself. It was against this notion that Luther and afterwards Erastus strove, but it reappeared in all its strength in the Calvinistic communities after they became developed. This is the cause of the virulence of the Eurasian controversy, both when it arose in Heidelberg and when it reappeared in the Westminster Assembly. We see, in fact, two ideals in collision, one that would make the state not merely physically omnipotent, but the source of all other social union, religious or political. The other, which asserts for the Church, apart from the state, independent existence and authority. The Church, in fact, is the last body to maintain the medieval theory of the relation of corporate societies to the central power. But one thing is clear. So soon as the state and the Church are recognized as in essence distinct, not merely as different departments of the same class, their relations may be settled by concordat. For this, as in other matters, the arrangements made at Constance prepared the way. In the concordats with Francis I, the papacy admitted the modern idea of the civil power, and thereby, it is said, escaped in France a danger like that which beset it in England and Germany. The conception of the Church as a societas perfecta, like the state, admits of the view that each has its own orbit, its own principles, and its own methods, and they need not collide with one another. The medieval view tends to deny all significance to the state apart from the Church. Molina, in whom both views jostle one another, says that the state is imperfect without the Church. German and Elizabethan Protestantism hold much the same view about the Church, as a visible society apart from the state. Luther does not recognize any real society but the state, and the family as its lowest unit. This is the modern view, which sets the state on one side and the mass of individuals on the other, as opposed to the medieval view of a society consisting of many other societies and powers, with a certain central point in the king and his court. From the victory of unitary over federalistic ideals in the Church, there followed a similar conquest in the state. The only limit to this all-devouring autocracy was furnished by the conception of the Church as a perfect society, or in other words, a real body politic. This may of course lead to the claim that one society shall dominate the other on account of the superiority of its end. The Jesuits did so use the idea, but this result is by no means necessary, nor is it even the most natural development. In England, what may be termed the normal 16th century view long continued to be commonly maintained, and was held even by Laud. The Jesuits, and indeed most ecclesiastical champions, used the theory merely to reassert in another form the Hildebrandine ideal. They recognized the sphere of the state as distinct from the Church in a way which would not have commended itself to medieval writers, but they claimed for the Church a right to interfere, whenever it is necessary, for her own ends. The distinction which Bellarmine and nearly all the Jesuits drew between direct and indirect temporal power may not have been worth much in practice, but it was a real distinction. Every moral teacher, or at any rate every teacher who bids his followers decide political questions on moral grounds, is exercising indirect temporal power. But this need not mean a claim to actual sovereignty. The early Jesuits paved the way for a conception of the Church as one among other societies, which may yet have a fruitful influence in counteracting the all-absorbing activity of the secular state. In Bellarmine, more clearly than in anyone else, we can see the new view growing out of the old. Barclay charged him with inconsistency because at one time he asserts, and at another denies, that secular and ecclesiastical societies are separate bodies. End of section 76. Section 77 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Chapter 12, Political Thought in the 16th Century by the Reverend J. Neville Figgis, Part 3. We have seen how the Reformation at once expressed and intensified the belief in the inherent sanctity of civil government in the form of the divine right of kings. We come now to the most salient fact which counteracted the evils of this theory. The fortunate accident that as a result of the movement for reform, the sovereign was sometimes the adherent of a different confession to that of his subjects. But for this fact, there could have been in the 17th century few relics of any form of popular liberty or of any check on monarchical tyranny. The importance of having a central power which should carry on uniformly and with rapidity the administrative functions of a modern state was in fact so great that with feudalism gone and the church abased, there would have been scarcely a force left to withstand the monarchical tendency. Nor was there, as a matter of fact, any such force in those places where king and people were united in religion. Spain, the German states, a little later France, all witnessed the complete suppression of popular liberty until the time of the French Revolution. From the later Reformation period onwards until 1700, however, there was for a time nearly everywhere a body larger or smaller of subjects professing a religion different to that of their sovereign. We have already seen how this fact destroyed the last relics of imperial unity and produced the triumph of the territorial principle in Germany. But the empire was, and long had been, in so anomalous a position that the effect of Luther's work was not, as he himself found, to destroy the principle of obedience to the civil power, but to strengthen it by denying that any power but that of the prince was the civil power. In other countries, however, this was not the case. There, the differences between sovereign and subjects led to the expression of a theory of popular rights in the form in which it passed over to the French Revolution. Of course, this could not have been but for the generally admitted duty of sovereigns to persecute. As a matter of fact, it naturally produced what Montaigne called the supreme question of his time: whether, on the ground of religion, resistance to the legitimate sovereign was ever justifiable. The great reformers were, as we saw, very loath to admit any such thought. But even Luther, so far as the emperor was concerned, came to admit the right of the princes to resist. And Scotland, long distinguished for its lawlessness, did not become more loyal when, to the fact of her sovereignty, Mary added the crime of idolatry. Owing to the increased strength of monarchical ideas, it became necessary to justify her deposition. George Buchanan, therefore, in addition to the rich and glowing details which he added to the people's knowledge of his queen, wrote a dialogue entitled De Jure Regni Apud Scotus. In this pamphlet, he adopted the twofold argument that was to become so familiar in the next century, showing how, alike on grounds of past precedents, of which there was no lack, and of a general right of the governed to punish violators of the original compact, the Scots were justified in their action. He went farther than others in asserting for individuals the right of tyrannicide. It was, however, in France that the most influential manifesto of popular liberty was to appear. The massacre of St. Bartholomew aroused a not unnatural resentment among the Huguenots. These views were expressed in two famous books which laid down the main lines of discussion for another century: the Franco-Gallia of the great jurist Francis Hauptmann, and the Vindice contra Tyrannos, probably by Duplessis Mornay. The Franco-Gallia is interesting for its strongly anti-Roman character. The Latin element in France Hauptmann detests and tries to minimize. He was an early Germanist and hated appeals to the civil law. He sought to justify the right of the Estates General and other checking bodies by an appeal to history. His position may be compared to that of the English common lawyers of the Civil War. His conception of public authority is very vivid and interesting. The book strikes the keynote of the numerous historical vindications of liberty. The Franco-Gallia is the earliest of modern constitutional histories. The Vindiciae contra Tyrannos calls for deeper consideration. It lays down the fundamental argument in favor of liberty, which was to influence 2 continents and to justify a series of revolutions of the utmost importance. In the concentrated force and noble passion of the writer, there breathes an eloquence too often absent from works on this subject. In his lucid exposition and firm grasp of principles, we have a foretaste of Locke, whose work indeed has most of the defects, without the originality, of the 16th century writer, but was fitted by its very faults to become the textbook of ordinary men. The writer professes to deal with the following questions. 1. Whether subjects are in duty bound to obey their rulers when their commands are contrary to the law of God. 2. Whether it be lawful to resist a ruler who is purposing to abrogate the law of God and is desolating the church. Further, granting this, who may resist him, how may they resist him, and to what extent? 3. Whether and to what extent it be lawful to resist a prince, either oppressing or ruining the commonwealth. Further, who may do this, by what methods may he do it, and in virtue of what right? 4. Whether neighboring princes may lawfully succor or are bound to succor the subjects of other princes who are persecuted for religion or suffer under flagrant tyranny. The questions have been stated in full, for they afford valuable insight into the way in which political questions were approached in the 16th century and exhibit the dependence of political thought on religious exigencies. The theory of the author is easy to summarize. The existing order in all states is based upon 2 contracts. The first is that between God on the one hand and king and people on the other, as contracting parties by which God covenants to maintain the nation in prosperity so long as it serves him and refrains from idolatry. This agreement, which appears in a vast number of writers, is always supposed to be typified by the action of Jehoiada. The second is that between king and people. They agree to obey on condition of good government and only on this condition. Bene imperante, bene obtemperatur. These principles being laid down, resistance either to a tyrant or to a monarch attempting the religious perversion of his subjects becomes perfectly justifiable. It is of the latter that the writer is of course thinking, and religion alone gave the leverage to liberty which otherwise would have perished in the development of the central power. But this permission of insurrection is severely limited. The Huguenot movement was not democratic. No right of the individual to rebel is recognized. For him is only recommended that recourse to prayers and tears which was to become so familiar to Englishmen in the next century. The right of resistance and deposition inheres in those whom the author, developing a phrase of Calvin, describes as ephors, that is, to the assembly of estates and to those great officers who are not royal servants but public functionaries. This is the view of the great majority of the supporters of the Huguenot party. The treatment of tyranny may be noticed. The probable author, Duplessis-Mornay, like most of his contemporaries, attached much importance to the distinction between the usurper, the tyrannus absque titulo in the Greek sense, and the tyrannus in exercitio. The latter may be legitimately slain only after having been deposed by public authority. Against the former any violence is justifiable, and it is hinted not obscurely that the Guises, and perhaps Catherine de' Medici, came under this head. The term tyrant was of wider extension then than now. The fundamental notion of the writer is that the state arises from the voluntary surrender by individuals of such portions of their natural liberty as are necessary for the purposes of peace and security. There is to him no unlimited authority in government of any kind. Is it reasonable, he asks, to suppose that men who are by nature free and equal could have been so devoid of sense as to surrender their property and lives to a government except on conditions? The surrender is thus neither absolute nor irrevocable. Herein the author differs essentially from Hobbes, with whom at starting he practically agrees. The implications of this theory are more important than its statements. Its origin, or at any rate its prevalence, is, together with the maxim of no taxation without representation, the enduring legacy of feudalism to the modern world. The feudal tie is of the nature of a contract, and the feudal aid in origin a voluntary gift. Some of the arguments for the right of deposition in the Vindice and elsewhere are deliberately taken from admitted rules concerning the relations of lords and vassals. The idea of the original contract can be found in medieval writers. To us, the idea is not so much false as difficult of comprehension. It seems both artificial and impossible. The first objection that occurs is on the score of evidence. This, however, is already met in the Vindice, which declares that the contract need be no more than tacit. The second and weightier objection is that for a contract to be binding, a state of law must exist, which ex hypothesi arises only after the contract has been made. It seems more reasonable to justify insurrection as a moral necessity, but the author of the Vindice and his followers did not and could not do this. They were unable to separate law and morality as we can, and they demanded a proof not that insurrection was a defensible act, but that it was a legal right. This they found in the conception of the original contract. It arose in an age which conceived of religion, morality, and revelation as above all things law. Positive law is, as has been seen, only one of many kinds of law, all equally named just, and all deriving a main part of their validity from their conformity to the natural law. This law natural makes contracts binding apart from civil law. Such is the explanation of the sanction believed to exist both for the original contract and for international law. They made their appeal to an age whose traditional conceptions were not those analyzed by Baudin or latent in Machiavelli, but rather the wider and more ethical notions of law mirrored to us forever by the serene and gracious intelligence of Hooker. To law no slighter tribute can be paid than that her seat is the bosom of God, her voice the harmony of the world. All things in heaven and earth do her homage, the very least as feeling her care, the greatest as not exempted from her power. Both angels and men and all creatures of what condition soever, though each in different sort and manner, yet all with uniform consent, admiring her as the mother of their peace and joy. Only the arrogance of an unhistorical dogmatism could brand this description as fustian, but it relates to an order of ideas which in regard to positive law was passing away. In regard, however, to rulers and their relations to their subjects and to one another, this conception was of great value. It formed the strength of the appeal made to the common man by the theory of the original compact and the idea of international law. Both notions are avowedly based on the ground that, since man is a social animal, promises are binding by natural law. They both alike start from the assumption that all contracts are binding, not by reason of, but before, positive law. Instead of making the obligatory force of contracts depend on law in the usual sense, they do just the opposite, and base the possibility of law on a contract binding by the force of that power which makes it not good for man to be alone. Hence the opposition to the theories of Baudin and others, which release the sovereign from any duty to keep his promises. Hobbes' view that men are by nature unsocial is at variance with the assumptions of Grotius and nearly all other believers, and their name is legion, in the original contract, and it clearly makes the supposition of such a contract far less reasonable, for there is nothing to make the agreement binding. Tacitly or expressly, the theory of governmental responsibility was for that age grounded on the universality of the natural law which makes promises binding. Like most writers on this side, the author of the Vindicia treats government as originally an artificial invention. Only the background of a law of nature made such a notion conceivable. With the growth of the historical habit of mind, the belief faded away. The permanent value of the theory of the divine right of kings arises from its insisting, as against theorists upholding ecclesiastical predominance, that the state has an inherent sanctity of its own, and, as against the claim of popular rights, that it was a natural growth. The latter is best seen in Filmer. In the Vindicia, however, the state is the result of a definite act of choice, and in Mariana and others we are treated to a description of life in the state of nature when civil society had not yet arisen. This is indeed essential to the belief in the contract theory, unless the word tacit be strained beyond what it will bear. Thus, while nothing is easier than to see the defects and even the absurdities of each of the two opposing theories, the original contract and the divine right of kings, nothing could be more superficial than to repudiate the debt which the whole modern world owes to both doctrines. In an age dominated by theocratic conceptions and ideas of natural law, the latter was the only way in which the rightness of the state could be maintained, and the former was equally necessary if the newly developing state were not to crush its subjects, both soul and body, under the juggernaut car of efficiency. It is only as we realize how large an element in the mental atmosphere of the day was filled by the conception of natural law, soon to develop into that of natural rights, that a book like Mornay's becomes intelligible and serves as a connecting link between the ideas of the medieval and the modern world. Lastly, we observe that in the Vindicia, government is viewed with suspicion. It exists because it cannot be dispensed with, but as we saw, it has only such powers as have been definitely surrendered to it. We have not here the spectacle of a power almost holy in its nature and divine in origin, which claims the allegiance of all that is noblest in man. The grand conception of civil life which inspires the thoughts of Luther and adds dignity even to Dante is absent from this passionate protest against the misuse of royal authority. We have the limited power which Locke in later days expounded, and something of that jealousy of the state which afterwards became classic in the pages of Mill. The controversy is akin to that between the supporters of the Union and those of state rights in America. Indeed, the actual ideas of Duplessis-Mornay were more completely realized in the American Constitution as it presented itself to the believers in state rights than in any other country. Only for the individual we must in this interpretation substitute the legal person of the federated state. But the greatest and most notable assertion of the principle of resistance was not made by Protestants. The brief period of Huguenot resistance soon ended, but the Counter-Reformation had a long life. The death of the Duke of Anjou in 1585 made Henry of Navarre heir presumptive, and rallied the Huguenots to the side of legitimism. The fulminations, empty though they were, of Sixtus V and his attempts to dictate to the French whom they should not have as king, led naturally enough to an assertion of the independence of France, of the Gallican liberties, and of the divine right of kings. The theory of resistance was now to prove of service to the party which was historically connected with it. The League was reformed. It professed the principle, so familiar to Englishmen, of protecting the king against evil counsellors and the country against heresy. In the course of the operations of the League, and more especially after the murder of Henry III, it became incumbent on its supporters to take over the Huguenot theory of resistance and to assert the doctrine of tyrannicide. There is little difference between the principles expounded by Reynolds in his De Justa Republicae Christianae Potestate and by Boucher in the Sermons de la Simulée Conversion, and in the De Justa Abdicatione Henrici Tertii, from those already discussed. The tendency, however, is more democratic than in the Huguenot writers, who, like the Fathers of Constance, were distinctly Whig in sentiment. We hear more of the sovereignty of the people, as became the party of the Paris mob. The case for the democratic as opposed to the aristocratic element in the League is well represented by the Dialogue de Manon et Mahoistre, a bitter satire against the corruption and violence of the high-placed supporters of the League, and emphasizes the purely democratic and religious element. There is little to cause surprise here. Papalism has always been incompatible with the divine right of kings in its strict interpretation. Not so Protestantism, as expounded by Luther and Laud. Yet the Protestant party owed its existence to the belief in the rights of laity and the general movement of secularization, and it cannot, as a rule, distinguish like the Papalists between political and ecclesiastical authority. The Ultramontane is bound to assert the human origin of political powers and the supremacy of the Pope. These principles lead easily, if not inevitably, to the sovereignty of the people and to some form of the contract theory. The clearest expression of this view is given in the writings of Leynez, already referred to, but nearly all important Jesuits till 1660 give expression to it. The position is briefly this. The government of the Church is from above and rests on the commission of Peter, who either delegated his authority to the other apostles or allowed them to exercise theirs on the principle that, whatever the sovereign permits, he commands. In the state, which has different and more restricted objects, the right to govern springs from below. It is divine only insofar as everything natural and even everything permissible is divine. Its principle springs from human needs and has in itself no ulterior reference. The multitude which comes together for this purpose may make what conditions it pleases, and in all Christian states loyalty to the baptismal confession, and therefore to the Pope, is one of these. The curious connection of the baptismal covenant with the original compact is characteristic of the times and is found in several writers. Molina, however, is of the opinion that the mere coming together of men into a common life produces political power naturally without any agreement, tacit or express, and hence political power is not limited by conditions at the outset. Molina and Suarez are the ablest and most philosophical of the thinkers who expound the doctrine. In all cases, the indirect temporal power of the Church, as the society with the higher end, is asserted. The Pope has the right to tell the papalists when the reserved case has arisen which justifies them in deposing their king, who is in this view always the creature, never the constitutor of the state. We have, in fact, in the ultramontane and Jesuit theory, the fundamental principles of popular sovereignty and of the secular state. The Jesuits conceived the state as merely secular, existing for certain human ends and limited to utilitarian advantages. Rousseau, it is to be observed, took his theory of the popular origin of all power from one side and the notion of the all-embracing activity and sanctity of the state from the other. In a remarkable book which closes our period, Althusius of Herborn wrought a very similar fusion, although he is distinguished by his strong sense of the federal character of government, which is to him always compounded, not of individuals, but of a hierarchy of groups. It is to be noted that, apart from polemics, the typical form of the writings of the Jesuits on the subject is to be found in works entitled De Justitia et Jure, consisting of dissertations on that portion of the Summa of St. Thomas which deals with law. The writings of the Jesuits are, in fact, a part of their revived scholasticism, and testify to their endeavor to treat the fundamental problems of law as a part of a general philosophy of life. These treatises are remarkable for their comprehensiveness, and endeavor to include all kinds of law, so that there is much irrelevant matter, while subjects like international law find a natural place, no less than canon or civil law. At the same time, the method tends to a cosmopolitan conception of legal principles, not unimportant in the days when Roman law was replacing feudal custom all over the continent, and it intensifies the notion of natural law as the embodiment of universal principles which all particular legal systems should set forth. The question of tyrannicide inevitably came up for discussion, and there was only one conclusion possible for ultramontanes in an age when the chief use of Machiavelli was to apply his principles to the advantage of religious organizations. To the papalists, William the Silent was a clear case of the tyrannus absque titulo, as indeed he is called, while Henry III of France was the cardinal instance of a tyrant in action. The murder of Henry was, indeed, only a case of retaliation after his own deliberate murder of the Guises. Nor can anyone who has so much as a doubt on the side of regicide condemn the act of Jacques Clement, who rid the world of the worst prince of the worst race that ever ruled. Mariana glorified the deed, and though he afterwards very slightly modified his language, he shares some sentiments of Milton and Cromwell. In spite of their strong and repeated assertions to the contrary, it is a purely idle proceeding to deny that the members of the Society of Jesus preached the duty of tyrannicide and of the interference of the Pope in secular politics. Yet the Society was never corporately committed to the doctrine any more than it was to probabilism, and may claim the benefit of Aquaviva's repudiation. The Society of Jesus had other lessons for the politician. It was indeed an absolute monarchy and offers an object lesson in socialism, for it was always conducted for its own purpose as a community, not for the personal wishes of the ruler for the time being. The duty of seca obedientia was proclaimed by visions and inculcated by its whole discipline. The famous phrase about the individual being quasi-cadaver in the hands of the corporation, and the added clause in regard to breaches of morality for the purposes of the society, are illuminating in their significance. The life of the society was to furnish the individual conscience with its only motive. Like the modern state, the Jesuit order contemplates no other bond of union beyond that of the individual and the community. The principle of making the will of the general will was secured by all kinds of precautions. By the society, every means was taken to prevent him from deflecting it from its end. There were to be no spectacles like those of the Borgia and the Farnese popes who attempted to found dynasties. Except the Church, of which it is a part, there is no political institution which so well repays consideration by the historical student as the Society of Jesus, quite apart from its religious and political activity. It enshrined the principle of Machiavelli that nothing was to count beside efficiency, and even more effectually than he, it absorbed all individual volition, thought, and conscience into the service of the community. Much of the whole thought of the day is summed up in the politics of Althusius. To him, as to the medieval thinker, community is not made up of individuals, but of a hierarchy of smaller communities. As the English House of Commons was originally the communitas communitatum, so the state of Althusius is the state of estates. In his own words, the consociatio consociationum. He traces the gradual development of civil authority from the family to the city, thence to the province, and finally to the state, his conception of which is thus definitely federal. To Althusius, as to Rousseau, there is one supreme authority founded on a contract, the people as a whole. Under all forms of government, the inalienable rights of sovereignty remain with the people, of which kings or aristocrats or assemblies are merely the mandatories. At the same time, unlike Rousseau, Althusius recognizes a second contract between the governor, whoever he be, and the people. This second pact is more like the original contract, as conceived by the majority of writers and rendered classical by Locke. The former pact is better termed the social contract, which brings out its kinship to Rousseau's conception. Althusius, again, like Rousseau, exhibits none of the jealousy of government displayed by Locke and the Whig school. It is to him both omnipotent and holy, and he naturally denies all separate existence to ecclesiastical authority. The precepts of natural law are binding in his view, and he quotes more frequently than any other passage the great phrase of St. Augustine, remota justitia quid regna nisi magna latrocinia. Only to him the notion of justice is civic righteousness, not the precepts of an ecclesiastical tutor. In the hierarchical view, ecclesiastical authority does for the state what a director of conscience does for the individual. The view of individual religion, which dispenses with one kind of guardian, also gets rid of the other. The principles of natural law, as expounded by Albericus, Grotius, and Suarez, are the expression of the belief that morality is something more than the creature of civic necessity, and the latter is the view of Hobbes and Machiavelli. To Hobbes, morality, religion, and truth have no meaning except as the precepts of the legal superior, who has no other consideration but political expediency to guide him. And by him the human race is conceived as, above all things, the child of wrath. The view of Hobbes is the political counterpart of the Calvinistic theology, although such a statement would have been repudiated by both Hobbes and his opponents. The inevitable reaction against that glorification of the civil state and of the monarch as its embodiment, which was the essence of a great deal of Protestantism, took the form of the resounding, though not novel, reassertions of the supremacy of natural law and the contractual and therefore limited character of government. When men were familiarized with the idea of a natural law, which could make promises binding, and of the original contract resting upon it, some check might be placed on the uncontrolled action of political authority. These ideas, and these alone, could preserve the notion that government was a trust and not a right, and render it fruitful after many days. That these conceptions were not incompatible with the Protestant view of the sanctity of the state is proved by the writings of Hooker and Althusius. The idea of the state, which we may call hierarchical, whether Jesuit or Presbyterian, expresses the need in a different form. In this view, as already indicated, the state is a mere convenience and must be judged by its power to satisfy its objects. Its nature, products, and activity are no more mysteries than are those of a joint stock company, and it ought to be equally obliged to publish its balance sheets and be equally amenable to criticism. Above all, it must be always limited and sometimes guided by the superior rights of that other society which exists for eternal ends. It is, in fact, non-moral and must be moralized or controlled by another power from without. Luther's state is, as has been pointed out, the Kulturstaat. We may have our own opinion of the society which the clericalists desired to maintain, but it is not to be denied that the fundamental principle of ecclesiastical protagonists, the recognition of other societies beyond the state, so far from being an unwarrantable encroachment on civil rights, is the best preservative against the practical dangers which may, and sometimes do, follow from an acceptance of the undiluted conception of legal sovereignty. If the true test of liberty be the recognition of the claims of minorities, it must be conceded that Puritan dissenters and Quakers in England, the Episcopal Church in Scotland, and the Roman Catholics in Ireland have all alike performed the service of showing that there are bonds of association which do not spring from the fiat of positive law, and may not, save in minor matters, be controlled by considerations of political expediency, justified by an abstract theory of sovereignty. For the true conception of the state, it is needed first to realize the idea of sovereignty, and afterwards to realize its practical limitations. Religious liberty arose not because the sects believed in it, but out of their passionate determination not to be extinguished, either by political or religious persecution. Political liberty was born not so much in the notions of the independents as in the fact that they refused to be merged in other societies. Where this was not so, it did not arise. In the states of Germany and in the cantons of Switzerland, there was no liberty for the minority. It is finally to be observed that religious liberty is rightly described as the parent of political. The forces in favor of monarchy were so strong that, apart from a motive appealing to conscience, making it a duty, even though a mistaken one in any individual case, to resist the government, there would have been no sufficient force to withstand the tyranny of centralization which succeeded the anarchy of feudalism. This may be illustrated from the return of the Catholic portion of the Low Countries to Spanish allegiance, and perhaps best of all, in the small states of Italy and the large ones of France and Spain. France gave to the world of thought the ideas of the Vindice, to that of fact the ideals of the Roi Soleil and the Dragonnades. Spain, which in the Justicia of Aragon had a model of freedom for admirers in all lands, closed her career with a lifeless despotism, based on the extinction by the Inquisition of all the forces that made for freedom. The nominal right of the Cortes succumbed to the real power of the Holy Office. It was only the religious earnestness, the confessional conflicts, and the persecuting spirit of the 16th century that kept alive political liberty and saved it from a collapse more universal than that which befell republican ideals at the beginning of the Roman Empire. To the spiritual intensity of the Reformers and the doctrinal exclusiveness of the Confessions, at once the highest and the lowest expressions of the theological age, we owe the combination of liberty with order, which is our most cherished possession today. If much is due to the virtues of these men, something also is owing to their vices. End of section 77. End of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 3, The Wars of Religion.